6 great experts had been turned into corpses. The golden barbaric ox dripping with golden blood, the flame heavenly scorpion that had its 9 tails removed, dragon sparrow flickering with 5-colored divine light, 3-eyed beast that had its 3rd eye pierced through, the bold and powerful white lion. These experts all displayed their true bodies, some of them as large as a small mountain, one with a glistening bird beak, some whose blood flowed like a great river. Holy radiance surged, the scene terrifying. It was precisely experts like these who were powerful and without equal that were slaughtered. No matter who saw it, they would all feel horrified. After all, these were all exceptional talent-level experts. Next to the corpses, on the golden blood, a youth stood tall with a great halberd in hand. He pointed forward, his expression cold, killing intent rushing into the clouds. The other 2 experts still wished to escape. Unfortunately, they were both locked onto already. One of them was cut off by Luo Dao and Lani Chen, while the other one was being stared at by Shi Hao. Are you going to cut them all down, not letting a single one go? Lu Yi had long been frightened stiff, retreating far into the distance. He had never seen such a terrifying scene before. Corpses covered the ground, golden blood flowed. He was trembling uncontrollably all over. This was just too terrifying. One had to keep in mind that those were all exceptional talent-level experts. Normally, forget about all of their corpses on the ground. Just 8 of them walking together was rare. However, after the Battle of Silver Polish Mountain, a single person killed 6 of them. Once news of this got out, it would definitely alarm Radiant City, triggering a huge uproar. You are really going to kill us all? The silver-haired individual said softly. When his eyes opened and closed, many silver symbols interweaved around his body. He tried to slow down his voice as much as possible to talk to Shi Hao. Chi! A streak of light shone. The divine striking stone was thrown out, directly hitting him between the brows. Ah! While in midair, like pigs being slaughtered, screams sounded endlessly. It was extremely fast, instantly reaching that place. The silver-haired male used precious techniques to defend himself, but in the end, he found that he couldn't free himself from this stone. The other party was too fast, not stopping until it hit its target. Dang! The divine sterling stone immediately struck a precious symbol, leaving the silver-haired male shaken. This was a space-shattering symbol he produced to escape. However, he got caught in his own trap. There was a great formation locking this place down, so this symbol lost most of its effectiveness. Even after activating it for a long time, it still didn't split apart the void. Now it was destroyed, completely crushing all hope of escape. Do you still want to leave? Shi Hao held the halberd as he walked over murderously. This time, there was no longer any suspense. The great void halberd shone, immediately distorting the void, producing streaks of cracks. Even this powerful silver-haired male couldn't fend off this attack. Pooh! His body was chopped up into 4 to 5 pieces, falling onto the ground. Blood flowed everywhere. It was actually a silver mastiff. At the same time, sword radiance rushed into the heavens. The youth who held the magical sword and was curling with purple energy was about to break out. Yet, in the end, he was intercepted by Luo Dao's long hair. He was the only one left. There was naturally no way for him to change this situation. While he was frantically brandishing the sword energy, Shi Hao already hurried over. A leg swept over like a dragon snake brandishing its tail. This was precisely the loose method he obtained from Origin Sky Secret Realm, Golden Snake Leg. A dragon snake could vaguely be seen rising up in power, crushing down on the other party. All of the sword energy was scattered, and this attack landed on that person's body. The sword radiance thus scattered. That person released a loud cry, his body splitting into 2. This dragon snake leg was like a deity lashing whip, but also like an immortal sword that could cut down enemies. A purple vicious bird that was surrounded by mists appeared. Its wings looked like they were forged from purple gold, brilliant and resplendent. Unfortunately, they were already broken. Purple golden swan, an archaic divine bird, rare species. Luo Dao was shocked. This type of species was rarely seen, but they were all powerful. Their bird beaks were like swords, able to pierce through all enemies. Unfortunately, he encountered Huang met Shi Hao. The bird beak shattered, and his body even more so broke into 2 pieces, thus losing his life. Purple golden swan. There were records of it in bone books. Its flesh is delicious, second only to the phoenix clan among bird species. Shi Hao commented. When those people heard him, they were all speechless. If not for his black hair that scattered about, eyes cold, giving him a great demonic god appearance, they truly would have doubted if he truly had terrifying fighting strength. All right, we can clean things up now. Louis, go look for a water source so we can wash up. In a bit, we'll mend our bodies. Wasted too much energy just now. I'm so hungry. Shi Hao put away the halberd and walked around the mountain region to look over his spoils of war. Lanichen walked over. Now that he saw Shi Hao again, his expression was complex. Both him and Luo Dao never truly sincerely followed him. If not for the seed formation technique, they definitely wouldn't cooperate. But now his opinion changed. Shi Hao personally came to rescue him. And he was so powerful, unleashing a great slaughter, leaving both him and Luo Dao feeling great fear and alarm. This was just too vicious. The cultivators of all sects saw everything from start to finish. They were all stupefied. These were 8 great experts. Even with such powerful, exceptional talents overseeing this place, it was still their corpses that covered this place. Everyone looked at each other silently, not saying anything for a long time. If Huang was allowed to grow up, just how powerful would he become? He should have entered the ranks of the ancient freaks now, right? This was what everyone was thinking. Many people felt great waves stir within them, simply unable to calm down. There was even less of a need to talk about those who had a grudge against Shi Hao. Their eyes were ice cold, truly wishing they could enter Immortal Ancient right now and kill him, not giving him the chance to grow up. There were some who saw their own clan's exceptional talents die, feeling great pain inside. Their vision grew dim, almost fainting on the spot. The losses were just too great. Once one reaches the end of the divine flame realm, it will be hard to walk half a step further. For those cultivators, they could be said to have already completed the path, unable to advance further. A sect master sighed, speaking the truth. Perhaps someone can tread on that path, illuminating the past and present with glorious light, stepping onto the unmatched great Tao path. At this moment, a snow-white old turtle spoke. When it spoke like this, everyone raised their eyebrows because many people recognized it. This was one of the higher realm's oldest existences. Its shell was snow-white and sparkling, releasing a luster of life. Impossible. That path cannot be traveled further. Those people cannot be seen again. At the very least, in this great era, it will be too difficult for someone like that to appear. An old host spoke, an authoritative figure who had survived from the archaic era, its age great. I agree, even in Immortal Ancient, those blessed by heaven and able to take that step aren't many. Now, the world has already changed. It's simply impossible. Another person spoke. Everyone became shocked. This was the Taotai clan's ancient ancestor. It had even eaten the sun, moon, and stars. It had killed quite a few powerful experts in the archaic war. The number of sect masters it devoured definitely numbered more than the single digits. It was beyond terrifying. Everyone, we don't need to hide things any longer. Now, those people have entered Immortal Ancient, so no one can interfere. What else is there to worry about? As for who is going to take that step in this world, all of you already understand. Within a purple golden emperor carriage that was filled with chaotic energy, someone released this voice. This was someone from an emperor clan of the present world. These types of words were spoken. This left many people who didn't understand the inner details shaken. They looked towards Divine Temple, Dragon Palace, Sword Valley, and the other most ancient inheritances. They all had ancient freaks enter from their side. Indeed, from the past to present, everything the sect has have been passed down to them. I hope they can recreate the glory of the Immortal Ancient Great Era's most powerful experts. Someone nodded, calmly admitting it. The crowd was immediately shaken. They were going to step onto that path. It made many people's hearts tremble. Perhaps only one or two can succeed. Even though we've given them everything we could find from the immortal ancient era, it will definitely still be 9 deaths and 1 chance at life. 10 Crown King's small tree should be that one from Immortal Ancient, right? I never thought that it could reappear in this world. Someone sighed. If everyone understood what was said by this person, all 3,000 provinces would be greatly shaken. I just fear that he will be killed halfway through that path by the mysterious power. Someone spoke, clearly worried, their face overcast. Suddenly, someone revealed a look of shock when they looked at the monument. Meanwhile, Underworld Clan was even more so angered until their faces became ashen. Radiant World, Silver Polish Mountain sure how sent Underworld Clan's female corpse flying with a kick. This clan is the most useless, ruining my appetite. It was clearly this that made the teeth of Underworld Clan's people feel sore. Of course, apart from them, there was also the archaic barbaric ox race, flame scorpion race, white lion race, and dragon sparrow races, people who were feeling great hatred, their eyes all becoming red. It was because something intolerable was happening at the foot of Silver Polish Mountain. Sure enough, Louis found a source of water that flowed out from the bottom of the Silver Essence Mountain. It rushed forth, sweet and refreshing, carrying a fragrance. This was a spiritual spring. Only after part of the Great Formation was broken did they see this spring. Sure how personally took action, bringing all of the prey over, having Luo Dao and the others skin them and let out the blood. This is all good stuff, all of it great mending medicine. A single piece equals many days of bitter cultivation. Today, we are going to properly satisfy the senses, eat joyously. Sure how was truly happy as he smiled, having them prepare these ingredients. Louis was about to faint. When had he ever seen prey like this? This was a pile of exceptional talents. When he saw them before, he would always hide far away. Yet today, there was a pile of them waiting to be skinned. I'm going crazy. His entire body was shaking uncontrollably. It was because even though these experts had died, there was still a type of pressure that made him feel terrified. Every single one of them were the most powerful young, outstanding talent of their province. Now, they were all corpses waiting to be eaten. As he watched them skin them and pluck their feathers, these shining divine birds and vicious beasts arranged at the spiritual spring's side, sure how felt greatly satisfied. The harvest this time was too great. Should I simmer fry, steam in broth, or roast them over a fire? He propped up his chin, feeling a bit conflicted. In the outside world, a group of people wanted to spit out blood. Some of them roared towards the sky, their lungs about to explode. So much. It's probably best eaten as a hot pot. Finally, Sure How came to this conclusion. A cauldron was propped up. Luo Dao stirred up a Dao flame, bringing the spiritual spring inside to a boil. Sure How, Louis and the others began to put the meat inside. Fatty beef really is good for hot pot. Sure How looked at the barbaric ox that was like a small golden mountain, feeling extremely satisfied. This flesh contained a large amount of essence. The flesh was golden and surging with radiance. Soon after, he brought out condiments and seasoning of all types. There were even many jars of good wine. When the golden ox was chopped up into thin slices and placed into the water, Sure How had those people dig in, starting this feast. It truly is a delicacy, worthy of being a mutated barbaric ox full of golden blood. It's almost as if I am eating ginseng, a single mouthful making my entire body relaxed, my body about to float up. Sure How sighed with amazement. The meat fragrance assailed the nostrils, golden light shining brilliantly. This type of eating was too extravagant, something not even sect masters dared to eat. It was because these were exceptional talents, all of them raised up like treasures within their respective clans. Who would dare eat them? However, Sure How was eating them extremely happily, his mouth releasing fragrance, broth flowing from his lips and teeth. His large eyes became crescents, enchanted with this meal. Louis was still a bit alarmed at first because these were all great figures that he normally had to look up to. Even when they were eaten as meat, there was still a bit of a shadow over his heart. However, when the golden beef entered his mouth and became the most powerful medicinal strength, He completely let it go. After 3 pieces of golden beef entered his stomach, his 7 apertures released golden radiance, and his entire body was about to float from the ground. He hadn't even started drinking, yet he was already becoming intoxicated. This flame scorpion meat you all have to be a bit careful with. Don't put any of the tail poison inside the cauldron, or else all of us will die. Sure how reminded. The scorpion was peeled, revealing the sparkling white flesh inside. It even gave one the illusion that they were looking at shrimp or crab meat. Eating this type of thing was definitely risky. A single mishap of putting the flame scorpion's poison inside the cauldron and the results would be too horrible to contemplate. It was because the flame scorpion's poison was too powerful, able to poison a true deity to death. It could corrode the primordial spirit and destroy one's Tao. Delicacy. This flame scorpion meat even beats the golden beef. Sure how sighed. When the others saw him eat it without problems, they all relaxed and tried it as well. Sure enough, the jade-like scorpion meat even made Luo Dao release a great sigh of amazement. This thing looked terrifying, but when it entered his mouth, it immediately turned into precious meat. It was juicy and fragrant. I say, Lanichen, aren't you a metal man? Why are you fighting over the food too? Sure how asked. I am blessed by natural luck, can interchange between flesh and metal. I am able to absorb this precious flesh medicine. He didn't want to miss out on this chance either. One has to understand that what was being cooked were exceptional talents. These were great mending medicines. Come, try out this fragrant meat. Louis no longer worried about anything, bringing the silver mastiff over. He removed several large pieces of meat and placed it inside the cauldron. Dog meat is the most fragrant. It definitely will taste good. Sure how opened several jars of fine wine, drinking while eating. They were all quite carefree. Hey, metal man, can you teach me how to change between stone and flesh? The divine striking stone couldn't watch any longer, wanting to join in as well. Sorry, this is an innate divine ability. It's not something I can teach. Lani Chen said. The divine striking stone was upset. Put in a stalk of holy medicine to adjust the taste. Sure how said. A shining old medicine was tossed inside the cauldron. Large amounts of light immediately scattered outwards, the fragrance traveling several li outwards. Thus, their appetites became even greater. Purple golden swan, this is a rarely seen species. This is going to be my first time trying it. Sure how cut off a large piece and put it inside the cauldron. Then, when he had a taste, he was incredibly satisfied, saying, as expected, it really is second only to phoenix-type divine birds, a rare fine meat. The purple golden flesh was extremely tender and full of fragrance, spreading into the outside world through the great formation. What is this smell? So fragrant. There were many people guarding outside. They couldn't enter the central region, but they were all curious. None of them would ever expect that their leaders, the most powerful exceptional talents, were being cooked right now and gorged on. If they knew, they might vomit blood and be horrified, immediately fleeing. This dragon sparrow, I feel like roasting it is better than boiling it in the cauldron. Sure how said. In the end, he ate a dragon sparrow wing that was roasted golden, as well as a dragon sparrow leg. As for everyone else, they truly couldn't eat anymore. Sure how was the only one that continued to put a part of every meat inside the cauldron, eating it all to the end. In the end, he laid on the ground in satisfaction. He burned all of the beast's skin, bird feathers clean, and he then put all of the meat away, saving them to be slowly eaten on the bluestone paths. Of course, the purple golden crane and dragon sparrow's true primordial feathers were left behind, stored in his heaven and earth pouch to refine the 5-bird fan. In the lower realm, he had previously gathered 5 types of divine feathers, and he already refined them. He lacked materials, most of them being supreme expert feathers, only 2 of them being divine feathers, yet the result was still a divine flame realm magical artifact, and its power was great. Moreover, the most peculiar thing was that even without using magical force, just waving it slightly, the 5-bird fan could produce powerful divine might, because there was a small word formed within it that could move the world and seize its divine force. The five-bird fan was worthy of being one of the ancient era's most powerful magical artifacts, worth refining. As such, whenever Xianxia saw suitable divine feathers, he would always gather them. This type of thing would display their power when needed. If there truly was a time when his divine force was dried up, then it might become a life-saving trump card. This is the Octatic Treasure Unicorn. Lani Chen opened a jade case, and when it was opened, it was purple and sparkling. It was a plant a foot in length. It looked like a purple qilin, which was also where its name came from. A plant! Xianxia was stunned. He thought that the archaic octatic treasures were all birds or beasts, never expecting that the one ranked the highest was a plant. Even though this is a plant, its texture is not much different from meat. Lani Chen said. This plant stalk had strange leaves. They were like qilin horns, sparkling and shining. It only had 2 leaves, and they grew in forked manners. The root was shaped like a qilin. It looked quite strange, but as soon as it made contact with the ground, it would run, escaping into the depths of the earth. It was quite hard to catch. Lani Chen could merge with the metal mountain. When it entered isolation cultivation, it accidentally went underground and he just happened to see it, luckily capturing it. Otherwise, normally speaking, forget about picking it, one wouldn't even be able to see it. What a sweet scent! Xianxia exclaimed in admiration. This plant's fragrance wasn't that strong, but the faint sweet scent made one's mind feel open and clear, allowing them to quickly calm down. For cultivators, it was a divine object. No wonder it could make holy medicines, and divine medicine's effects increased several times. This is not an ordinary object. Xianxia didn't act too politely. He put away the octatic treasure unicorn. It was all for the sake of breaking through. He wanted to forge a bridge on the broken path, pass the heavenly moat and establish his own unmatched path, exceeding all those before him. As for all the holy medicines Lani Chen and Luo Dao gathered, Xianxia didn't ask them for any of it, having them use it for their own cultivation. Apart from this, he brought out the cloud-marked copper, gifting it to Lani Chen and Luo Dao. This was a divine material he plundered from Immortal Palace, something that could be forged into an extremely powerful magical artifact. In Radiant City, Immortal Palace had been plundered clean. This was definitely a major event. Even though they tried to conceal it, there were still some who learned that someone had barged in. Even though they didn't know about the losses, they knew that there was a huge problem. Soon after, a few great powers received the report that someone broke into Silver Polish Mountain to rescue Lani Chen, and were now trapped within the formation. Go, let's provide assistance and see what happened. Is there really someone this brave? Many people didn't believe this. Unless the most powerful divine flame realm expert took action, how could that person fight so many exceptional talents? However, when they rushed over, the place was completely deserted. Apart from a bit of meat fragrance within Silver Polish Mountain, there wasn't anything else. Everything had been burned clean by Xianxia. Truly rubbish. Even with all of you standing guard, none of you paid attention to what exactly happened inside. The group of people that descended were furious, making those experts guarding Silver Polish Mountain feel helpless. It was because the formation was too strong, to the point where they couldn't enter at all. In the outside world, the uninhabited region's borders, many people released a breath of air because they discovered that Xianxia had left. The people who rushed over didn't run into him, making many people in the outside world feel a sense of relief. After calming their hearts, everyone discovered that they were now a bit fearful of Huang. They were scared of their sect's disciples running into him, fearing that they would step on a path of death. Truly unimaginable. A youth that came from the lower realm actually makes us feel so worried, fearing that our descendants would encounter him. This really is lamentable, an old heavenly deity said with a sigh, feeling extremely helpless. In reality now, aside from inheritances like Sword Valley, Dragon Palace, Divine Temple, and other inheritances with ancient freaks, who else didn't fear Huang? Aside from them, perhaps only Immortal Palace, Divine Dark Child, and inheritor of the great heaven-burning art wouldn't feel fear. Not good. He is heading for Radiant City. In the outside world, many people's expressions changed. They discovered that Hao was bringing a few people into Radiant City. Right now, many people were afraid of him because this fella never acted according to convention, not doing things how one would normally expect. He definitely didn't care about the rules great powers set. Right now, Divine Dark Child, Six Crown King, Gu Jianyun, Ancient Holy Child and others hadn't emerged from their isolation yet. So who could stop him? He was definitely unmatched. If he just flattened everything in his way, slaughtering Radiant City clean, that would simply be unimaginable. In the outside world, a group of people felt anxious, worried for their disciples. It was hard for their hearts to calm down. The elders and others who were directly related to these youths inside Radiant City felt even more fear. This was unimaginable. Ever since the opening of Immortal Ancient, no single person had ever caused so many faces to fall, their hearts shaking so greatly with worry. Radiant City exuded a faint golden luster. Together with the flickering of bone texts, it was like an enormous golden city. Isn't that Luo Dao? How come he came back? He actually dares enter Radiant City. Someone recognized Luo Dao, immediately becoming shocked. Lani Chen came back as well, actually breaking free. Those powers weren't able to capture him. Did he offer up the octatic treasure unicorn? Many people revealed looks of shock when they saw them. This was a bit unexpected. However, no one dared to take action rashly because they were exceptional talents. Few people quickly left, those belonging to Divine Temple, Immortal Palace, Divine Dark Palace, and other powers, to deliver messages. Soon after, everyone discovered with shock that those people headed directly for Divine Dark Palace, paying them a visit. Who is it? Halt! It's you? How come you came again? Someone recognized Hao, his expression immediately changing, feeling incomparable fear. You, what do you want to do? Underworld clans people felt a great headache. Not long ago, this person entered their great formation, and in the end, all of their experts were swept through. When those behind hurried over, they only saw a ground covered with corpses. Plundering, Hao said lazily. You? Underworld clan was shocked and furious. He actually walked up to their doors just like this. Those who saw this from the side were all stupefied. These words could even come out of someone's mouth? He was going to rob Divine Dark Palace. Not good. Radiant City's experts had all left for Silver Polish Mountain. This is clearly the tiger away from the domain. They are using this chance to rob them. Someone came to this conclusion. Hao didn't feel like responding to this. He came today to sweep through all of these great powers' treasuries. Those who dare steal my octatic treasure unicorn right now, I've come to collect interest. Without another word, Hao released a slap. The massive Divine Dark Palace entrance and courtyard were flattened, and several individuals rushed inside. You dare! Someone stood in their way. Lani Chen and Luo Dao directly took action. They were exceptional talent-level experts. Dealing with the remaining people was easy enough. Hong! The Black Treasury's entrance was blasted open by Hao's palm. Those watching were all stupefied. This was a door formed from divine materials, and not even exceptional talents could easily break through. So poor, only these holy medicines? That bastard Divine Dark Child is too miserly. How does he even cultivate normally? Hao was discontent. Underworld clan dared to feel anger but didn't dare to act out on it. They had been slaughtered to a helpless state. Did you all hide it? Forget about divine medicine. You all don't even have half divine fruits. Hao berated. Underworld clan's people were truly speechless. Who could pick divine medicines? How many of those were even dug up? Half divine fruits were things that could be stumbled upon but not begged for. We did have half divine fruits, but they were all taken away a month ago. These are the holy medicines we gathered recently. Someone explained with sullen faces. Speak. Where is Divine Dark Child cultivating in isolation? Hao shouted. He wanted to pay his nest a visit. I don't know each time. It is always the Divine Child who personally returns to bring away the precious medicine. No one knows where he is cultivating. Underworld clan's people replied with lowered heads. Go to the next house. After looking around with the dual pupil and making sure there wasn't anything they overlooked, he headed to the next power. Soon after, he plundered another sect. This time, his rewards weren't bad. Much better than those from Divine Dark Palace. Not good. I just received news that 6-Crown King Ning Chuan is going to come back. After plundering from 2 places, Luo Dao spoke next to Shi Hao's ears. This was definitely shocking news. Once 6-Crown King appeared, who could compete against him? He would be unmatched under heaven. Is that so? He has a power in this city too? Then we'll just go there, Shi Hao said. Outside world, border of uninhabited region. There were people carving characters. Names appeared on the flower petals one after another, yet none of them showed any reaction. They were all hidden by the heavens, not allowed the people here to see what was going on. Those individuals were all extremely special, carrying out the deepest level of transformation. Outsiders could not see them. Theirs was a reaction. Ning Chuan has appeared. Did he come out of isolation? Someone cried out in shock. A group of sect masters raised their eyebrows, all of them looking forward. As for the group of heavenly deities and true deities, they were all shocked. Their eyes flickered with radiance as they stared at the glossy and enormous stone monument, the figure that was gradually becoming clear. Sure enough, Ning Chuan appeared, standing there. Chaotic mists pervaded the air, exceptionally mysterious. That was an ancient cave, and there were chaotic, irregular sculptures there. One could see just how shocking this precious land was. There will be another life and death trial again soon. I can definitely pass it, only half divine fruits and holy medicines aren't enough. This time, after harmonizing everything, I should pay the outside world a visit, Ning Chuan said to himself. He walked out from the ancient cave, walking slowly by himself as if he was adjusting his state of mind. He had clearly emerged from isolation for a few days now, adjusting himself to an optimum state this entire time. Soon afterwards, he returned to the ancient cave, sat down, and then the chaotic mist surrounded him. What is that? In the outside world, everyone's minds trembled. Even with Immortal Ancient separating them, they still felt a bit shaken up. Through the stone walls, they felt a mysterious type of aura. Even sect master level figures were startled. They knew that Ning Chuan obtained something heaven-defying. Sure enough, someone recognized that ancient wooden case. A great figure cried out in alarm. World Tree. It is actually a precious case carved from a portion of the World Tree's core. How extravagant! This type of thing could allow one to comprehend the Tao. By keeping it at one side, it would be greatly beneficial for their cultivation. All of the sects were greatly shaken. One has to understand that this type of thing was already impossible to find in this world. The World Tree had long been cut down, no longer in existence. It contained traces of the heavenly Great Tao. Finally, the wooden case opened. A wisp of the great pressure actually seeped out from the immortal Tao flower's petals, making everyone shiver inwardly. That is a person's hand bone? Everyone became stunned. They never expected that what was sealed within Ning Chuan's World Tree precious case was a bone that seemed extremely simple and ancient, not much luster to be seen. That type of white looked like it had gone through the great changes of time, losing its sparkling luster, only having an ordinary whiteness. It can't be an ordinary person's bone, an old heavenly deity said. Everyone knew that 6-Crown King Ning Chuan was extraordinary, unmatched from past to present. How could the bone he stored in the World Tree precious case be ordinary? I reckon that it is most likely an immortal bone, an old sect master said. True immortal hand bone. When this speculation emerged, it triggered a great commotion. Everyone's expressions changed. This was definitely a rare precious item. It had already become a legend, no longer appearing in this world, already lost in immortal ancient era. In the current great era where bone texts were king, the value of that hand bone was unfathomable. Ning Chuan bit his own finger, and then a few drops of blood dripped downwards, scattering on that dull hand bone. That hand bone immediately underwent shocking changes. It immediately became spotlessly white and sparkling, and it contained a type of vitality. The bone texts on it interweaved, symbols covering it densely, releasing shocking fluctuations. Heavens! This bone is formidable. Who knows that Immortal's natural luck might all be in those bone texts? This is inconceivable. Such a thing is actually intact. Everyone widened their eyes, feeling incomparably shocked. Ning Chuan's natural luck was unimaginable, shockingly great. Hand bone, an artifact of battle. This kind of bone was actually left behind, making it hard for everyone to calm down. Ning Chuan was extremely calm. He seemed to understand this bone deeply, keeping it by his side for who knew how many years. He then fiercely tore open his own left hand, merging this bone inside. This was an extremely strange process. That hand bone unexpectedly merged with Ning Chuan's bones, releasing a gentle radiance. It was incomparably holy. His flesh in that area began to move about, the injuries quickly closing. What is he trying to do? Everyone became shocked. Soon after, that hand shone. Bone texts interweaved, and then they extended along his arm, releasing holy radiance that surrounded that place. Immediately afterwards, no one could see anything anymore. Ning Chuan's figure disappeared from the immortal Dao flower's petals, no longer appearing on the monument. Why do I feel like he is doing something he is familiar with, as if he had done this a long time ago, that this isn't his first time? Did he completely comprehend those immortal Dao symbols? Formidable. Is a heaven-defying figure really going to emerge from this world? Even the hand bone of an immortal exists, the bone and symbols still alive. I feel like he might be able to come out after just a few more days. It was hard for the outside world to calm down. Everyone was shocked. Radiant City. Sure how brought some people directly into Six Crown King's official residence. There wasn't much to be said. They directly barged in. Who are you? Why are you doing this? Someone shouted. This old one came to demand repayment. Surrounding us and attacking us from all sides feels good, huh? Today, we are going to smash apart your residence. See how smug all of you act then. Lani Chen said. What about the octatic treasure unicorn? An elder appeared like a ghost, blocking their path. A puppet, true deity realm? Luo Dao was shocked. There were no exceptional talents here, as all of them were out in the world looking for their own natural luck. Normally speaking, if there wasn't anything unexpected, they would only come back every so often. Apart from this, there were two experts who already headed for Silver Polish Mountain. I have arrived. Shurhao spoke, walking forward indifferently. The Kuan Peng wings behind him moved, sending golden multicolored clouds and mist to overflow into the heavens, shocking all of Radiant City. And who are you? The sinner's blood descendant in your eyes. Shurhao said coldly. Hong. He brandished his fist, slaughtering his way over. This place erupted, divine force surging boundlessly. The elder wasn't a living creature, but he wasn't much different. He was controlled by another, but was still capable of speech and movement. He was at the true deity level, and right now it activated precious techniques and attacked at Shurhao. Pong! Dang! Loud sounds rang out incessantly in this place. Bone texts interweaved. They clashed intensely. Under everyone's shocked eyes, Shurhao's fist reached flesh, and his palms reached bone, blasting this true deity puppet until it split apart, and then exploded. In the surroundings, everyone became stupefied, all of them sucking in cold breaths of air. Who was this? This was just too terrifying. A divine flame realm expert destroying a true deity. This triggered a huge commotion. Sinner's blood descendant has come. Is it that person from Sin Province? How powerful! Shurhao released his Kuan Peng wings, blasting all those who blocked the way until they coughed out large amounts of blood and flew outwards. Six Crown King's people couldn't stop his footsteps. This treasury isn't ordinary, having quite a few good things. Before he even opened it, Shurhao smelled medicinal fragrance. Hong! He destroyed the entrance and directly charged in. A rain of dazzling light immediately surrounded him. Six Crown King's treasury was astonishing after all, with spiritual medicines in piles, holy medicines in rows, and 4 or 5 resplendent fruits. 11 holy medicines, 5 half-divine fruits. How astonishing! Even Luo Dao couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Holy medicines were still understandable, since one could find them if one earnestly looked through Immortal Ancient. But half-divine fruits weren't that easy to find. They were all in dangerous places, difficult to acquire. Rather than going through all that trouble to pick medicines, it's better just stealing them, said Shihao. What could those people say? Who dared to plunder like this? He was the only one who dared to touch 6 Crown King stuff. This person wasn't scared of anything. When is Ning Chuan coming out? Shihao asked. My king might appear in a few days. An expert spoke loudly, his eyes carrying chilly radiance. Pong! Shihao directly sent him flying with a palm. Look at how fanatical you look. When the time comes and I chop him up like vegetables, I wonder what kind of expression you'll have then. He swaggered off with his people behind him, heading to their next destination. He even dared to steal 6 Crown King's things. This triggered a huge uproar. Dao friend, please stop for a bit. On the street, someone shouted from behind him, taking the initiative to ask Shihao to stop. This drew quite a bit of attention. News already spread that the sinner's blood descendant arrived, wantonly stealing from 6 Crown King and Divine Dark Child's palace. Who dared to provoke these people normally? Who are you? I am someone from fallen deity Ridge's people. My clan's great one is fallen Divine Child. This middle-aged person spoke. When the surrounding people heard this, all of their expressions changed. This was an extremely terrifying sect. Fallen deities were demons, one of the demonic Dao's 4 great ancestral halls, the most terrifying type of place. Fallen Divine Child was an ancient freak. Even though he only appeared once, seizing the number 1 ranking of that time, he killed a 3 Crown King, intimidating all 3,000 provinces. The one that participated several thousand years ago in the Great Battle of 3,000 provinces? Shihao asked. Correct, he only participated once, but he killed a 3 Crown King and a 2 Crown King. The middle-aged man replied. Could be said that Fallen Divine Child was extremely terrifying. Even though he only appeared once, he was well known among ancient freaks. One has to understand that he entered as a newcomer, yet he killed an ancient king. How shocking was this? From this, one could tell that great waves were stirring. Those that remained were all heavenly talents, all of them the most powerful experts. The slightly weaker freaks have all encountered disaster. The remaining people would only be stronger. Shihao's eyes became cold, because he thought about his 2 martial brothers who were humiliated by the one who was humiliated in the last number 1 under heaven, chased away from supreme being Dao right. It seems like you don't understand much about me or Fallen Divine Child, Shihao said rather meaningfully. My clan's great one likes meeting heroes. We believe that an alliance can be reached. The middle-aged man spoke. Where is your great one's manor? Let's go take a look, Shihao said. I have only just arrived in Radiant City, so a mansion has not been raised for Great One yet. In the past, we were situated in a different city. The middle-aged man said. Then come look for me when you've finished building it and gathered enough good stuff. Shihao turned around to leave. Ha! The middle-aged man was speechless. Run! A devil king came. The sinner's blood descendant came. The one suspected to be Huang is coming to steal from the treasures of every clan. Radiant City was in chaos. Everyone was running out of fear that Shihao would pay them a visit. This made him feel depressed. The disturbance was just too great. He was just robbing a few clans, yet it ended up shocking the entire city. When he paid others a visit, he discovered that many of their manors were already empty. Don't panic. I am settling things with those who fought over my octatic treasure unicorn, Shihao transmitted. In the end, a great rumbling sounded, and even more people ran. He was speechless. He turned around to look at Luo Dao and Lanichen. Luo Dao shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Back then, during the Great Chaos, the entire city surrounded us. These holy medicines, half-divine fruits aren't enough. I am going to set out on an unprecedented route and need divine medicines. Shihao frowned. He asked Lonnie Chen and the others which places produced rare precious medicines in the past few months. He was going to look around. There is one place that is quite special, rumored to be the nest of one of the vicious 10. Many people flocked over, and quite a few people smelled a divine medicine, but couldn't find it. Countless people have died already. What kind of nest? Shihao asked. Seems like an ant nest, but it isn't one. It is suspected to be the isolation ground of the most powerful of the archaic vicious 10. That creature might be the existence with the greatest unmatched strength from the past to present. When Shihao heard this, he was immediately interested. Go, let's take a look to see if this expert really left behind any divine medicines. Who knows? It might even be a long-life medicine. 6 Crown King is about to appear. Lonnie Chen carried a worried expression on his face. Who cares if he comes? I'll chop him up, Shihao said, not minding this at all. Nest realm within a primitive forest. The tree leaves above the ground were extremely thick, already gathering several feet, so the ground was rather soft to walk on. The forest carried a decaying aura. Old trees were densely packed, towering into the sky. Lush and flourishing branches formed an enormous expanse of tree shade, many places not receiving any sunlight all year round as a result. Once fruits or other things fell, they would quickly grow mold. Nest realm. This place obtained its name from being the nest of one of the vicious 10. This place was quite far from Radiant Realm, a relatively larger small world. The ancient forest had many poisonous vicious beasts, making this a dangerous place. This is the nest of the one suspected to be one of the vicious 10? Shihao asked. We aren't there yet. This is just the outermost region. That place is extremely dangerous, and many people have already died, numbering at least 80,000. Blood has already dyed the cliff red, Luo Dao said. The death toll was rapidly climbing by the day. It was all because this was the nest of one of the vicious 10, a place that had astronomical natural luck. It made people crazy, all of them flocking over like moths to a flame. Currently, they were quite deep into the mountain region. Ancient trees covered the sun. Enormous vines wrapped around mountains. Beasts roared. Ancient birds took to the skies. There was a wild and savage feel to this place. There were quite a few prehistoric creatures. For example, two-headed dragon bird, ancestral crocodile, sky-swallowing snail, and others. All of them were terrifying. Even Shihao felt like he had to back off. Some of these creatures' cultivation levels were terrifyingly high. These were the primitive creatures of Immortal Ancient. They lived in this special region and, normally speaking, wouldn't leave their respective dwellings, but they wouldn't tolerate the provocations of others either. Let's rest up under this mountain. There might be a great battle soon, Louis said. On a mountain that was several hundred zhang tall, not a single blade of grass grew. It was quiet without sound. There were quite a few spiritual medicines nearby, their fragrance wafting about. The spiritual essence within Immortal Ancient was just too rich. These medicinal herbs flourished, with medicines that were several tens of thousands of years old appearing quite frequently. This was why there were holy medicines that were produced. Suddenly, Shihao's fine hairs stood on end, his entire body shining, golden symbols extending outwards. Those that followed him quickly retreated, traveling over 10,000 zhang away. Pang! In their original place, an enormous head reached out. It had 2 flesh horns, its body an ash-gray color. There was large amount of mucus as well. It looked quite terrifying. A sky-devouring snail. Lu Yi's face became pale. The place he chose to rest, that stone mountain, was actually a snail. It was several hundred zhang tall. The snail's shell was a dark brown color that resembled stone. It's not too bad, only at the great circle of true deity level, not advancing past it. Lonnie Chen said, need to be a bit careful. This snail is poisonous. If it swallows or even makes contact with you, it will be inevitable death. Its poison can kill even powerful heavenly deities. Luo Dao said, that mucus couldn't be touched, or else it would destroy one's Dao foundation. No medicine would be able to cure that person then. Fortunately, this wasn't where Immortal Ancient's primitive creatures gathered, with ancient creature appearances rare. couldn't be considered the most dangerous place. Those tribes truly have heaven-defying treasures. Those extremely ancient creatures' ancestral grounds have rare divine medicines planted within them. They're worth unfathomable. Unfortunately, no one dares enter those places. Luo Dao sighed and said, the primitive creatures in those places were exceptionally powerful. Even if a higher realms sect master personally came, it would be difficult for them to survive after barging in. Everything pointed towards disaster. However, what people didn't understand was why they would never leave those ancient places. Unless there was a huge disturbance, they would always be content just staying inside those places. I've always felt like it was odd. Why don't they come out? Also, they don't communicate with anyone else, just like living dead. Lani Chen said, the geniuses that entered Immortal Ancient, there were some that stayed behind due to unexpected events. Their descendants also live in Immortal Ancient, only these people, once they reached the later stages of life, would always have strange things happen to them, dying mysteriously or going mad. Is it related to this? Luo Dao voiced his skepticism. There are too many things unknown in Immortal Ancient. It is best if we act carefully. Lui said. They made a detour around this place, not clashing head-on with that sky-devouring snail. This type of creature, unless it reached the heavenly deity realm, would move rather slow. They wouldn't be able to catch up to them. We are getting close. It is precisely this region. Currently, no one has truly set foot into the innermost depths of the nest yet. They would all run into various types of problems. Luo Dao pointed forward. This was a hazy region. Gray mist swirled about, not all that thick. However, the scenery in the distance all became hazy and indistinct as a result. Stone mountains, ancient trees, streams, everything that should be there was there. Only, this place truly had a sinister aura, making it quite unusual. It always gave one a rather uneasy feeling. This forest wasn't that tall. All small trees there were half a person's height. It was unknown what their names were, nor could anything special be seen about them. Only, whenever cultivators entered this forest, they would lose their way, generally wandering about for several days. After this forest is the vicious nest? Shihao asked. And we'll be able to see it after making it through this place. However, we might not be able to enter. The paths everyone takes are different. There are many strange distortions in space, extremely mysterious. Since so many have died, why are they still coming one after another? Shihao asked. Who wouldn't be moved by the nest of a vicious 10? Moreover, even if one can't enter, there are still many areas of natural luck in these nearby regions. Quite a few people have received great harvests. Lani Chen said. This forest was known as Ghost Forest. After entering, Shihao immediately knew why it had this type of name. As soon as he entered, it was as if the stars moved, as if he experienced great changes, the scenery of heaven and earth transforming. In this place, layers after layers of dense fog covered everything around them, making it easy for them to lose their way and forget themselves. This is strange. Just now, for an instant, I became absent-minded. I almost forgot even my own name. Lu Yi shivered inwardly, as if he had just experienced a reincarnation. Shihao nodded and said, Just now. There was a strange power that made my primordial spirit waver. However, it has been cut off by my heavenly passage. After entering this place, they immediately saw a few figures, all of them searching around for a path, wishing to enter the vicious cave. This ghost forest was rumored to cover 10,000 li. It was extremely large. Despite this being the case, they would run into experts from time to time. No one could be certain just how many people came. Shihao and the others' journey could still be considered smooth. They had only walked out half a day, yet they were already approaching the nest. That place was surrounded by primal chaos. Those mountains, are they all made of stone? Something's wrong. They seem to be volcanoes. Louis was fearful. That place was extremely mysterious with an expanse of mountains. The insides were all hollow like volcanoes, all of them massive as they towered there, curling with great Tao energy. When the primal chaos mist scattered, the sky above was revealed. It made one feel even more shocked. Above the mountains were blood moons. After closely counting them, they counted a total of 33 blood moons not too far away. They were especially large. Don't tell me that they represent the 33 layers of the sky. Xianxia muttered. It looked like the 33 blood moons weren't too far from the mountain below, as if there was only several hundred zhang between them. Hong long long. A noise sounded from the distance. 10 even larger celestial bodies appeared, moving out from within the primal chaos, shining with resplendent radiance. They were 10 times larger than the blood moons. These were actually blood-colored suns. Lu Yi was shaken up, not daring to believe what he was seeing. This is an ancient, irregular phenomenon. How could it be like this? 10 suns appear, 33 blood moons shining, all of them above this ancient place, looking like they are about to touch the ground's surface. 10 blood suns and 33 blood moons, rumored to all be dyed red by blood during the immortal ancient battle. Luo Dao spoke. Even though it wasn't the first time he saw this, his eyes were still full of shock. This was definitely a great event. 10 suns and 33 blood moons were all imprisoned in midair, illuminating the vicious nest. What could compare to it since the ancient times? The blood of immortals dyed these suns and divine moons red. It is terrifying after all. Just what kind of existence fought here before? It truly makes one feel a type of yearning, born at the wrong time, unable to see what happened in immortal ancient great era. Xianxia released a long sigh. The others' expressions changed. This fellow was strange after all, actually wishing he was born in that kind of terrifying great era. Everything had already been destroyed, and the blood of immortals even dyed the sun and moon red. He actually still wanted to look back, wishing to exist in that time. There has been a rumor since ancient times that sooner or later, that kind of battle will erupt. If you truly can reach that step, you might be able to personally see everything, understand all of the details and secrets. Lani Chen said. Suddenly, rumbling sounds could be heard. 3,000 enormous stars appeared, most of them blue-colored. They emerged from the primal chaos and floated there, moving around this ancient place. How astonishing! Don't tell me that this is the 3,000 types of ancient heavenly Tao, Louis said. Upon closer inspection, these blue-colored stars carried spots of blood, some of them half dyed by blood. It was quite bizarre. Now, Xianxia believed that these stars were likely truly infected by immortal blood. Rumors always had a certain amount of reasoning behind their existence, not completely unfounded. He stared for an extremely long time in that direction. Something's not right. It seems close, but I feel like we are still extremely far away, as if there is a void separating us. Xianxia frowned. He had a feeling that the ancient place was still extremely far away. Luo Dao and Lani Chen couldn't help but sigh. This fella's spiritual senses were truly unique, able to see through its intrinsic quality. Back then, they had been at a loss for an extremely long time. Correct. There are many regions outside the vicious nest, all of them surrounding that piece of ancient earth. They looked extremely close, but every piece of land is actually extremely large with great natural luck within. It was clear that there were some spatial laws here. They looked like they were almost within reach, but in reality, they had pieces of divine earth, demonic land, and holy realms surrounding it. Xianxia's eyes released symbols. He stared at the zone in front of him, and sure enough, changes immediately took place. It's a place of natural luck. The spiritual essence is just too vigorous. Spiritual liquid actually condensed into a lake in that region, and there are phoenix fish with brilliant wings. These are divine creatures that can extend life. Enough to make sect masters' eyes as red as rabbits' eyes. Xianxia was shocked. That was one of the rare creatures, its life source shocking. In another region, there was clearly a divine fruit tree that possessed divine aura. The ancient tree was upright and strong, shining with splendid multicolored clouds, its branches abundant and luxuriant. There were cultivators roaming about, wishing to approach and pick the divine fruits. There was another holy realm where an ancient palace floated above a river of life. Tao sounds rumbled, symbols flickered. It was as if sutras were being chanted there. How mysterious! Hao was shocked. He was a bit impatient. Forget about the vicious nest, just these regions were worth exploring, with great natural luck to seize. There were just too many extraordinary places, all of them having divine objects. Obtaining any one of them would be extremely shocking. Hao and the others headed forward, proceeding towards those secret realms. Suddenly, the road underneath those people shone brilliantly. A small silver path appeared, taking them forward. They surprisingly didn't even have to walk or control anything, and just like that, they entered one of those regions. This was beyond their choice. They were brought in through the extension of those mysterious ancient paths themselves, bringing those who arrive here forward. Why did we mysteriously end up here? This is too much of a pity. Just now, I clearly saw several powerful divine fruit trees. Hao was upset and regretful. The region they arrived at weren't those wondrous places he saw just now. There were no divine objects to be seen right now, but the spiritual essence was similarly shockingly rich. In the void, from time to time, the spiritual essence would condense into liquid and fall onto the ground. There were a few depressions in the ground that were filled with spiritual liquid. No matter, these areas are all adjacent to each other. We'll search them one region after another, so sooner or later, we'll find them. Luo Dao said. In the secret earth, one would find tens of stalks of spiritual medicines just by raising their heads. If it was in the lower realm, each spiritual mountain would only be able to grow a single stalk, yet here they were actually so numerous. The main reason was because the spiritual essence was too rich, able to support their growth. Even though they were precious, Hao didn't pick them, because he knew that his road was difficult and that it would be hard to make out alive. If they weren't holy or divine medicines, they couldn't save him. These ancient trees were especially large, their leaves crisp and lush green, as if they were carved from jade, flowing with green magnificence. They reflected light like mirrors, especially rich with vitality. Unfortunately, they weren't any divine trees and were instead just normal trees. However, their vitality far exceeded the old trees of the outside world. They stretched several hundred zhang into the air, some even reaching over 1,000. It is quite strange. These trees should have withered after existing for thousands to tens of thousands of years and replaced by smaller trees. Why is this not the case? There should be strange natural laws in place that stops them from forming. It is quite unusual. As they walked over, they felt a thriving vitality, as well as endless rich spiritual essence. Every single person felt their bodies become lighter. It was an extremely comfortable feeling. Halt! Suddenly, more than 10 creatures arrived from up ahead, some who had horns on their heads, others with 3 heads 6 arms. They were all of different shapes and forms. They were clearly all unordinary. Upon closer inspection, these cultivators seemed to have all become deities. Their strength were quite great, and with so many of them together, they formed quite the power. What do you need? Lani Chen asked. A humanoid creature with silver wings walked forward, saying indifferently, "Hand over all of the treasures you have on you." They immediately looked at each other with dismay. Did they encounter others like themselves? These guys were actually trying to rob them. Hand over all of the holy medicines you all have. Louis walked up. Io, there are actually others that want to steal from us? The other group roared with laughter. With a hula sound, they surrounded Hao's group. Pong! Dong! All types of sounds rang out in this place. Soon after, this place calmed down. There was a pile of people laying on the ground, all of them struck by Lani Chen until blood came out from their mouths, many of their bones broken. Exceptional talent? One of them widened his eyes, revealing a look of horror. In addition, they could tell that this metal individual wasn't the most powerful one. It was actually that seemingly harmless youth who was their leader. Soon after, they were grieved to find that the few stalks of holy medicines they suffered through untold hardships to obtain were all seized. Their bodies were completely searched through. Robbery! Someone cried out with a heart-splitting, lung-tearing voice. Hao laughed from irritation. Have you all ever thought of this result when stealing from others? Luo Dao added a few more kicks, sending them flying outwards. Most of their bones were broken. Then this group of people swaggered off. Damn it! We've been robbed. As these people watched Hao's group leave, they howled in grief. Hao's group proceeded forward. They saw a few corpses along the way, all of them dying after fighting intense battles. Some of them were in quite miserable states, having their corpses chopped up, blood dripping everywhere. All of these corpses' precious items were robbed clean, without a single thing left behind. They frowned, feeling a gloomy atmosphere. This was not some kind place after all. Those who came all went mad, thus starting fights, all for the sake of obtaining heavenly treasures. Soon afterwards, they encountered several other groups, the most powerful consisting of 60 to 70 of them moving together. They were like a wolf pack, vicious and cruel. Every single one of them carried a bloody aura around them. They clearly killed many people already. These people didn't say a single word, directly taking action to kill Hao and the others. Unfortunately, their divine senses couldn't see through how powerful this group was. Hao didn't hold back, taking action with Luo Dao and Lani Chen, completely wiping out this group of several dozen. Not a single one was left alive. Along the way, Hao had seen over 1,000 corpses, all of them dying in battle, having their precious medicines and other things stolen. Their deaths were quite miserable. This region was extremely large, unexpectedly not being much smaller than a small world. They continued forward, using several days to continuously make it through 6 or 7 similar regions, killing who knew how many who stood in their way themselves. Meanwhile, it was precisely because of this that, even though this place didn't have divine medicines and other things, they still had rather plentiful harvests, to the extent where it could be considered extremely shocking. In their world pouches, cauldrons, if they were opened up, it would be dazzling and brilliant holy medicines piled up greatly. All of them were obtained after retaliating against these types of bandits. This really is too shocking. In just 6 days, we've obtained the same amount that we would have gotten from toiling away for half a year. There are actually this many holy medicines. Lani Chen sighed with amazement. As for Louis, his eyes have long gone straight. He wouldn't leave even if he was asked to. He promised that in the future, he would personally be in charge of scouting out news regarding the great sects and report them back to him. In addition, he would take care of selling everything Hao, Luo Dao, and the others didn't need. Of course, during these past few days, they encountered a few vicious stubbles, and even Luo Dao and Lani Chen were injured. It was because those were extremely powerful, exceptional talents. In the end, however, they were all killed by Hao, their blood splashing out on this ancient place. While they were obtaining great harvests, the outside world was full of chaos as well. In an ancient cave, immortal light shone resplendently. Symbols interweaved, and supreme being scriptures sounded, as if it were unmatched true immortals who had existed forever throughout time that were chanting. One of the vicious Ten's nest has appeared. I cannot miss out and must take a look. A youth got up, leaving an ancient cave. He wore shiny long life battle clothes, his figure tall and slender, appearance handsome. There was an aura of a king to his appearance, his gaze like divine lightning. Following a roar, his chest swirled with immortal light. It then wrapped around him, forming a shocking rainbow, his figure then immediately disappearing into the limits of the horizon. In the outside world, the edge of the uninhabited region, the various great sect masters were all shocked. Many people found it hard to believe. They looked towards immortal heavenly deity Qin Changsheng. It's actually an immortal bone? The voices of a few sect masters were trembling, not daring to believe what they were seeing. The higher realms had a rumor that the Qin clan obtained a pair of supreme being bones, and this produced a huge commotion. However, who would believe that one of the bones was actually an immortal bone? That bone was, without a doubt, not any inferior to 6 Crown King's arm bone. There has been a rumor that the youth had an immortal bone, but no one treated it as true back then. I never would have thought that in reality. Some people began to think back to the past, feeling a wave of speechlessness. False and truth, truth and false. It was clear that Immortal Mountain purposely released a bit of smoke to confuse everyone. Immortal ancient within a small world. On a black-colored mountain, primal chaos swirled about. This was a dangerous place normal cultivators couldn't step foot in at all. Yet there was someone cultivating in isolation here. Following a long roar, a male stood up. When his eyes opened and closed, dual pupils shocked the heavens. Those eyes released streak after streak of radiance, splitting apart the radiance. It was as if the heavens and earth were opening. Those eyes were completely formed from symbols, resplendent and world-shocking. He roared towards the heavens, shaking up the mountains and valleys until they trembled. Chaotic energy wrapped around him. He stood on the peak of the Black Mountain alone like a revived war god. Soon after, he calmed down. He overlooked the mountains, rivers, and all things. After living in seclusion for so many years, the dual pupils will reappear in this world. I am going to reign supreme in the heavens above and earth below. In the outside world, everyone who saw this scene from the immortal Dao flower's petals gasped. Was the dual pupils user going to emerge from isolation? At this moment, the eyes of all of the sect masters flickered, revealing looks of surprise. They continuously looked at that individual. Meanwhile, a few old heavenly deities even directly sighed. Many people were discussing among themselves. Dual pupil user, known as an undefeated legend from past to present. This type of person was nearly insurmountable. Their deaths were all because of special reasons, such as attacked from all sides or if a giant took action, ending their lives prematurely. The dual pupil has appeared again after being eradicated in the ancient era. This will likely create a huge disturbance. There is no need to doubt his fighting prowess. Someone said with a sigh. For a dual pupil user to enter Immortal Ancient, this was simply like letting a dragon into the sea. Even this type of dazzling and powerful figure had suffered a defeat before. He had been defeated by Huang in the lower realm, almost killed then. When these words were spoken, all sides began to discuss among themselves. When they meet again, the weak and strong will be decided. The dual pupils is something that can awaken all innate divine abilities. Everyone looked forward to this, hoping that these two heroes would fight it out again. Six-Crown King Ningchuan has come out from isolation as well. This is truly a gathering of storms. Great chaos is going to erupt soon. If they meet, it will be unimaginable. Someone cried out with shock. It was because he discovered that Ningchuan also came out from isolation. Immortal Ancient in a cave no one knew about. Ningchuan opened his eyes. After reviving, brilliant colors swirled about his body, immortal multicolored brilliance dazzling, making him look otherworldly and refined, just like a reincarnated immortal king. Only, in the depths of his eyes, there was a dignified look. There was a pressure exuded even without displaying anger. He stood up and said, "Regardless, I should go out to take a look. I am familiar with that vicious nest, and in the past 6 times, I haven't obtained anything from it. I hope I can obtain some type of breakthrough this time. Only, it is not suitable for my true body to act recklessly." He frowned, releasing a sigh. As expected, even Six-Crown King is going to move out, also for that vicious nest. The archaic vicious 10 have shaken the world under heavens, and not even he could sit still and just watch. In the outside world, many people were expectant. They wanted to see how stunning Six-Crown King was, what kind of unmatched style he was going to display. He came out from his cave. Is that his true body? In Immortal Ancient, a figure walked out, clothes as white as snow, even the socks and shoes like this, not tainted by the aura of the world. Six-Crown King Ningchuan walked out. With just a few steps, he disappeared into the limits of the horizon, fast to the point of making people tremble inwardly. I should get rid of the sinner's blood descendant. Only a single unordinary individual has appeared after all these years, so it is worth me personally taking action. At the limits of the horizon, when that figure disappeared, he left behind this sentence. It was world-shocking. In the outside world, border of the uninhabited region, everyone found it hard to calm down. Six-Crown King had emerged, and not only was he going to go for the vicious 10 nest, he was going to take action against Huang as well, to kill the sinner's blood descendant. This was definitely a great matter. Nest realm, the mysterious regions around the vicious 10 nest. The mountain forest was lush with life, the road rugged. It was difficult to fly through this place, as there were restrictions on space. A decaying aura transmitted over from extremely far away, with the smell of rotting wild fruits, as well as decomposing thick leaves. This was even more so caused by the corpses of some beasts. Only, after continuing forward, the faces of House party changed. The rotting smell changed, now smelling extremely foul. This was definitely much worse than that of when only 1 or 2 vicious birds or beasts died. Soon after, a dark redness appeared on the ground. Corpses rested in 6s and 7s all over the mountain ground, numbering not less than 100 in total. They had long died, who knew how many days ago. Normally, after becoming a deity, only rarely would one's vitality be harmed. Even when they passed away, their flesh should be preserved for a long time. However, here normal reasoning was broken. There was blood everywhere, and divine corpses were rotting. The stench made one wish to vomit. It was difficult to endure. What happened? Why did so many die all at once? Even if they were robbed, they should have ran in all directions and not be piled up together like this. While carrying doubt, they continued forward. Soon after, those people were horrified, because in the mountain forest, there were corpses everywhere. They found more just by walking a bit further. Corpses piled up like mountains. There are just too many. Did some kind of problem occur? Lu Yi's face was deathly white. This was just too terrifying. It was quiet without sound, because all of these creatures were dead. They only traveled for a few li, yet they already discovered over 1,000 skeletal remains. It was now more than half of what they saw in the last few days. The most important thing was that they were all concentrated in the same area, as if it was an entrance into the underworld. There was a wave of austereness, and even more a type of cold gloominess. The blood suns hung in the air, the ancient trees towering below. Rotting divine corpses could be seen everywhere within the thistles and thorns. This scene was just too terrifying. There were no sounds apart from their footsteps. Even Luo Dao and Lani Chen's faces weren't pleasant. Both of them were clenching their fists, their finger joints long turned white. It was clear that their minds were taut as well. This is a dangerous area. We cannot proceed any further, or else we'll follow in these people's footsteps. We haven't seen another living person after arriving in this ancient place. They haven't seen even a bandit here. There were only divine corpses, as there was no way supreme expert bodies could exist. The rotting stench was extremely strong. They climbed over a steep cliff. There were many corpses here, piled up like a small mountain. There were no lack of exceptional talents among these corpses. It was extremely shocking. The cliff was scarlet, a color produced by blood. It had long dried up, and even now, the pungent bloody odor could still be smelled. There are even true deities here? Everyone was shocked. They discovered a few unique bodies that had all already broken through into the true self realm, but they still died here. One could see just how dangerous it was. Those individuals weren't exceptional talents, their bones not that outstanding. They clearly had some secret methods. They likely didn't enter Immortal Ancient hoping for anything heaven-defying, only wishing for wondrous medicines to increase their cultivation realms. They came here to pick holy medicines and bring them back for their sex. Unfortunately, they were still buried here, becoming rotting divine corpses. The cliffs transformed, white bones everywhere. It was just too terrifying, dazzling like white snow. In addition, baleful energy overflowed into the heavens, the coldness penetrating down to the bones. What kind of place was this? It made one's scalp a bit numb and their backs produce cold energy. They counted them all up. From the start until now, this region had more than 20,000 corpses already. This was definitely a demonic earth. So many deities died at once. I feel like it is still best to withdraw. There is no need for us to put ourselves in so much danger. I never expected there to be this type of dangerous place, with even true deities and exceptional talents corpses everywhere. Lani Chen said. There was a dark cloud over his heart. He felt quite uneasy. You all should return. I'll go and take a look up ahead, Hao said. He couldn't resist the urge to investigate further. The main reason was that he had his own methods so he could escape if there was danger. Luo Dao and Lani Chen gave each other a look. They clenched their teeth and decisively proceeded. People were heading here wave after wave, dying here as a result, so who knew? There might truly be some kind of natural luck. Unfortunately, they weren't familiar with this place, never hearing about it before. Lu Yi shivered inwardly. He wanted to withdraw, but when he saw the three others advance, he didn't dare return by himself. With a sullen face, he could only follow along. This is... Beyond the bone-covered earth was another expanse of snowy whiteness, most of it a white-colored powder. From time to time, a few broken bones could also be seen. In addition, when they stepped foot into this place, the chilliness those individuals felt became heavier, as if they entered a world of malevolent spirits, the most terrifying slaughtering field. Their bodies felt as if there were blades hacking down on them. This was all produced by the erosion of bones, all turning into powder. These were definitely not bones of the present world, but rather an accumulation after endless years of time. They were all piled here, forming a world of white powder. Energy overflowed, the icy chilliness penetratingly cold. Every single one of them felt uncomfortable while walking through this place. The sinister energy was too heavy, as if they were walking in the underworld. There is a strange natural law here that can slowly erase one's flesh. No wonder the further we walk in here, the less flesh and more bones we see. We've reached the end. If there are any abnormalities, it will be just up ahead. At the end of the bone field, the void distorted, becoming slightly indistinct. Sinister light was released from that place, clearly a mysterious and strange region. There were formations protecting this place. Save me! Suddenly, a weak voice could be heard from up ahead in this eerie and deathly still danger spot, calling out to them. Those individuals rushed forward. Sure enough, it was an exceptional talent, and Lani Chen even recognized him. They had previously met. When he saw them, he opened his mouth with difficulty. Those lips were already starting to rot, and in the end, he couldn't speak another word. His eyes grew dim, and then the final strand of primordial spirit scattered. Why did he suddenly die? Lu Yi took a few steps backwards while staring at that corpse on the ground. Those individuals' expressions all became grave. An extremely powerful, exceptional talent even died here. This place was not ordinary after all. It was a demonic earth with great dangers. According to Lani Chen, this exceptional talent was already at the great circle of the divine flame realm. His flesh rotted, and the most vital areas, for example the heart, throat, space between the brows, were all scorched black. There were bloody holes as well, previously pierced through by lightning. His flesh was already mushy. His forehead pierced through as well. The only reason he could still transmit sound was due to his final strand of will persisting. Back up, Xianxia suddenly said. His finger then became like a sword, releasing sword radiance. With a pu sound, this person's head was blasted open. Rotting liquid splashed outwards, its smell incomparably pungent. Wang! A small black point released the sound of fluttering wings. It quickly rushed at Xianxia's left eye with incomparably viciousness. It had a sharp metallic point, about to pierce into his head. Duo! Xianxia released lightning from his mouth, firing out an expanse of golden symbols. They landed on that black speck, making its body tremble greatly before falling onto the ground. It was a sinister bug, jet black like ink, only the size of a fingernail. His body was now in pieces. It had a pair of transparent wings, its appearance savage like a fiend's. It was this that killed an exceptional talent? Lani Chen frowned. Just now, he felt something hiding in that exceptional talent's head. It was precisely this creature that wiped out the exceptional talent's final will. Only they never expected it to be this type of pitch-black vicious bug. A single bug is definitely not an exceptional talent's match, Xianxia said. The void became indistinct, slightly distorting. Sure enough, there was an extremely ancient formation protecting this place. It was a secret earth. However, there was an area that had an opening they could enter from. If they weren't mistaken, All of the ominous and horrifying things originated from within. Wake up. Help us look at this formation's changes so that we don't lose our Tao because of it. Sure how woke up the divine striking stone. With this master here, where wouldn't you be able to go under the heavens? The divine striking stone said cockily. At the limits of the eerie white bone field, the great formation stretched into the sky, cutting off the road ahead. Strand after strand of radiance seeped out from the opening. Their group walked inside. Immediately, the world changed greatly, becoming vastly different. Those individuals stared blankly. It was completely different from what they had imagined. They originally thought that it would be dark, gloomy, and terrifying to the extreme, never expecting that the world would become so divine and peaceful. Auspicious energy descended from the void strand after strand. This was a brilliant and radiant world. All things were bathed in holy light, and auspicious multicolored light flowed about. It was like an ancient immortal world out of a fantasy. Heavens, divine fruit tree. There are so many of them there. After being momentarily dumbstruck, Lu widened his eyes with shock. He stared at the ancient earth ahead. There were several dozen ancient trees with shining leaves and branches like jade. They were surging with vitality. There were unexpectedly divine trees. This place, I've seen it before. Shurhao was shocked. Before entering, he saw a few sacred regions, and one of them had this divine tree forest. He even wanted to enter that place, but he didn't have a choice, transported into an ancient earth by a small silver path. Turns out it was precisely where he wanted to go. We're rich. So many divine fruit trees. Heavens, I have never seen such a thing in my entire life. Today, my eyes have truly been opened. Lu Yi's voice was trembling. Forget about him, none of the others had seen such a thing either. There were several dozen of them, growing together, auspicious radiance flowing about. It was too resplendent and peaceful. Great natural luck. Is my Tao confirmed now? Even Shurhao's voice was trembling. He was still worried about a lack of great medicines, that there was no way of saving himself later, unable to enter isolation cultivation. Now, with this divine tree forest before him, his entire body felt relieved. If he could pick divine fruits, then there will most likely be enough for him to use. Only, while feeling excitement, he didn't lower his vigilance. It was because the scenes he had seen along the way had just been too terrifying. Corpses were everywhere, and all of them died after arriving here. All of you, stand by my side, Shurhao said, walking forward. The holy aura became stronger and stronger. Watching from the distance was one thing, experiencing it up close was a whole different story. These trees were all extremely tall and incomparably ancient. Their tree trunks were spotlessly white like jade, and even the cracked bark was like this. The sparkling whiteness shone, and the leaves were lush green, releasing auspicious multicolored light. Those multicolored lights linked up together, scattering downwards like rainbows, but also like starry streams. It was divine and astonishing. This place contained shocking vitality, with a single breath of the air here making all of one's pores expand, the spiritual essence pouring into their bodies. Those fruits are so special. They saw the fruits between the divine tree's branches. They were like little shining suns. A sweet fragrance wafted outwards, seeping out from the screens of light. The ancient trees were shining, forming a resplendent curtain of light to prevent the fragrance from leaking out. However, a bit could still be smelled, and the strands of fragrance that wafted outwards was actually enough to make one feel intoxicated. These fruits were the size of an infant's fist, extremely small. However, they were incomparably divine, sparkling and replete with moisture. Their colors were different, but their shapes were the same. They actually had human form. They looked like little people, sparkling and translucent. Some were a clear golden, others scarlet red like sunrise clouds, some snow white like jade, and there were even those that flickered with purple light. What amazing divine fruits! The auspicious lights are endless. Even though Lu Yi was fearful, he still couldn't help but exclaim with astonishment. Shurhao's expression became incomparably grave. He put away his smiling expression, because even after approaching so close, there still weren't any dangers. What kind of terrifying thing was hiding here exactly? We'll pick the fruits first. After making this decision, Xianxia walked out first. He warned the others again and again that they had to be careful and follow him. Regardless, we are also supreme beings of a province, Luo Dao said softly, revealing great confidence. With so many divine fruits before his eyes, he couldn't remain calm either. This was simply a tremendous opportunity and natural luck. They didn't recognize what type of fruits these were, but they presumed that they were definitely half-divine fruits. Divine medicine, something that could be stumbled upon but not sought after. Even if one looked throughout all of the 3,000 provinces, they wouldn't find many. Even though they existed in Immortal Ancient, they weren't that easy to find. Sure, how being able to pick the Void Sky Divine Vine was a great opportunity. It would be difficult for him to find another. Even though the trees here could be called divine trees, that was just a name of praise. To be more precise, it was better to call them half-divine trees, because divine medicines were just too rare, impossible to find them in large amounts. Divine medicines, from what they knew, mostly grew within the dwellings of Immortal Ancients' primordial creatures. Even if a sect master came, they wouldn't dare rashly enter, or else they might be killed. Despite this being the case, when all of these divine trees appeared together, it was still extremely shocking. If all of the half-divine fruits hanging from them were picked and added together, they really would exceed a true exceptional divine medicine. There was just too many of them. Going to risk it all. Today, I am going to display divine might and gather all of these half-divine fruits. In front of the divine tree forest, even Lu Yi's eyes became green from greed. His courage immediately bolstered. Even though he was scared, in front of such temptation, not many could hold themselves back. With these fruits almost within reach, even if they knew extreme dangers awaited them, it was still worth taking the risk. Wang Xianxia walked forward, walking through the resplendent curtain of light around the divine tree, entering a holy ancient land. The three others followed, nervous and excitedly holding their most powerful magical artifacts. In that instant, several individuals' feet almost left the ground. They were about to float into the air. This was all caused by the holy auspicious light. It was too mystical. In this precious earth, divine multicolored light gathered, descending like stellar streams. The auspicious sights were world-shocking, landing on everyone's body. In that instant, it was as if they were being cleansed. I want to go into isolation here, comprehend the Tao and study great techniques, Luo Dao said. This type of feeling was too wonderful. In addition, the fragrance here was rich, forming a barrier of light. It was difficult to describe with words. Watch yourselves. Xianxia was incomparably serious. As soon as he entered, he sensed the killing intent behind the holiness. He immediately straightened out his mind. If it was a normal person, it would be extremely hard to sense this, because everything was covered by auspicious energy. It was extremely difficult to sense this terrifying danger. Luo Dao and Lani Chen sensed something. They both went on their guard. Everything they saw along the way had long informed them that this was not a place that they could treat with carelessness no matter how excited they were. Xianxia reached out a hand, about to pick one of the exquisite human-shaped fruits. Right at this moment, a black fog appeared behind their backs. It didn't match this peaceful and auspicious pure earth at all. Quickly took form. Xianxia and the others felt a chill run down their backs. They quickly turned around. When faced with these sudden changes, these individuals acted calmly and cool-headedly, quickly reacting. The black fog emerged unendingly from the round, quickly forming a humanoid creature. Its entire body was pitch black, as if it jumped out of a puddle of ink. Only its eyes were a cold, deathly gray, appearing a bit different from the other parts. Chi! A streak of golden light shot out from Lu Yi's hand as soon as he raised it. This was a divine chain formed from essence gold. It landed on the shadow, directly piercing through it. Is that all? He was successful with just a single attack, making him smile and release a breath of relief. He felt like he might be able to deal with it and offer a bit of help here. Soon after, his smile froze. After the divine chain pierced through that shadow, it didn't affect it at all. The shadow immediately reorganized itself, and then sent a fist smashing over. This jet-black fist was like a large black sun, incomparably fierce and exuding a terrifying aura. It was simply about to smash apart the void, divine force crazily surging over. Louis released a strange cry. He used the chain to resist again, wrapping it around this demonic shadow's body to restrict it. Only following metallic sounds, even though it wrapped around that shadow's body, that was all. Continued to charge over viciously. It not only possessed powerful offensive strength, it was a ghostly mist itself, not being affected by tangible objects, their attacks completely ineffective on it. It directly broke free, its body recombining. The black shadow's attacks were ferocious, its divine force terrifying. It was unexpectedly at the great circle of the divine flame realm. "I can't stop it," Louis cried out with alarm, quickly backing up. Chi. Then, Lani Chen took action. A blue divine sword appeared. Sword energy emerged like rainbows, dazzling and magnificent. He angrily hacked outwards, the power he released incredibly powerful. This sword hacked downwards, cutting the dark shadow in half, cleaving it apart. However, a moment later, the two halves recombined. The fog condensed, forming a human form. It was still unaffected, and a fist smashed over. Lani Chen released a strange cry. His own attack was ineffective against the shadow, and right now it was rushing towards him, about to injure him. Pong! He had no choice but to use his fist to fight against it. When the two clashed, divine force surged. Lani Chen was shocked. He could clearly feel how powerful the other party's attack was. Yet the shadow completely disregarded his attack, turning into a black mist and wrapping around his arm. How could this be? He cried out strangely. This truly was unusual, to the extent where it could be called horrifying. This shadow disregarded all of their attacks, ever present as it attacked them. Lani Chen released a muffled groan. His body erupted with divine flames, and then the shadow was finally forced back. When he took a step back, he discovered that his arm had been greatly corroded. This left one horrified. If it was a flesh body, the damage would have been even more serious. That arm likely couldn't be saved. Blue divine light flashed. His arm melted slightly, and metal liquid flowed, quickly restoring it to its original state. It fears flames. Hurry and activate your Dao flames. Luo Dao spoke. After becoming a deity, one would have a divine light flame. However, this exhausted one's source energy. Sure enough, when he gave it a try, that demonic shadow was forced back. However, as soon as they ignited their divine flames, strand after strand of dark energy rose from all around them, turning into specters. Their cold eyes stared at them, surrounding this place. A single one was hard enough to deal with already, yet several dozens of them appeared all at once. Moreover, there were even black shadows at the true self realm that were even more powerful. How do we deal with this? This left everyone feeling dizzy. An expanse of demonic bodies appeared, a few even being true deities. Things were obviously pointing towards disaster. Kacha. Sure Hao took action. The space between his brows shone, releasing a streak of lightning radiance, striking a black shadow's body. It immediately released a miserable scream, its body becoming more indistinct. They are scared of yang energy, Sure Hao said. Normal precious techniques were useless against it. It could disregard material attacks, so it was difficult to injure it. Weapons in particular were ineffective. Yang precious techniques? The three of them frowned. All of their bodies shone, but they discovered that the effects weren't that great. They were better off just igniting divine flames. Only continuously burning divine flames would quickly exhaust them. They had only done so for a moment, yet they already weren't feeling good. Even Sure Hao was shocked. The Lightning Emperor's precious technique displayed its might, lightning interweaving. It was difficult for a single strike to wipe out a shadow, requiring several attacks to do so. No wonder the outside world was surrounded with divine corpses. These things were difficult to kill, almost inextinguishable. These are ghost demons. They are a gathering of endless energy, gaining intelligence after obtaining divine objects. Luo Dao recalled something he saw in a bone book. It was clear that this divine fruit forest had transformed them, condensing the energy. After endless years, they became ghost demons. Normally speaking, these things were artificially made. It was extremely rare for them to form naturally. Not good. Louis cried out miserably. His palm was almost corroded. That black mist was too terrifying, able to refine divine bodies. Hong. Sure Hao fought a great battle with difficulty. Yet he only killed 6 or 7 of these ghost demons. These things were too hard to kill. If news of this type of battle got out, it would definitely leave all sides shaken. Hong. A true deity-level ghost demon took a lightning radiance fist head-on. Dark light and electrical light erupted at the same time, making the void cave in. Ow! Roars sounded continuously. The eyes of the surrounding dozens of ghost demons were ice-cold. They rushed over together, and just true deity-level ghost demons alone numbered 8 or 9. The situation was getting incredibly dangerous. Die! Sure Hao roared loudly. Lightning was released in tens of thousands of streaks, releasing all of his potential, blasting at these ghost demons. It was as if a great sea of lightning drowned out this place, clashing fiercely with the energy. Let's back up. It is too difficult to deal with several dozen ghost demons. Louis was terrified. Sure Hao didn't reply. His aura continuously surged, lightning radiance becoming even more resplendent. In addition, all of the distant clouds were gathered, drifting towards this place. He was going to use a forbidden secret method, guiding the lightning between heaven and earth. Hong! A streak of lightning descended, blasting a true deity to death. Wang! Suddenly, the sounds of wings moving could be heard. Above those tens of trees, a powerful aura of life was released. Endless specks of darkness rose, covering heaven and earth. Some of them rushed into the clouds, some at Sure Hao. There were just too many of these bugs, the great swarm unexpectedly scattering the clouds in the sky. The other group surrounded Sure Hao's group. Their mouths released sharp screeches, unexpectedly able to control the ghost demons, causing them to attack frantically. These ghost demons were raised by those bugs? Lonnie Chen was stunned. These bugs were precisely those they saw along the way. Their bodies were pitch black with transparent wings. They were the size of fingernails, their appearances vicious like fiends. Their wings released a buzzing noise. These bugs were so small, yet they were so powerful, the weakest being at the Supreme Expert realm. There were quite a few at the Divine Flame realm as well. They turned into streak after streak of dark light, swooping over, terrifying to the extreme. I know what these things are. Black divine bug. These divine trees are most likely half ginseng fruit trees. Luo Dao thought carefully to himself. He recalled a passage from a bone book. The black divine bugs were extremely small, but they were quite heaven-defying, exceptionally powerful. They liked to live together in hordes. One shouldn't look down on these bugs because of their size. This group could produce heavenly deities and even experts more powerful than that. This type of ultra-powerful race generally guarded all types of divine medicines and other things. The half-ginseng fruit tree was a half-divine medicine, so it was naturally something worthy of being surrounded by this bug race. This was a crucial part to their evolution. Every 100 years, they would have a chance for evolution, an innate racial characteristic. At that time, they needed to devour the half-ginseng fruit. Half-ginseng fruit, rumored to be related to the legendary long-life medicine, ginseng fruit tree. Hong! Sure Hao erupted, blood energy overflowing outwards, frantically displaying divine might. 3 true deity-level ghost demons were destroyed one after another. At this moment, the concentrated horde of bugs had already slaughtered their way over. The shrieks their mouths released were extremely sharp, commanding these ghost demons to attack. As for themselves, they also went crazy, killing energy overflowing into the heavens. Pooh! They had just made contact when Louis cried out miserably. His arm was pierced by several black lines, blood flowing outwards. Come here! Sure Hao shouted, protecting him at his side. He resisted these attacks with great force. Dang dang dang. Lan Yichen's body trembled greatly. Several hundred bugs smashed into his body, sending him flying out. If not for his body being metal, he would have already been pierced through. Even though these bugs were small, many of them were at the divine flame realm. Only a small half were supreme experts. Their strength was terrifyingly great. When so many of them gathered together and attacked a single person, that kind of power was enough to make one's scalp go numb. Ah! Luo Dao cried out loudly, his head of hair erupting, sweeping towards the void. Even though he killed a few black bugs, he himself suffered from attacks as well. These types of things were difficult to defend against. There were just too many of them. His divine magical artifact, a pagoda, had even been pierced through. Several hundred of these bugs swarmed over, half of them at the divine flame realm. It was just too frightening. Luo Dao was injured. Blood flowed continuously. A small half of his body had been pierced through by dozens of black divine bugs. His current state extremely terrible. Who would have thought that these bugs would be this terrifying? They were just too concentrated, turning into dark light and swooping over together. Not even the most powerful exceptional talents could stop these attacks. They finally understood why there were so many rotting corpses outside. This was the result of thousands to tens of thousands of bugs and ghost demons working together. How many people could defend against this? Sure, Hao's situation wasn't too great either, because all of the ghost demons were attacking him. There were a few bugs at the true self realm as well. They moved their wings, rushing over, joining the assault. It was difficult to imagine how such small bugs could erupt with such terrifying combat prowess. The largest bug wasn't bigger than a thumb. However, it was a true deity, weaving through the void, impossible to defeat. Sure, Hao activated the Reincarnation, lightning, and heaven calamity light techniques with all of his power, raining down attacks on these bugs. However, he himself was stuck in a dangerous situation as well. His clothes were tattered, and many areas were dripping with blood. It was dangerous to the extreme. "Come here," Sure Hao shouted. He opened his only heavenly passage, protecting Luo Dao, Lan Yichen, and Lu Yi, who are in critical states. This heavenly passage was like a resplendent divine disk as it surrounded these people. They were all shocked. In this place, no techniques reached them, as if it could stop all harm. Those bugs frantically rushed forward, but they were unable to get any closer. It was to the extent where even the ghost demons were stopped. "This is too crazy." Lu Yi's voice was trembling. There were countless bugs outside, smashing over like rain. They formed a black expanse that left others horrified. "There are just too many. Who can stop all of them?" Lan Yichen felt uneasy. It was because even Sure Hao's heavenly passage was starting to distort, on the verge of losing efficacy. The pressure of the outside world was too great. Sure Hao coughed out a mouthful of blood, his face a bit pale. The situation now reached critical danger. "Go!" Sure Hao released a light shout. He produced a pill furnace, opened the lid. Immediately, the heavenly river poured outwards and lightning radiance surged, carrying with it an immortal Dao aura. There was a terrifying curse power as well. This was extremely effective. Regardless of whether it was the bugs or the ghost demons, they were both forced back. This was the water obtained from Fiend Island's forbidden stream. It possessed endless lightning, and the more powerful the creature that made contact with it, the greater the curse power they were infected with. Too terrifying. There are so many bugs. There's no way human power can resist them. No wonder all of those people died. Lan Yichen shivered inwardly. "Pooh!" Lu Yi coughed out a mouthful of blood. He opened his mouth, spitting out 2 bugs. He frantically attacked to kill them. Those were the black divine bugs that entered his body just now, the 2 of them only leaving just now. Luo Dao was even more severe. His body shone, undoing a small half of his body's seals. Divine blood splashed outwards, and more than 10 of them were forced out. Their party quickly took action to kill them. The main reason was because Luo Dao could be considered a main power in that battle, second only to Sure Hao. He had suffered too many attacks. The dark divine bugs penetrated his body and remained inside. If not for him immediately sealing his body, he would have definitely died a miserable death. Gotcha! This group of bugs were incomparably ferocious. After a momentary cowering, they released vicious attacks, slamming into the lightning and even colliding with that pill furnace. Bug corpses continuously fell, but they didn't die. These bugs are going mad. They aren't going to give up until they kill us. These bugs are extremely sinister, understanding how to raise ghost demons. Those corpses outside are all great nourishment for the ghost demons. We are being treated as food by them as well. They conversed with each other, feeling that the situation was severe. They needed to immediately retreat. If I don't bring away a few half-ginseng fruits, I'll be letting myself down, Xianxia said. He even used his greatest trump card, the pill furnace, so if he didn't pick any divine fruits, then that would leave him feeling too sullen. In addition, his body was covered in wounds. A true self-realm bug was stubbornly shaken off from his back, blood covering that area. If not for his flesh being powerful enough, he would have definitely been killed. Hong! Xianxia walked out. The entire divine tree forest was swaying. With the pill furnace above him, he brought those people with him outwards. He supported the heavenly passage as well, using dual protection, and then started to pick the divine fruits. Those small half-ginseng fruits were crystalline and brilliant. Divine multicolored light swirled about, their fragrance so thick it made one intoxicated. Xianxia frantically took action, picking 8 ancient trees clean in the shortest amount of time. Even though each tree only had a limited amount of fruits, he still picked more than 20. They released rich fragrance from within the medicinal basket, their radiance pervading the air. Dong! There were some bugs that were clearly cursed, as well as those scorched black by lightning. They were about to die, so they frantically rushed over to smash into Xianxia's only heavenly passage. If it was just 1 or 2, then that would be that, but there was a huge swarm. There were just too many divine bugs. One has to understand that many of them were at the divine flame realm, and some even at the true self realm. When so many experts attack together, attacking at his heavenly passage's protection together, it would be difficult for anyone to hold on. Xianxia coughed out a mouthful of blood from his mouth, but he didn't stop, continuing to pick the fruits. Hurry and go. You are just like the bugs, becoming mad. If we wait any longer, these bugs won't even leave our bones behind. Lu Yi screamed in fear. Luo Dao and Lan Yichen nodded, their faces extremely pale. The situation was too dangerous. If they continued like this, they might lose their lives at any moment. Chi! Xianxia rose into the air, jumping onto a treetop to pick the fruits. He was momentarily shaken, his scalp going numb. On the treetop, there was actually a foot-long bug as well as ghost demons. They weren't moving, as if they were hibernating. Even though there weren't too many, that type of aura made one's fine hairs stand on end. Hurry! Let's get out of here. Are those heavenly deity realm bugs and ghost demons? There are even sect master level ones. I knew it. After an endless accumulation of time, how could there not be world-shaking experts? There's no way we are making it out of this alive. Lan Yichen, Luo Dao, and Lu Yi's expressions became miserably pale. Even Xianxia was stupefied. This was too terrifying. However, contrary to expectations, these bugs and ghost demons didn't take action, continuing to remain dormant. In addition, those bugs and ghost demons below didn't dare approach, all of them circling about anxiously. When Xianxia saw this, B began to pick more fruits. In the blink of an eye, the medicinal basket was filled with more and more fruits, their radiance astonishing. Wang! Finally, a few bugs couldn't take it any longer. They rushed onto a treetop. They joined hands, raising the 2-foot-tall black divine bugs up and throwing them towards Xianxia and the others. Oh, they were barely over a foot, but after reviving, those 2 black divine bugs released roars that shook heaven and earth. They were definitely at the heavenly deity realm. They were about to kill all of the creatures here. Those black divine bugs that lifted the heavenly deity all shattered with polypala sounds, falling out from the sky. Xianxia's fine hairs stood on end. He quickly rushed to the ground, and then he ran frantically for his life. It was quite strange. After those two bugs revived, they actually attacked indiscriminately, as if their minds were in disorder. Quite a few of the black divine bugs and ghost demons were killed. They weren't especially targeting Xiao's group. I understand. These bugs aren't immortal ancients, primordial creatures, and are considered outsiders as well. They have taken residence here just like the descendants of the geniuses that stayed behind in previous eras. Once they reach a certain stage, if they don't die, they all go mad. Luo Dao said. Right, some of those bugs and ghost demons on the treetop are corpses, and a few are still alive but have already gone mad. They were sleeping there. Xiao nodded. Ah. Louis cried out miserably. The black bug army didn't fear death as they rushed over. There were still a few who made it through the pill furnace's blockade and rushed through. There were just too many of them, to the extent where even the skies were dark. A small half were at the divine flame realm, so it was the same as a group of deities chasing after them. We have to move faster. Lani Chen brandished his arm. Ding-dang sounds rang out continuously. Sparks flew about from his metal body. He was like a human shield, but even though this was the case, it was still difficult for him to hold on. They fled from the divine fruit forest, rushed through the white bone field, and then sprinted through the bloody cliffs. Yet the black divine bugs were relentless, continuing to pursue them without any intention of giving up. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the air. Electricity interweaved, sending lightning down endlessly. The pill furnace shone. Even though it was only the size of a fist, it was sparkling and glowing. It poured out a silver stream of liquid. Lightning shot out in tens of thousands of streaks, the curse power astonishing. However, these bugs persistently held on. Even though quite a few bug corpses fell, turning into charcoal, they still didn't give up, covering the sky and earth. When they spread their wings, the sounds were ear-splitting. They continuously sent their bodies smashing downwards. If they didn't have the precious furnace, Luo Dao and Lu Yi would have definitely died, and things wouldn't look good for even Xiao. Even though the bugs weren't that large individually, they were all divine-level experts. With such shocking numbers, no matter who came, they would still be killed. Not good. Those two heavenly deities are advancing in this direction as well. Lani Chen's metal eyes were about to become circles from widening. His face revealed great fright. The foot-long black divine bugs were like black dragons as they moved through the air, making the void split apart. They were too terrifying, carrying heaven overflowing vicious might as they slaughtered their way over. Along the way, they attacked indiscriminately. All those in their way were completely wiped out. Those bug armies all moved out of the way for them. These were two bugs that had gone mad. Their bodies released dark light, distorting the skies. The black divine bugs who didn't back off in time fell out of the skies with polypala sounds, exploding soon after. This was completely the might of heavenly deities. The dark light that was released wiped out all those in their way. Even those true deity-level bugs didn't dare take a single blow, immediately moving out of the way. Black blood splashed about, bug corpses falling. Xiao took a deep breath. His divine force had recovered quite a bit now. His heavenly passage appeared again, wrapping around these people, and then he added speed again to free himself from the army chasing them. The consumption just now had been too great, momentarily leaving it up to Lani Chen, Luo Dao, and Lu Yi to stop this army. Those three entered a dangerous situation. Kacha! Lu Yi opened his mouth, spitting out half a piece of the bug. It had been directly bitten through. Vile bugs, this is already the 10th one I've spat out from my body. I'm already almost done for. Lu Yi cried out miserably. At this moment he also risked it all. This was true for Luo Dao as well. Quite a few bugs were shaken off of his body. Ah. Even the divine striking stone was participating, continuously crying out strangely as it slammed into the black divine bugs who approached. Unfortunately, the Emperor Butterfly formed a cocoon and entered a dormant state. Otherwise, it might have been able to influence these black divine bugs to some extent. Just need to hold on for a bit longer, Xiao said. His recovering ability was great. Even though dealing with the divine-level bugs almost dried up his magical force, after taking some time to catch his breath, His energy became as vigorous as that of a dragon or tiger again. Luo Dao and Lani Chen were shocked. They were holding back this army in his place for a bit, buying their group a bit of time, but they didn't expect him to recover his powerful combat strength so quickly. How powerful! There was no way they could do something like this. This type of recuperative force was just too great. They were dealing with a whole bug horde here. If he was fighting alone, wouldn't that mean that he would always be at his optimal state, not producing any bit of uncomfortableness? His blood energy was as exuberant as a sea. So, Shi Hao moved his Kuan Peng wings, continuously changing locations to avoid the two heavenly deities, increasing his speed to the limit. He flew while sticking close to the ground, fleeing with extreme speed into the distance. What was terrifying was that there were restrictions here, so one would be affected while flying through the air. Occasionally, magical force would suddenly disappear, and they would fall onto the ground. They couldn't compare to those bugs. Those black divine bugs were too numerous in number. Even if they didn't use magical force, they had transparent wings themselves that allowed them to fly. Shi Hao's Kuan Peng wings were formed from magical force and bone texts, not innate divine wings. So it was affected. Hong, a heavenly deity, rushed over. This small arm-length black divine bug, incomparably sinister. Its entire body shone like a black sun. It opened its mouth to spit out a streak of divine radiance. An expanse of mountains were destroyed, turned into powder. That mountain melted, and the long river dried up. Ancient trees turned into ashes. The landscape greatly changed. Shi Hao's expression changed. A single movement covered 10,000 zhang, and after several rise and falls, they barely avoided this attack, leaving that area. We can't use space-shattering symbols. There were restrictions here. They couldn't tear apart the void. The only fortunate thing was that they fled far enough, and those two heavenly deities had gone mad. Their true intelligence not awake. Their spiritual senses not all that sharp either. Chi, the foot-long black heavenly deity bugs took action again, and another streak of light swept over. The great earth split apart, magma surging out from the depths of the earth, dyeing half the skies red. Finally, the world became calm again. Shi Hao and the others all laid on the ground, not even wishing to budge an inch. They breathed in and out continuously. They were truly exhausted, blood energy about to dry up. They finally made their way out from that place, breathing heavily here, recovering their energy. Everything that had happened just now was too dangerous. They were almost drowned out by that bug clan army. Fortunately, Shi Hao's speed was fast enough, bringing them out, losing those heavenly deity bugs. Those black divine bugs had a set range of activity. After chasing to the horizon, they all returned. This was true for even the two heavenly deity bugs that had gone crazy. I feel like I'm dying. Lu Yi was incomparably weak, his body full of holes. Luo Dao was a part of the main battle force, so his injuries were even more severe. His entire body was covered in blood. As he laid there, he didn't even have the energy to talk. Lani Chen was a bit better, but his metal body was a bit dull, as if it was half crippled. He picked up a broken metal arm with difficulty, starting to recombine it. Even though Shi Hao was exhausted, he was much better off than the others, just a bit fatigued. Apart from a true deity-level bug that almost made it through the middle of his back, his other injuries weren't all that bad. However, the harvest this time was extremely great. Shi Hao produced the medicine basket. There were sparkling half-ginseng fruits, human-shaped and resplendent. A sweet fragrance wafted outwards, traveling several li into the distance. Everyone's eyes became green. They almost died, but they managed to fill up most of this basket. It truly was astonishing. This type of harvest was unimaginable, definitely exceeding the value of even a true divine medicine. So many. They swallowed their saliva. Shi Hao placed the medicinal basket on the ground and said, "Let's just eat." After saying this, he directly took one out, opening his mouth and taking a bite. Liquid flowed everywhere, releasing shocking fragrance and endless divine radiance that surrounded this place. This is just too extravagant. When those people saw him eat it like a radish, they couldn't hold themselves back either, each taking one. They carefully put it into their mouths. Sweet fragrance immediately pervaded the air, auspicious multicolored light surging. The medicinal effects were astonishing. Lu Yi, who was dying, the heavily wounded Luo Dao, and Lan Yichen with his withered body immediately released roiling radiance, quickly recovering. Sure Hao immediately recovered to the peak, his flesh becoming sparkling, his wounds disappearing. His body was now full of vitality. He reached out a hand. Several black bugs appeared. He released a powerful divine will, forcefully entering their heads to pry into their primordial spirits. However, what left him shocked was that he didn't find any secrets. He only sensed vicious, murderous, and other negative emotions. They were already partly mad, their minds not normal. Could these bugs raise ghost demons? They even want to capture us to turn us into feed. Sure Hao frowned. Pooh! These bugs' heads split apart. They couldn't resist Sure Hao's divine will's pressure. All of them dying. These bugs should have underwent strange changes after living in Immortal Ancient for a long time. All of them abnormal now, becoming like those two crazy heavenly deities. It's just that the symptoms are a bit lighter. Luo Dao said. This Immortal Ancient area is too sinister. Whenever foreign races stay here for a long time, all types of problems would always occur, with strange events happening. Lan Yichen said. Sure Hao began to sort out the divine fruits from inside the medicine basket. They were all incomparably fragrant and releasing beautiful luster. He gave these 3 people some of them. These are, for me? Louis was stupefied. His voice was trembling, feeling greatly moved. This type of thing was just too precious. Luo Dao and Lan Yichen were shocked as well. They never expected Sure Hao to even divide some with them. Even though they had contributed just now, they were after all still just servants. You all wait in the distance. You don't tell me that you are going back? Those individuals' expressions became serious. And no matter what, I have to at least fill up 1 basket. Sure Hao nodded. It's too dangerous. We barely managed to escape. Don't risk it, they advised. Don't worry. These types of divine fruits are extremely important to me. I am going to use them to step on my own path. Sure Hao's voice was resolute, telling them to leave this place. Then he turned into a shadow, rushing back. He stayed outside the formation for a long time. Only after making sure that the divine fruit forest was peaceful again did he enter through the gap in the formation. He stepped into this forest full of wondrous fruits. Sure Hao's actions were fast. He quickly moved through this place to pick divine fruits. Wang. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he still startled this group of black divine bugs. They were furious, turning into a rain of black specks that covered the sky, swarming over. The ghost demons also appeared, roaring towards the sky, and rushing over to attack him. As expected, another life and death struggle broke out. Sure Hao continuously shifted locations, putting his life on the line to pick these half-ginseng fruits. This time, he didn't approach those treetops. He felt waves of alarm from just below. There were at least 3 black divine bugs that were at the heavenly deity level. There were 2 ghost demons that reached this level as well. Only, they had already lost their minds and gone insane, as well as entering a strange state of sleep. If they weren't touched, they didn't move. Ha! When he risked it all and rushed into the depths of the divine fruit forest, his expression suddenly changed, because he discovered that quite a few of the fruits on the trees had disappeared, picked not too long ago. There was someone else like me, successfully picking these fruits? He revealed a look of surprise. Soon after, he discovered something strange. There was a surviving fruit that was unexpectedly avoided by the dark divine bugs. Who is this? It understands the dark divine bug's habits. Sure Hao was shocked. Soon after, he then recalled that the ghost demons only took form with human intervention. Were they truly created by the bugs? Sure Hao shivered inwardly. He didn't have time to think too much. He quickly took action, fiercely resisting the black and sinister bugs. He finally filled up the basket with fruits. At this moment, he truly couldn't hold on any longer. Many of the bugs were divine level. All of them rushed over murderously, some of them breaking through the pill furnace's lightning barricade and smashing against his only heavenly passage. Xianxia coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. He quickly left for the distance. This process was quite difficult, 9 deaths and 1 chance at life. Xianxia felt that he wouldn't come to this place again. A single mistake and he would be leaving his life here behind as well. I've picked enough now. These types of fruits will likely lose their effects after eating too many of them. He quickly left. Heavenly deities roared. Black divine bugs covered the skies. Killing energy roiled, filling this region. Even though it was a rare great medicine, continuously eating it would still lead to it being eventually ineffective. The body would develop a type of immunity to it. He felt like he picked enough of them. Xianxia's entire body was covered in blood, wounds covering his body. When he reunited with Luo Dao and the others, there were still several dozen bugs crawling all over his skin, all of them divine level. Those 3 were shocked until their faces changed greatly. Kill! They took action together to kill them. Let's go! The 4 of them quickly left this region. Filled up a basket with fruits. Xianxia was satisfied. As he looked at the resplendent and fragrant human-shaped fruits, his smile became especially brilliant. He firmly believed that he could ignite many more great Tao divine flames this time. Take that step the ancient people had always searched for but couldn't take, achieving the unmatched Tao result. Just as he acquired an abundant harvest, more and more outsiders were entering the vicious nest, with no lack of unmatched experts among them. This is precisely the nest of one of the vicious 10. It is unordinary after all. Xianxia had arrived. He stood outside this place, gazing forward, about to enter the ancient land. In another area, the dual-pupil user had his hands behind his back, carried by a small silver path into a region. That is 6 Crown King Ning Chuan. Within the ghost forest, mists were hazy. Someone recognized that individual. Ning Chuan wore white clothes. He stood in the hazy forest, surveying the vicious nest. He watched as that place became hazy with primal chaos, the 33 blood moons resting in the sky. It was unknown what he was thinking. His eyes were deep. Xianxia had no idea that there were 3 great experts he knew who were entering this ancient place. All of their destinations the vicious 10's nest. They were about to run into each other. Xianxia's chest was shining, symbols flickering. He quickly moved about in the surrounding region, hurrying towards the inside of the nest. Along the way, all of the mountain rocks, ancient trees, and other exploded into pieces. Even the mountains themselves split apart when they were swept through by the symbols from his chest. The dual-pupiled user, Xianxia, looked forward. All of the mists and natural Tao became clear. He calmly walked forward, exuding unmatched confidence as he headed into the secret earth. Within his dual pupils, the sun and moon swirled, stars shattered. This type of scene was extremely shocking. When those along the way saw this, all of their expressions became serious, coughing out blood continuously as they stepped backwards. 6 Crown King Ning Chuan's white clothes made him look as if he was from a different world. When he took a step out, it was as if the stars moved, time flowed, and the void changed. He was like a reincarnated immortal king as he entered this mysterious ancient place. This wasn't the first time he came, only in the past he never received much of a harvest. This time he was determined to succeed. The sinner's blood descendant is also here. I'll just get rid of him along the way. His expression was calm. He had a bracelet in hand that was gentle and beautiful. There was a scarlet translucent bird beak, a purple sparkling scale, clam pearl, beast tooth, and others, 6 types of divine objects in total. This was an extremely formidable secret treasure. This bracelet had 6 terrifying primordial symbol bones, able to display astonishing power. It was because regardless of whether it was the bird beak, beast tooth, clam pearl, or other things, they were all the symbol bones of the most powerful exceptional talents. They could display the most powerful divine abilities before their deaths. This bracelet alone was enough to suppress all enemies in this world. He previously had others bring this bracelet into Sin Province's spirit realm, having them use it to kill Xianxia. However, due to those people's individual strengths being lacking, Unable to activate the precious bracelet to its full potential, they were killed instead. At this moment, a faint smile had risen from the corners of his lips, auspicious and peaceful. The bracelet released light, pointing towards the depths of the secret place. It sensed the blood energy of Sinner's blood descendant, discovering some traces. Sure how and the others left that strange place. Those several tens of thousands of corpses all disappeared, and the rotting aura vanished as well. We finally made it out. I never want to return again. Even though Lu Yi obtained some divine fruits, he still didn't want to take a step inside of that place again. Luo Dao and Lani Chen felt similar feelings. That horde of bugs were powerful and sinister, their numbers too great. There was just no way to fight against them all. No one wanted to turn back. Our harvest isn't small. Obtaining divine fruits. After calming down, all of them felt quite satisfied. In the mountain region, there were many ancient trees, their branches and leaves swaying about. The blood suns hung high up in the sky, scattering down dazzling scarlet light. Hong! Suddenly, a great imprint suddenly slammed over. It flowed with brilliant colors and was as large as a mountain. It surrounded their group, its weight over tens of thousands of pounds. Moreover, there were other magical artifacts that shone with divine multicolored radiance. These weapons attacked at them murderously. They were being attacked. Sure how released a cold snort. He had long sensed them. He brought Lu Yi and shifted out several thousand zhang. As for Luo Dao and Lani Chen, they had sensed something as well, directly avoiding this attack. Pong! Random stones tumbled about in their original location. The mountain region split apart. Vigilance is quite commendable. A group of people arrived from the other side of the mountain region. There were more than 10 people, all of them humanoid creatures, but most of them weren't humans. Some of them had wings, some had 4 ears. All of their auras were flourishing greatly. You all were able to pick divine fruits? A humanoid creature with an alligator tail asked. Correct, Luo Dao replied. When these people heard this, their eyes flashed with radiance. Greed and expectant looks disappeared with a flash. However, they were truly quite strong, their blood energy flourishing. All of them were extremely shocking without a single weak member. When we were outside, we saw a divine tree forest, feeling that it was right around here. We were just about to go pick them, but you all got there first, the alligator-tailed creature asked. There are still a lot left there, Louis said. Just now, they had suffered an ambush, so there was resentment in his heart. He wanted to see these people head there out of greed and get attacked by those black bugs from all sides. What is your intention? Lani Chen said coldly. We are willing to purchase the divine fruits from your hands. When this sentence was spoken, the others' mouths carried smiles. They were looking forward to what was to come, only their looks were a bit frightening. Not selling. Sure how walked forward. These people clearly wanted to take advantage of them and steal their divine fruits. Forget about them, even if it were ancient freaks who came, they would still have to fight to get them. Dao friends, aren't you showing us too little face? We are kind-heartedly offering to buy them. Yet you aren't even asking for the price, directly refusing us. One of them spoke with a cold voice. And kind of thing are you? How much is your face worth? Get lost. Sure how ruthlessly berated. Not knowing the difference between good and bad, the humanoid creature with an alligator tail said coldly. The other creatures' faces fell as well. Hong! Those people walked forward, forcing their way over. The ones in the lead were unexpectedly all the most powerful experts of a province. They erupted with astonishing fighting prowess. A group of savages? Do you feel regret now? Someone said coldly, using power to intimidate them. Even though you all are the most powerful experts of a province, there are only 3 or 4. That's just too few. We even ate 7 or 8 exceptional talents. Lani Chen laughed loudly. Hong! A battle erupted. As a result, the faces of this group of people immediately changed. They were already quite the powerful alliance, with 3 or 4 experts that were at the top of their respective provinces. They led more than 10 extremely powerful individuals, yet they ended up kicking a metal board. Sure how took action, killing 2 of their leaders, and then he retreated to the side. "It's a misunderstanding," someone cried out loudly. "There are no misunderstandings." Luo Dao and Lani Chen took action, wiping them out, not leaving a single person alive. N. A stone-inscribed diagram. While cleaning up the battlefield, they obtained a stone-inscribed diagram that was extremely ancient. This stone-inscribed diagram had a blood moon in the sky and stars flickering about. 10 suns rested side by side. It was precisely the scene of the vicious nest. Luo Dao sent out a strand of divine will, carefully inspecting this diagram. It immediately changed, unexpectedly releasing strands of mists. It was extremely mysterious, unexpectedly revealing inscribed fragments one after another. Is this a map of the vicious nest's interior? Luo Dao was immediately shaken up. He never expected these people to have such an ancient diagram on them. Lani Chen also hurried over after hearing this, revealing a look of pleasant surprise. This ancient map had many lines on it that extended out within the vicious nest. It truly did look like a roadmap. There had always been a rumor that were a few vicious nest ancient diagrams scattered throughout Immortal Ancient. By having an ancient map in hand, one could avoid many dangers and find places of natural luck. No one knew how many ancient diagrams were scattered throughout Immortal Ancient, but whenever a stone-inscripted diagram was found, a great battle would ensue. "It truly is a great natural luck," Louis laughed loudly. "Indeed. However, it is dangerous to even hold onto this diagram. Once others find out, there will definitely be many people who will rise up to seize it." Lani Chen said. It was to the extent where unmatched exceptional talents would stand guard outside the vicious nest to intercept those entering it, inspecting them to see if they had any ancient diagrams, and then use bloody means to acquire them. "What is it?" Lani Chen asked. "Nothing, let's go," Shihao said. He thought back to that medicine left behind in the divine forest that could actually avoid the black divine bugs. In the following few days, they continuously searched about around the outer regions, heading from one place to another. Unfortunately, they didn't encounter any more great natural luck. Shihao felt rather regretful. Before entering, he saw an ancient palace floating above a river of life. There were scripture sounds and great Tao symbols moving about. Unfortunately, no matter how he looked around or how many regions he entered, he didn't see it. Along the way, they saw many ancient medicines. Shihao had to admit that the lower realm was too different from this place. The spiritual essence was rich, and even though there were many wondrous medicines, it was difficult for them to evolve into holy medicines, etc. It is Immortal Ancient after all. It's not too strange for spiritual medicines to cover the ground. They experienced many battles during the past few days and swept through many individuals who harbored bad intentions. They no longer wasted any time, now starting to head towards the vicious nest. Fallen Immortal Ridge, a place they couldn't avoid if they wanted to enter the vicious nest. What laid behind it was precisely the ancient earth permeated with chaotic energy. Shihao and the others arrived here. The mountain range here rose and fell, the earth and stones all a dark red color. Rumor has it that in the last great era, an immortal died here, dying in front of this vicious nest, its blood covering the mountain range in redness. There was this type of rumor, unknown if it is true or false, that the immortal blood essence didn't scatter away, but was instead absorbed by the vicious nest, retained within. That might be shocking natural luck. Fallen Immortal Ridge, this place wasn't small. There were figures everywhere. Quite a few individuals were heading towards the heart of this place. Shihao and the others moved through this boundless mountain region. They didn't rush into the vicious nest, instead moving within the mountain region where ancient trees towered into the heavens. They carefully sensed everything here. In the distance, symbols flourished, streaking across the skies, roaring over. Many of the mountain rocks and ancient trees on the ground collapsed. With a hong sound, a youth descended. With him at the center, silver-colored ripples moved outwards one after another. It was incomparably terrifying, forming a domain that almost made the void collapse. Everyone in the surroundings were horrified, staring at him. Qin Clan's dual bone supreme being. Someone's expression changed, recognizing this individual. It was precisely Qin Hao. He had walked for a few days in the outer region, obtaining some natural luck as well. He decided that he was going to pay the vicious nest a visit. Qin Clan's young supreme being. I wonder if that is just a fake reputation. Rumor has it that one of the bones in his body originally belonged to his older brother, something that was given to him. I also heard that he had an older brother who gave his bone to Qin Hao. Only then did he obtain his present fame for fighting prowess. A few individuals spoke softly from far away. When they saw him, they revealed strange expressions. Hang! Qin Hao released a cold snort. He coldly looked into the distance. His divine senses were extremely sharp, hearing those individuals' words. Immediately afterwards, with him at the center, an expanse of resplendent silver-colored symbols spread outwards. With a Hong sound, they landed in that region, causing those creatures to completely explode. These types of methods, cold-blooded and ruthless and extremely powerful, shocked everyone in the surroundings. What are you all gossiping about behind my back? If you have the skills, then say it in front of my face. Qin Hao coldly spoke. He wore long life battle clothes that flickered with metallic luster and divine multicolored light, making him look valiant and formidable. Everyone kept quiet out of fear, feeling that he was too powerful. Just a single precious technique, yet it immediately wiped out more than 20 experts. All of their hearts were trembling. And Qin Hao stared blankly, his mind sensing something. He stared towards the depths of the mountain ridge, feeling a resplendent blood energy there that surged like a sea. An extremely powerful king? Let me see which side's saint it is. His expression was calm as he walked forward. With a few steps, his figure disappeared into the mountain forest. How powerful! Too terrifying. Worthy of being a supreme being with two bones. After his older brother gave him his own bone, an unmatched monster was produced. A few people sighed, feeling that Qin Hao wasn't someone they could fight. He was just too strong. Clear springs murmured. Ancient pines rustled about. Within a mountain region, Shi Hao, Luo Dao, and the others weren't walking too fast. They were observing fallen Immortal Ridge as they proceeded, not moving too fast or too slow. Qin Hao rushed over, appearing in the mountain forest. He saw these people under ancient trees from a plateau. His pupils rapidly shrunk, staring at a rear figure. Why did this person seem so familiar? That type of aura, so similar. Shi Hao turned around. Right now, his true appearance was exposed. Qin Hao naturally recognized his original appearance with a single glance. What? How could it be you? Qin Hao released a loud cry. He took a few great steps backwards, his face full of shock, not daring to believe what he was seeing. In the mountain region, the ancient trees were especially tall, the roots bold and upright as they protruded from the ground. A creek flowed between the ancient trees, the water peaceful and silent. It made this place appear even more serene. This? Impossible! Qin Hao's voice was trembling, as if he was seeing a living ghost. He just couldn't believe that he saw that person from the past. Shi Hao's face was calm as he looked at him. What a powerful youth! Such a terrifying aura. His body's blood energy is like that of a dormant true dragon. Lu Yi was extremely shocked as he looked at Qin Hao. His heart was feeling great concern. You are still alive. Qin Hao's chest was rising and falling greatly, his breathing a bit rushed, so one could see just how shaken up he was inside. His eyes were widened as he stared endlessly at Shi Hao. Shi Hao looked at him for a while, and then said, "Shouldn't you call me Big Brother after seeing me?" When Qin Hao heard his say this, he was finally sure that it was that person from the lower realm. It was his older brother, and he was still alive in this world, not dead yet. It was hard to imagine how someone who had lost his supreme being bone, had his essence blood exhausted, and was already buried under yellow earth could revive. This was just too outrageous. Qin Hao was a bit stupefied as he looked at Shi Hao. This truly was strange. The figure that had already become blurry in his heart actually appeared before him again. This is your brother? Lani Chen was shocked. He thought pensively to himself. Qin clan's two-bone supreme being? He seems extraordinary after all, just the naturally exuding spiritual essence alone so great, as if a divine furnace was burning. Luo Dao nodded. They knew Hao's real identity and understood quite a bit. That was why they immediately guessed who the one wearing the long life battle clothes was. Beneath the ancient trees, the creek moved past those tree roots, but no fishes could be seen. It was a bit desolate. What? After all this time, you even forgot this older brother of yours? Hao looked at the other party and asked. After several years, Qin Hao had already grown taller, his shining long-life battle clothes releasing a mysterious radiance. His black hair danced about in the wind, his facial features fine. There was a heroicness to his appearance as well. Now, his cultivation had increased, becoming the young supreme being of a clan, using his two bones to suppress all sides, sweeping through everyone before him. He had a great reputation, overlooking the crowd. Big brother. Qin Hao spat out these words. His face gradually calmed down, but his mind was still truly shaken. He never would have imagined that they would reunite here. He could sense that his own brother became even stronger, not only cultivation-wise, but a type of formless potential power, like a dragon hiding beneath a pool. This type of aura, that type of potential, was not something a normal person could sense. It could erupt at any moment, just like an ancient wind, a dormant wind that could immediately soar through the sky and into the 9 heavens. Now, Hao was already a bit over 19. His figure was tall and slender, his appearance heroic. His expression was calm. The only thing unchanged were his pupils that were clear and pure. Only, occasionally, when they opened and closed, there would be sparkling light that would flow out, releasing a powerful wave of strength that would make others' hearts tremble. Qin Hao, in front of his older brother's face, felt great emotions stirring within him. Not bad, you grew up, your cultivation improving greatly, now enough to overlook an area. Hao nodded. He had been sizing up the younger brother of his before himself this entire time as well. Father and mother, if they knew you were still alive, they would definitely be happy. I never thought that we would reunite again, Qin Hao said. He adjusted his state of mind, having himself calm down. As the dual-bone supreme being, his expression would not even change before a heavenly deity. But today's events were too abnormal. Father, mother, are they still well? I truly wish to meet them, Hao said. They are still well. Only, you arrived in the higher realms, so why didn't you come looking for us, to see them? Qin Hao asked. Would I be able to go? Hao revealed a faint smile. Then his gaze became forceful. He looked towards the void, through Immortal Ancient and towards those in the outside world. I previously learned that my grandfather had been imprisoned, and then exiled to the cursed fiend island to mine divine materials. If grandfather wasn't fortunate enough, luckily able to escape through a fluke, if not for father later on rushing out, something unexpected might have truly happened. Hao's voice wasn't loud, but it was forceful. He stared into the void, saying, Qin clan, there are some who are stopping me. In the outside world, many people saw his eyes through the monument. They were especially resplendent, as if they were feeling a mountainous pressure. Apart from mother's bloodline, there are some within Qin clan who truly deserve to be killed. If you still remember grandfather, you cannot be lenient in the future, Hao said. However, in the outside world, Qin Yining's eyes were filled with tears. When she saw her sons reunite, even though she felt excited, there was sorrow as well. She glared angrily towards a group of people from the Qin clan. Too many things happened during these past few years, immediately causing all types of feelings to well up within her. It was difficult for her to calm down. She was experiencing joys and sorrows, her heart rising and falling violently. Xiling glanced backwards towards some people from the Qin clan. He didn't say a single word, but his eyes were incomparably cold. Luo Dao, Lani Chen, and Lu Yi could feel just how many things had happened before between these two brothers. It actually involved the powerful and glorious Qin clan. They were left momentarily speechless. I will get to the bottom of it, Qin Hao said. In the outside world, it was difficult for everyone to calm down. Even though they knew Hao's identity, that he came from the lower realm, the reunion of these two brothers still left them quite shocked. A pair of supreme beings. How terrifying was this? The surname Shi. How formidable of a clan is this? Even though their ancient country in the higher realms has been wiped out, two formidable figures have appeared in this world. Someone sighed softly. Fire Cloud Cavern, Luofu True Valley, and the other inheritance's expressions all became unkind. This was not some good news for them. Someone frowned, feeling worried for Six Crown King. He was currently hurrying over. If he met the two of them, that would not be a single sinner's blood descendant, but rather a pair. Big brother, it is good that you were able to survive. We can have a reunion, Hao said. Perhaps their names made it so, perhaps it had always been like this, or perhaps due to other reasons. Even though he expressed his intimacy, it wasn't as enthusiastic as how it was when family members normally reunited. Big brother, how did you end up surviving? Hao asked. This was not something only he was confused about, it was something many people wondered about. Back then, Hao died in battle, and many people in the lower realm personally saw how weak he was, how he was heading for death. Xiling and his wife even more so buried him, protecting that grave for more than half a year. In the end, he unexpectedly arrived in the higher realms several years later, surviving. My fate is great. The heavens wanted to take me, but couldn't bring me away. Hao laughed. There was quite a bit of bitterness in this process. He had struggled in the ice-cold grave, finally making it through and ultimately reviving. In the outside world, someone inside of a bronze palace frowned. Back then, Hao suffered from their sect's tyrannical green rust curse. Normally speaking, he should have definitely died, yet he was actually able to stick it through. Grandfather, how is he? I've been looking for him this entire time, but there haven't been any clues. Hao asked. He's good as well. I've reunited with him, Hao said. In reality, Grandpa 15 also entered Origin Sky Secret Realm and saw Hao. However, Hao couldn't recognize him back then and stood with the Qin clan, so the situation wasn't all that peaceful. Then that is good. When I come out, I will pay grandfather a visit. Hao nodded. At that moment, Hao really wanted to ask about Amon. He remembered how that young lady broken-heartedly wept for him as she took care of him, telling him not to close his eyes, not to lose his memories, wishing for him to get better. At this moment, his heart was stirring with emotions. Only he was worried what kind of unforeseen events would happen if he seriously asked. Once his strength was great enough, he could pay Qin clan a visit himself to ask for someone. Let's go and head inside the vicious nest together. We'll take a look around fallen Immortal Ridge along the way as well, Hao said. Hao felt a bit of hesitation, but after a slight pause, he nodded. He then followed at Hao's side, heading forward together. Only the atmosphere was a bit awkward as they walked together. There was an awkward silence. After a long time, Hao raised his head and said, Big brother, many creatures have now arrived. We should hurry a bit. After looking around fallen Immortal Ridge, we'll head for the vicious nest. That's fine. Hao nodded. Hao's feet shone, and with a single step, he moved past the mountain ridge, his speed fast to the extreme. Luo Dao was moved. The other person looked like he was chasing stars and overtaking the moon, moving so far so easily. He had quite the methods. Louis laughed bitterly. This was all done by just a single step. If he truly wanted to move fast, how would he be able to catch up? Hao's body shone, and then symbols were released, bringing this group forward, following along. Hao revealed a strange look. The other person brought the others with him, yet still had this type of speed, following along right by his side. The Kuan Peng technique really is extraordinary. Big Brother's speed has exceeded the limits of the divine flame realm. Hao spoke. His chest shone, and bone text swirled about, wrapping around his entire body like armor. It increased his speed, bringing him through fallen Immortal Ridge. Without saying anything, he similarly increased his speed, continuing to move right beside him, not staying half a step behind. Qin Hao's mind was shaken. He gave his older brother beside him a look, feeling that the Kuan Peng technique really was hard to surpass. It was worthy of being one of the world's greatest movement techniques. He continuously increased speed, but was still unable to break free from those at his side. He found it difficult to remain calm. Older brother, how about we exchange some pointers? Suddenly, Qin Hao spoke to his older brother Shi Hao. He felt complicated emotions that were hard to describe. However, there was one thing that was clear. He truly wished to surpass his older brother. Shi Hao was shocked. He gave him a look and said, "We're getting close to the vicious nest, so there might be a great battle. There's no reason to waste energy here. It is just to verify what we have learned. Didn't we come to Immortal Ancient to increase our strength?" Qin Hao persisted. "All right." Shi Hao didn't make things too hard for him. Without saying another word, his figure stopped. Qin Hao's eyes flourished, symbols swirling around his body, and then they erupted, forming a starry stream of radiance that moved about his body. He released astonishing battle intent. And, suddenly, Shi Hao sensed something, and then he stopped, staring in a direction. In the distance, a youth stepped out from the void and arrived, traveling through fallen Immortal Ridge, powerful and confident, rushing over with extreme speed. This aura was something that was difficult for Shi Hao to forget. Back then, he had fought a desperate struggle against this person, fighting until his spirit was weary and strength exhausted. Blood splashed throughout heaven and earth. It was the most difficult great life and death battle he had fought after emerging into the world. Shi Hao's eyes burned like a torch, staring into the distant mountains. That person's figure flourished with heroicness, overlooking the world below the heavens. There was a wave of unmatched confidence. Within his eyes, the sun was destroyed and the moon sunk. Starry streams vanished. The scene was incomparably terrifying. Shi, it was unexpectedly him. In the past, this was Shi Hao's greatest enemy, as well as the target he cultivated so bitterly from his youth to surpass. After the Void God Realm's life and death great battle, only after he himself was half crippled did he cut down the other party. Only after nursing his health for half a year did he recover. At this moment, the dual-pupiled Shi also discovered him. The one from Heavenfall Province was you after all. You survived and arrived in the higher realms. Shi Hao stood below the ancient trees as he stared at the person standing on the mountain peak. He released a great sigh. Previously, he heard on Fiend Island that exceptional talent Li Yunsong was greatly defeated by a dual-pupil user, and back then, he already developed suspicions that it might be this person. Today, everything was confirmed. I knew someone like you wouldn't have died so easily in the lower realm. Sure enough, you tenaciously made it through and reached the higher realms. Shi sighed softly. His battle clothes swirled with gentle radiance, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. His eyes were deep, with great stars changing and chaotic energy hazy within. The scene was astonishing, extraordinary, and divine. Shi was extremely handsome, his build tall and sturdy. His temperament was outstanding, and even though he was just casually standing there, one could still tell with a single look that this was a dragon or phoenix among men. These two spoke up at the same time, and the words they spoke were similar, giving others a strange feeling. Was this some kind of tacit understanding? They were quite far from each other, looking face to face from the distance. There was originally an expanse of ancient primitive trees with enormous rocks laying in disarray between them. Yet in the end, under a formless type of domain, they silently turned into powder. This was especially the case when a mountain broke apart inch by inch, disappearing before everyone's eyes. This was horrifying. There was a mountain of distance separating the two. Yet as soon as they met face to face, the auras they naturally exerted produced this frightening result. Shi Hao's expression was calm, but his heart was shaken up. His former enemy, his cousin from the same clan, had become even more frightening. He looked at Shi, discovering that his pupils were extremely deep. He couldn't see any dual pupils. They might be on the verge of merging. He had seen the gray-clothed dual-pupiled woman in the lower realm's medicine capital, and he had seen how her divine gaze was clear, her pupils returning to one. He could tell how she was different from normal people. That woman's figure was unmatched, her might oppressing everything under heaven. She had said that when the dual pupils reached their peak, they would return to being one, but could also produce the dual pupils again, could be advanced to the limit. And now, Shi had clearly stepped onto this unmatched path. There were many creatures here, all of them here for the vicious nest. They discovered that something strange was happening, and so all of them hurried over. It was one thing when they saw Luo Dao and Lani Chen, but when a few people saw Shi, all of their minds were shaken up. They felt as if their eyes had entered a mysterious universe. The scene in his eyes was just too terrifying. Stars swirled about one after another, carrying mists, changing within a desolate cosmos to recreate heaven and earth. How shocking of a creature was this, unexpectedly appearing in front of a single person. The more one looked at him, the more they felt like their souls were sinking, developing an urge to bow down and kowtow. Pooh! A few powerful experts coughed out blood and took steps backwards, using their powerful wills to withdraw from this type of situation. Their hearts were incomparably horrified. This person was not someone they should be looking into. There were a few who couldn't control themselves, standing in place like they were in a stupor. There were some who directly collapsed in the mountain forest. What a terrifying individual! The nearby experts all shivered inwardly, feeling incomparably cold. They no longer dared to casually send out their divine senses, not daring to stare into his eyes. After a wind blew past, everyone felt like they were being suffocated. This mountain area was completely changed, an incomparably great pressure now filling this place. It was as if a true dragon and an ancient phoenix were confronting each other, about to carry out a decisive battle. "You all back up for now," Shi said. He warned Luo Dao and the others not to stand by his side. "Little brother, you are still quite strong. Strong to the extent of surpassing my expectations. You really are still outstanding." On the mountain peak, Shi spoke. His battle clothes shone, making his entire body appear sparkling and resplendent. His voice was calm without any resentment or anger. At this moment, he seemed to have transcended. He was calm, collected, and confident. His bearing was exceptional. "You also exceeded my predictions," Shi said. He had never underestimated the dual pupils, to the extent where it could be said that he attached great importance to him, treating him like a great enemy. When he was young, he only had a single enemy, and that was Shi. It could be said that he had also become the only target that he made the firm resolution to surpass. Ever since then, he had never had another target like that. At that time, Shi truly was strong. Compared to himself, who had lost his supreme being bone and didn't have anything, he was an insurmountable figure. Shi had a supreme being bone, and he even had dual pupils, a matchless youth. His might suppressed all heroes of the 8 regions, with no one being his match. For the sake of surpassing him, he cultivated bitterly, devouring the true supreme water that couldn't be drunk in the 100 shattering mountains, and even at the sand of the immortal spring. He was like a madman, doing everything he could just to surpass Shi. Shi's strength was evident. To force Shi how to treat him with such seriousness, this type of honor might be extremely rare in the future. Only Shi was still defeated, killed in the void god realm by the little stone. He had underestimated Shi how, never even having the time to use his own supreme eye technique. There were other reasons as well, but in the end, he still lost. It was precisely after that battle when the little stone rose up, his might inspiring awe throughout the world, establishing his unmatched belief. He took his first step onto a glorious, undefeated path. Kacha! The 2 stones met again, both sides surging with bone texts. A blazing streak of divine radiance erupted in the void, making the space itself seem like it was on the verge of collapse. This was a clash between those at the peak, and even more a formless type of confrontation. The 2 stones met again. Waves stirred crazily between heaven and earth, startling all creatures in fallen immortal ridge. All of them were greatly shaken up. They looked towards this direction with expressions of disbelief. It was because this type of formless fluctuation was too terrifying, making everyone's hearts tremble. Their bodies couldn't help but shake. "You are that dual-pupil Shi?" Xianxia spoke. He took a step outwards, arriving in the void. He looked at the outstanding male on the opposing mountain peak. "You should call me older cousin." Shi had a warm smile on his face as he said. Xianxia's eyebrows jumped. "Even someone who my older brother has cut down before is deserving of me calling an older cousin? Regardless of whether it was victory or defeat, whether we are hostile against each other or not, I am still your older brother. You should call me your older cousin regardless of feelings or reason." Shi's face was calm, his eyes as deep as an ocean. "Dual pupils. I have long heard of you and wanted to fight someone like you. Do you dare fight against me?" Xianxia spoke. The atmosphere immediately changed. Originally, he still wanted to exchange pointers with Shi, but now, someone from the same clan, for the sake of becoming the king of supreme beings, he now wanted to fight against Shi. "You are still young. Wait another 3 years. Just watch my decisive battle with your older brother from the side," Shi said. Xianxia's eyes surged with radiance, his entire body erupting with symbols. Terrifying energy overflowed into the heavens, sweeping over like a wave, making this ancient place tremble. At this moment, all of them heard their conversation, feeling incomparably horrified. These were all people from the same clan. They all came from the lower realm, all from the Stone Clan. We know who they are. Heavens! A single place that produced 3 supreme beings, is this real? It is a bit too unreal. How are others even supposed to live? Fallen Immortal Ridge was in an uproar, triggering a huge commotion. At this moment, forget about this place. Just the sects of the outside world were greatly shaken up, watching this scene with stupefied expressions. Was there still normal reasoning in this world? A single clan producing 3 supreme beings, what kind of glory was this? How could this even be described with words? This was an extremely shocking event that made people from all sects stupefied. These powerful youths had collided, having blood relationship. If they walked together and joined hands, who could match this power? The entire immortal ancient would be overturned. It was difficult for all sects to calm down, all of their minds in chaos. This was just too heaven-defying. It all came from the same bloodline, the Stone Clan. It made the sect masters of all different clans' eyelids jump. Every sect felt jealous. If this type of thing happened in their own clans, then that would definitely be a glorious thing. Their clan would definitely rise up with incomparable glory. The only fortunate thing was that these 3 didn't get along, to the extent where they were opposed to each other. There might be a great life and death battle between them. I hope they can start fighting. Otherwise, 6 Crown King is currently heading there. So once he arrives, it won't be good. Many people felt worried. Immortal Ancient, Nest Realm. Ning Chuan's clothes were snow white, his feet not touching the ground. He stepped on flowers and plants to move, appearing incomparably peaceful. He was like an immortal king. Right now, he was already closing in on the ancient land's depths. We pay our respects to 6 Crown King. Along the way, there were some who offered their greetings. They were incomparably moved, their eyes carrying enthusiasm and excitement. This was a group of people, more than 10 of them. They belonged to Fire Cloud Cavern, Phantom Drake Dao Gate, and other sects, all disciples that existed to oppress Sin Province. 6 Crown King was born after heaven and earth gave a command of great fate. He was aloof and detached, and the moment he emerged from his mother's womb, he carried a heavenly diagram on his back, his forehead producing dragon patterns. That night, divine radiance illuminated the sky. 6 Crown King had studied many things, having some relationship with Fire Cloud Cavern, Luofu True Valley, and other great sections. That was why he was viewed as an unmatched hero who possessed the great Tao. Ning Chuan had them rise. His entire body was releasing sparkling splendor. In his hand was a bracelet that led towards a certain direction. His expression was gentle as he said, "The sinner's blood descendant is already not far. I am willing to follow 6 Crown King Great One, assist in the eradication of sinner's blood evil. Someone shouted. There was actually an exceptional talent in this group, but he similarly worshipped, willing to head there together. Six-Crown King Ning Chuan nodded and agreed. Fallen Immortal Ridge was not that far away. They could feel a wave of fluctuation, precisely originating from this confrontation of experts. Ancient trees reached into the skies, creek water murmuring. The mountain ridge was not calm. Many creatures were startled, all of them looking towards this direction. Heavens! Another great character arrived. That's Six-Crown King. This region erupted with commotion, difficult to calm down. Everyone became shocked. An ancient freak king, the one who shocked generations. Ning Chuan appeared. Ning Chuan was surrounded by radiance, his body in snow-colored clothes, even his shoes and socks white, untainted by a speck of dust. His silver hair scattered about, shining brilliantly. His face was handsome to an almost unrealistic level, being prettier than many girls. As he moved forward, the mountainous region was suffused with a rain of light, auspicious and holy. It was as if he came from the immortal realm, refined and otherworldly. He appeared in the world 6 times, each time rising to the top, his divine bravery unmatched, forging an undefeated legend. He was one of the most powerful individuals of the current cultivation realm from past to present. I came for the sinner's blood descendant. Everyone else back off. Ning Chuan's voice was calm. His entire body released divine splendor. Ever since he appeared, everyone became quiet, all of them feeling reverence, wishing to bow down. Six-Crown King Ning Chuan looked towards the mountain region ahead. There were 3 individuals who stood out from the masses, standing at different locations, giving him a strange type of feeling. In his hands, that bracelet released resplendent radiance, pointing forward. Are you all still not going to back off? Those who followed at Ning Chuan's side berated everyone. Moreover, one of them held a bone mirror in hand, loudly shouting, "Sinner's blood descendant, you still aren't going to show yourself? Six-Crown King Great One has personally descended. He is going to protect the Great Tao by killing you. The Great Tao must be protected. Blasphemy will not be tolerated." The others shouted as well, their voices shaking heaven and earth. The power they exuded was oppressive, rumbling like thunder through this region. However, something shocking happened. After that bone mirror shone and divine light swept out, following a Hong sound, heaven and earth trembled. In that mountain region, there were 3 individuals who showed irregular reactions, their foreheads shining incomparably brilliantly. They each released holy radiance, scattering the clouds, all of them engraving a sin character in the heavens. This phenomenon accompanied by great Tao divine sounds. Sinner's blood scattered the clouds, holy light rushing into the sky. What is going on? The one holding the bone mirror was stupefied, his fine hairs standing on end. In the rear, the dozen or so experts who followed were stupefied as well, feeling incomparably shocked. A coldness attacked at their bodies, making them feel a chill running down from head to toe. A single one of these individuals were enough to shock the world, destined to become incomparably powerful. But why did 3 of them appear at the same time? I feel a bit dizzy. I might have seen incorrectly. The voice of the one who was holding the bone mirror trembled, continuously backing up. He was truly scared. 3 sinners' blood descendants, their foreheads all releasing holy light that rushed into the heavens, all of them releasing heaven-shocking irregular scenes. This would make even Six-Crown King Great One suck in a cold breath of air, right? These people naturally felt incomparable fear. The most frightening thing was that those 3 that were originally confronting each other all revealed unkind expressions. They turned around, looking this way. They actually had anger against a common enemy, fallen Immortal Ridge. Right now, what was happening was so shocking those present were trembling with fear and shock. 3 of them, all of them standing in different places. Sinner's blood scattered the clouds, holy light surging into the heavens. 3 sin characters engraved in the void. This was just too dazzling, the irregular scene resplendent. I feel a bit dizzy. Hold me please. I was recently injured badly, And even now, it seems like it hasn't healed yet. My eyes are a bit dizzy. I am actually seeing things after encountering the sinner's blood descendant. When the one holding the bone mirror retreated, those dozen or so followers arrived. Those that were roaring out also felt dizzy, their entire bodies releasing a chill, taking steps backwards. It was because the scene before them was just too shocking. 3 sinners' blood descendants appeared at the same time, standing there and looking over coldly. Anyone would feel a bottomless fear. These people, even though they were powerful and followed Six Crown King, they still felt an urge to faint. This was too unlucky. Why did they end up kicking this type of thick metal board? Six Crown King was powerful enough. If the situation was truly bad, he might be able to escape. However, under the 3 great sinners' blood descendants' pursuit, killing them was as easy as picking vegetables. These people cursed inwardly. It really was an unlucky year. They were clearly coming here to flaunt their heroicness. Yet they ended up encountering this type of inconceivable and terrifying great event. In the mountains, the creatures from all sides finally snapped back to reality. A clamoring immediately erupted from the previous dead silence. What is going on? Heavens, we didn't see incorrectly, right? 3 sinners' blood descendants have rushed into the heavens. How shocking is this? It shocks both the past and present. The crowd was stupefied. This was like something out of a legend. It was rarely seen for just a single sinner's blood descendant like this to appear, unless the sinner's blood ancestors reappeared. Today, this type of scene had a type of toppling characteristic. There were 3 that emerged at the same time, and all of them were brothers, dazzling one's eyes until they were in pain, their heads aching. The group of people were speechless, their hearts feeling indescribably shaken. At this moment, Six Crown King was also speechless. He stood there, looking at this mountain region, truly feeling like he didn't know what to say. He came for a single sinner's blood descendant. Yet in the end, these 3 brothers emerged. What could he even say? It was to the extent where Ning Chuan, who understood the divine and was aware about a strange fate, became a bit suspicious. His own trajectory was not heading in a good direction. Indeed, even someone as powerful as Six Crown King was feeling a bit stupefied. This was something completely unprecedented, making him feel like it was quite bad luck. Things were a bit strange. How did he end up encountering something like this? It was a bit too unreal. Ning Chuan stood there, not moving, confronting the people in the mountain region ahead. A flourishing vitality pervaded the air. At this moment, those of the outside world couldn't remain calm either. The immortal Dao flower's petals revealed the matters within Nest Realm, appearing on the monument. Everyone could see what was happening. Even the sect masters of all sides felt their beards trembling, feeling unrest in their hearts. This type of scene was enough to make them feel speechless, leaving them greatly shocked. This Six Crown King Ning Chuan is too unlucky, right? A heavenly deity said softly. Everyone felt great sympathy, feeling that it was too absurd, almost a bit hilarious. However, after a moment of thought, no one laughed out loud, instead feeling a formless pressure and terror. Stone Clan's 3 brothers, a single bloodline producing 3 supreme beings, even something this grand appeared. If they joined up together, becoming one power, in the future, who in the higher realms 3,000 provinces could contend against them? One was a dual pupil user, one with an immortal bone, and one who underwent supreme being rebirth. Just this thought alone made others' hearts heavy. If they ended up becoming a single inheritance, just this thought alone was suffocating. It was clear that this type of unmatched grand event, if 3 brothers truly walked together, there was going to be a great problem within Immortal Ancient. There was definitely going to be a frightening result. If the 3 of them joined hands, then they would sweep through Immortal Ancient, creating a horrifying scene. They would display the greatest destructive force. If they can come out alive, then once they grow up in the future, there will be another Emperor clan in the higher realms. Someone said with a sigh. When these words were spoken, everyone was startled awake. Their hearts found it hard to calm down. This was definitely a possibility. As long as they didn't oppose each other, then that situation might truly appear. Right now, many people were hoping for the three brothers to fall in Immortal Ancient and not come out. Even if this couldn't happen, the fall of one or two of them was fine as well, changing their clan's fate, as well as changing the situation of the future 3,000 provinces. Otherwise, it would give them great headaches. Fallen Immortal Ridge, the creatures of all sides were greatly moved, nervous and uneasy, but at the same time, feeling agitation and excitement. This was an unmatched battle between heavenly talents. Who are you saying has sinner's blood? On the mountain region, the dual-pupiled Shi spoke. His eyes swirled, releasing precious splendor as he stared at Six-Crown King, and also at those followers. In the void, there was unexpectedly lightning produced. This was not created because of precious techniques, but instead a naturally produced phenomenon that appeared for him. All three of you are, Six-Crown King said. He was a world-shocking heavenly talent who had experienced 6 eras, slaughtering all other cultivators at his level until they were in fear, sleeping from the ancient past until today, so he naturally had his own pride. Even if he was facing 3 great enemies alone today, there was still no way he would withdraw. Is that to say that I am also a sinner's blood descendant? Xianxia laughed coldly. He walked forward, his chest shining. Blood energy overflowed outwards, exuding tremendous pressure. You three with sinner's blood? Do you feel proud of yourselves? Ning Chuan was calm, the radiance he released still intimidating. He spoke calmly and peacefully. Xianxia laughed loudly. He couldn't help but laugh. Not even he thought that this type of scene would appear today. Ning Chuan came to attack him, but encountered all 3 of them. Ning Chuan, you think you are worth shit? Does the great Tao need you to protect it? Do you truly believe that you can represent the will of heavens? Xianxia said coldly. Those following behind said, towards you all, our inheritances precisely represent heaven's will. We are here precisely to suppress descendants of great vicious beings like yourselves who sin and cause chaos. There were some followers who, despite being uneasy, still felt that they couldn't cower back. What sin, what disorder? What part of our blood is unclean? Why don't you explain it for me? Shi asked extremely coldly. His pupils shone, releasing astonishing radiance that exuded a great pressure, making heaven and earth tremble greatly. Ah! That person cried out, not suffering an attack, but feeling as if his soul was going to sink just from being looked at by those eyes alone. His face became pale, and he couldn't help but cry out in horror. Six-Crown King's snow-white sleeve moved. With a light wave, that person recovered. He hurriedly moved back, hiding behind Ning Chuan. A great battle was about to unfold. Ning Chuan was divine like jade, his beautiful face without a blemish. Silver hair hung down to his waist. He faced the 3 great experts alone, walking forward. He took the initiative to take action. His socks and shoes were white, transcending above this world. Hong! When he took action, hazy mists surrounded him. His left hand shone and his speed increased greatly. He grabbed forward, displaying an extremely powerful pressure. This was a great divine ability. His palm turned into the heavens, and with a honglong sound, he slapped downwards, about to suppress and kill his enemies. Hong! Xianxia moved. His eyes were cold. He wore long life battle clothes, displaying a heroic appearance. He pointed forward with his hand, and then in the void, countless ancient trees appeared, seizing the heaven's spiritual essence to break apart that large hand. He came from Immortal Mountain, which was also known as 5 Elements Mountain. He understood the great methods of the 5 elements, and this was a technique of earth. Wang! Heaven and earth trembled, holy radiance illuminating the world. Everyone's hearts trembled. They knew that this battle was definitely going to be recorded in history. Everything they saw today was going to become a major event in bone books. They felt fortunate to be able to witness this themselves. In the skies, ancient trees grew densely, all of them produced by symbols. They crumbled the skies to resist the power of Six-Crown King's palm. Kacha! The mists flowed over, the heavens toppled. That hand formed a heaven and earth, crushing downwards, crushing apart all of the ancient trees created from natural laws. It was slow-moving and powerful, unswerving as it slammed down murderously. And Xianxia shivered inwardly. The other party's casual attack was actually this powerful. Chi! His chest shone, and then a divine rainbow shot into the skies, piercing the heavens, making this place erupt with chaos. A wave of immortal Tao pervaded the air, making the heavens indistinct. Everyone's hearts trembled. When people like this fought, it would definitely split apart heaven and earth, making even ghosts cry out in fear. While feeling great fear, everyone felt a strange excitement as well. How many times would they be able to witness this type of battle strength? Today, they could personally witness it. Wang! A trembling sound rang through the void. The heavens that was pierced through formed a larger hand again, crushing downwards, resolute and unmoving. Even after being destroyed, it could still reform. Xianxia revealed a grave expression. He began to stir on the 5 elements. 5 types of energy erupted. 6 Crown King is truly heroic, sealing the world under the heavens, ruling over the rise and fall of this world. In the rear, someone shouted. It was precisely the one that had been rescued earlier by 6 Crown King's sleeve. Noisy! Shuri turned around, giving that area a look. His eyes shone, and this time he truly attacked. The symbols in his pupils condensed, rushing outwards. Those symbols scattered downwards. Silver light surged, arriving in an instant. It was too fast to avoid. That person frantically used precious techniques to defend himself. At the same time, those around him also took action to help him neutralize this disaster. However, something terrifying happened. Those silver symbols flew over, directly breaking through those precious artifacts. With a hong sound, it made the divine-level secret treasures explode. At the same time, the others' precious techniques were scattered, unable to provide aid. Pooh! A streak of bloody light surged. That individual was pierced through, hacked into 2 in the void as if a blade cleaved through his body, losing his life on the spot. You dare act viciously in front of my face? 6 Crown King turned around. His expression was still calm, but his words carried a type of might, releasing a tremendous pressure. 6 Crown King. What awe-inspiring authority, Shuri said coldly. He stood on the mountain peak without any fear. Ning Chuan abandoned Xianxia and looked at the dual-pupiled user. With a fling of his sleeve, heavenly winds swept about. Immediately, this heaven and earth became dim. A black heavenly wind blew over, enough to make a divine individual's bones and flesh disappear. This was a great divine ability, great interstellar wind. He didn't attack with everything, only releasing a casual attack, yet it formed such a terrifying scene, displaying his unmatched divine figure. Chi! This time, Shuri still didn't move half a step, his eyes shining. However, the golden beam of light that was released formed a wave of tremendous pressure. Following a hong sound, the world distorted, divine light released in 10,000 streaks, making this place erupt with disorder. All types of scenes couldn't be seen any longer, drowned out by the bone texts. Fallen Immortal Ridge, it was unknown just how many people gasped, their hearts trembling greatly. They continuously backed up out of fear of getting caught in the blast wave. They were already quite far away to begin with. When everything calmed down, the 2 of them stood in the void, the mountain region below them in tatters. Truly exceeding my expectations, Ning Chuan said softly. He came for a single sinner's blood descendant. Yet in the end, 2 more great young supreme beings came. You came for me, right? I'll keep you company then. At this moment, Xianxia spoke. He took a step into the void, confronting this individual. Descendants of chaos and sin, I came precisely for you. Ning Chuan spoke. His silver hair shone, pupils like starry streams, sparkling and brilliant. The dragon patterns on his forehead appeared. He was aloof and free from vulgarity, his white clothes exceptional, but exuded an indescribable pressure. As he looked at Xianxia, it was as if a king from an immortal domain descended to carry out judgment. You think you're worth anything? Please stop acting like you are someone important, Xianxia replied. This person was truly quite strong, someone he needed to treat cautiously, because he was powerful to the extent of making all sects' heavenly talents feel despair. The sinner who has the thickest impure blood, you will be suppressed, Six Crown King said. This was the first time he became this serious. Previously, his expression had always been calm. Hong! Along this strike, with a turn of his hands, clouds formed, and then with another flip, rain was produced. His palms and fingers moved, bringing about a wave of crazy winds, as if the pillars that supported the heavens were collapsing. His power was tremendous. Great winds split apart the skies, a rain of light surging outwards. This was just a casual method he released. Ning Chuan had studied many things, visiting all different sects, learning the secret methods of Fire Cloud Cavern, Phantom Drake Dao Gate, and many other sects. He truly had too many precious techniques, proficient in many profound mysteries. Clouds with one turn of the hand, rain with another. Someone cried out. Those clouds carried wisps of chaotic energy, and the rain was from the divine force of Great Een. Now that they merged together, a terrifying attack was formed. This was a terrifying precious technique from Phantom Drake Dao Gate. The so-called clouds from dragons overturning seas and rivers was displayed right here, making this place erupt with commotion. Sure Hao released a cold snort. With a raise of his hand, his palms and fingers shone. He also used a secret method, forming a large dragon. His 5 fingers condensed into a dragon imprint, the loose move he obtained from Origin Sky's secret realm. Hong! A loud explosion sounded between heaven and earth, as if stars were colliding, creating a terrifying destructive force. Clouds rushed upwards, great rain scattered down, and dragon figures soared into the heavens, raising their heads to roar. This was a great clash of precious techniques. No one could see anything, their view drowned out by bone texts. After a long time had passed and the noise disappeared, the bone text scattering, both sides confronted each other, staring from the distance. You wanted to suppress me with just this much? Sure Hao asked. Just a small trick to test things out. If you couldn't even defend against this, then you're better off dying from a flip of my hand. Ning Chuan spoke calmly, recovering his peaceful expression. His attacks against each of these 3 individuals were all tests. Regardless of whether it was the past or present, he always believed that after being unmatched in 6 eras, the 7th will be perfect once again, suppressing all enemies in this world. Sure Hao didn't get angry, continuing to remain calm and collected. He had never been weaker than another, so how could he become intimidated by this? I just fear that in the end, it'll be me who kills you with a flip of my hand. At the same time, Qin Hao walked through the void, forcing his way over. Who do you think you are? Randomly taking action, fighting against whoever you wish. I am here to kill you. He had a competitive heart, or else he wouldn't have wished to exchange pointers with his older brother, and then fight a great battle against Shuri. Now that 6 Crown King descended with such domineeringness, how could he endure it? He wanted to fight. The void trembled. Shuri walked over step by step, his black hair falling down like a waterfall, eyes resplendent as he said, I originally didn't have any karma with you, but you dare say what sinner's blood descendant in front of my face, how Stone Clan has sinned. I can only kill you now. He came here for me, Sure Hao said, forcing his way forward. Let me. None of you are allowed to fight over this with me. Qin Hao shouted, rushing forward, not allowing the 2 others to take action. He wanted to fight a great battle against 6 Crown King. This scene left everyone speechless. Fallen Immortal Ridge. No one knew what to say, their hearts feeling great alarm. Who was this? 6 Crown King, someone who sealed the world under heaven, his might oppressing all others at this cultivation level. Who didn't fear him? Yet today, these 3 individuals actually wanted to kill him. This left everyone present speechless. When had Ning Chuan, who had moved unhindered from past to present, unmatched in 6 eras, become like this, being looked down on like this by others? This was something completely unprecedented. Without a doubt, Stone Clan's 3 brothers were domineering, all of them possessing a powerful conviction and arrogance, believing firmly in themselves, not like others who saw Six Crown King as someone heavier than a mountain, higher than the sky. All right, don't lose any face for Stone Clan. This little six kid will be left to you. Shuri stopped, his face carrying a look of amusement, his words de-emphasizing the situation. When this sentence was spoken, all sides became silent. Little six kid? How could these three words even leave anyone's mouth? This was directly slandering one of the most powerful experts from past to present. So many people crawled under Ning Chuan's feet. Yet in the end, this dual-pupiled user directly gave him this little six kid title. It was just too humiliating. How was Ning Chuan supposed to endure this? Qin Hao chuckled a few times, looking a bit different from his normally taciturn character. He then slaughtered his way over. Sure Hao also laughed. He was deeply aware of how cunning this older cousin of his was. His mind profound, any random sentence enough to erase all of the unmatched fame Six Crown King had accumulated from 6 eras. These 3 words were definitely going to become what many people were going to call Ning Chuan in secret. For those who hated and feared him, using this name to vent out their feelings might carry quite the destructive force. Truly lacking in confidence, using small tricks to disturb my mood. It's futile. Ning Chuan remained calm, not taking it to heart at all. Little six kid, accept death. Qin Hao screamed outwards, taking action. He immediately used a great divine ability. Even in the outside world, the cultivators from all sects were speechless. Ning Chuan, whose appearance was divine like jade, his power oppressing all others from past to present, was actually being addressed in such a manner. Hong! 5 elements light erupted, the world's most fundamental elements appearing. They forced a divine ring, crushing towards Ning Chuan to lock him down here. It was clear that even someone as powerful as Ning Chuan, when facing Immortal Mountain's sect-suppressing art, couldn't just easily brush it away. He also had to use a great divine ability. Wang! Qin Hao's long life battle clothes shone, complementing Immortal Mountain's secret art, increasing the technique more than just a few times. This scene was extremely shocking. Even Ning Chuan couldn't help but be startled. His palm and fingers shone, blasting outwards, treating this opponent seriously. Wasn't there enmity between them? They were still confronting each other not long ago, about to tear each other apart. Now, they are actually joining hands. The sinner's blood descendants are standing together. This is not looking good at all. In the rear, Ning Chuan's followers spoke softly, feeling a chill run down their backs. They were now extremely worried. Even daring to say the words, sinner's blood, in front of our faces. I feel like letting you all live is the true sin. Shuri spoke. The battle clothes on his body shone. No one thought that he would speak out like this and even take action. Dual-pupiled user, known as an undefeated legend. He was extremely intimidating, and when he spoke, he already closed in with a great halberd in hand, sweeping it through the masses. Not good. These people felt great fear, doing everything they could to resist, hoping to last until Ning Chuan could provide aid. They believed that Six Crown King definitely wouldn't just watch without doing anything. However, Shuri was just too powerful. With a wave of the great halberd, heaven and earth split apart, immediately hacking apart an expanse of bloody mist. 8 or 9 individuals cried out miserably, their precious artifacts destroyed and divine abilities scattered. Their bodies were cleaved through. Chi! At the same time, the dual pupils shone. As if heaven and earth were opening, 2 terrifying streaks of light swept outwards, blasting the remaining people into bloody mists, an even more horrifying attack. Ning Chuan was truly moved, but Sure Hao had already moved through the air, his first move immediately the Kuan-Peng technique. He moved through the sky, blocking this place. When the multicolored light scattered, all of the people behind him were killed by the dual pupils. Only a single exceptional talent made it through this disaster. His entire body was covered in blood. His heart was beating crazily as he shifted backwards tens of thousands of zhang. This time, Sure Hao took action because the exceptional talent was a bit closer to him. With a move of his Kuan-Peng wings, like a divine rainbow through the sky, he quickly flew over. Six Crown King, save me. Even though he was a young, outstanding talent, compared to the two stones, he was just too lacking. He was first heavily wounded by Shi, and now he was being pursued by Shi Hao. All the courage he had completely vanished. Pang! Shi Hao didn't give him any opportunity, not waiting for Ning Chuan to come provide assistance. A Kuan Peng fist blossomed, shining with incomparable brilliance, directly blasting him to pieces. At this moment, everyone trembled inwardly. Stone Clan's three brothers displayed their power, each more terrifying than the last. The youngest was fighting against Six Crown King, challenging him while the two bigger ones slaughtered a group of people. This was just too terrifying. A clan with three supreme beings. This is truly frightening. In the mountain region, all cultivators shivered inwardly. If the three of them joined hands, how were others even supposed to live? All sides of Immortal Ancient were going to feel great restraining fear. They could overturn the heavens. What Six Crown King? Should just kill him a bit earlier to simplify things, Shuri said. When these words were spoken, the atmosphere became even more nervous. Actually, I also feel like he is an irksome presence. Instead of giving him a glorious death in battle, just directly slap him to death, Shi Hao said. The two of them echoed each other, making Ning Chuan's brows jump, his gaze cold and forceful. In the outside world, all sects were shaken. Of course, the most worried were Firecloud Cavern, Phantom Drake Dao Gate, and the others. They overlooked Sin Province, seeing it as their life mission to oppress them. When they saw how dazzling Stone Clan's three brothers were, they were all stupefied, feeling their scalps turning numb. Meanwhile, those two big ones were too dangerous, actually wishing to quickly get rid of Ning Chuan. If not for us not knowing if those by the desolate border have all died, unable to tell if they can still return, we would have flattened Sin Province a long time ago and not leave behind a trace of life force. An elder in the outside world with chaotic mists coiling about him was seated within an ancient war chariot, speaking to himself with a divine will others couldn't detect. Great Tao patterns could be seen within those eyes, the scene frightening. Nothing bad will happen to Six Crown King, right? Some people felt worried. These were all individuals closely related to Ning Chuan, people who now felt deeply worried. This type of situation was anything but reassuring, to the extent where it could be said to be terrible to the extreme. I hope Ning Chuan can look down on Immortal Ancient, suppress Nest Realm and kill those three enemies. I believe in Six Crown King's might. He has reigned unmatched in 6 eras, so he naturally has his outstanding points. I want to personally witness his glory, slaughtering all of these sinners' blood descendants. Someone spoke, their eyes blazing as they stared at the monument. Immortal Ancient, Nest Realm. Little cousin, it seems like you are still too young, about to suffer a loss. Shuri moved through the void. He moved forward, ready to take action at any time. On the other side, Shi Hao didn't hesitate either. When facing this type of arrogant person, the best method was being simple and direct, quickly striking him down. I wish to continue fighting with him. Qin Hao was unresigned. Even though he knew that he wasn't Ning Chuan's opponent, he still wanted to continue fighting for a bit. I heard that the best way of entering the vicious nest is through a blood sacrifice. By using the blood essence of an expert as sacrifice, it could open up a mysterious path. His body carries a wave of extraordinary true blood, so I think it won't be that bad of a choice, Shuri said. Perfect as sacrificial material. Shi Hao nodded. With a hong sound, the Kuan Peng wings appeared, rushing forward, displaying the most powerful methods. Chi! At the same time, Shi Yi's eyes widened, terrifying light splitting the sky as they blasted at Ning Chuan. Everyone became shocked. 3 great sinners' blood descendants took action at the same time, their methods reaching into the heavens, making others' souls tremble. Stone Clan's 3 brothers, one more freakish than the next, going to use Six Crown King as a blood sacrifice for the vicious nest, treating him like an offering. Even Luo Dao, Lana Chen and Lu Yi were speechless, all of their jaws dropping. As for the others, there was even less of a need to talk about them. All of them were stupefied. The 3 of them are going to join hands to quickly eliminate Ning Chuan. using him as an sacrificial offering? All of the creatures were petrified like clay sculptures. Many people sensed that Ning Chuan was unlucky, going to fall tragically. As for the outside world, a few people's hearts were already shoved up to their throats. They knew that after encountering these savage three brothers, even Six Crown King would bleed, difficult to stop them alone. Six Crown King Ning Chuan is someone who has shown disdain for his peers both past and present, overlooking the 9 heavens and 10th earth. He will definitely suppress all enemies and kill these sinners' blood descendants. In the outside world, there was someone who said this softly, carrying hope that since Ning Chuan had been unmatched in 6 eras, he was still going to sweep through all those in his path in this one as well. Fallen Immortal Ridge, a great battle was on the verge of breaking out. This was, without a doubt, the battle that drew the most attention in the year and a half since the Battle of 3,000 Provinces began. This involved the contest for supremacy between exceptional individuals. Fallen Immortal Ridge was a place lush with vegetation. The large trees reached into the sky, enormous vines winding about the mountain. The portion of mountain stone that was revealed was a dark red color, rumored to be left behind after being soaked in immortal blood. For great experts stood in the void, exerting their pressure. A terrifying aura pervaded the air, one that became more and more terrifying. Metal chains sounded, ringing between heaven and earth. This sound wasn't all that resounding, nor was it ear-piercing, but it gave others a hair-raising feeling, making their souls unsteady and their breathing about to stop. In the mountain region, all of the observers were shocked, their faces lacking color. They retreated in horror. This was Ning Chuan. His white clothes were exceptional as he stood tall at the center of the stage. A golden symbol flickered and then it took form. A golden chain emerged in his palm. This was quite mysterious. That golden divine chain released sounds of metal clashing as it slowly moved out from his palm, its radiance resplendent. When it took form, it made one's soul tremble and their hearts shake. Everyone felt uneasy, feeling a great fear. They felt like they need to bow down in worship. Heaven's trial. There were people whose lips were trembling with fear as they spoke these words. This was Ning Chuan's powerful precious technique, an unmatched method. In the past, he relied on this technique to suppress who knew how many enemies, forcing outstanding talents of all clans to bow down and kowtow. They couldn't rival Ning Chuan's power at all. Ning Chuan's snow-white clothes were exceptional, making him appear incomparably otherworldly. His entire body released a warm radiance, untainted by the mortal world. His shining silver hair scattered down, his eyes deep, his face refined without the slightest blemish. His entire being exuded an exceptional bearing. The golden divine chain in his right hand smashed downwards, forming a stark contrast with the gentle radiance. It represented a type of unrivaled might. Symbols surged brilliantly. Qin Hao released a cold snort, the one most unwilling to accept this. 5 elements evolve, collapse the heavens and overturn the earth. He released a short shout. Qin Hao was still young. He was always someone who hated losing, carrying a competitive heart. He took the initiative to attack. 5-colored light erupted, turning into 5 immortal swords, flying at Six Crown King to remove his head. Chi-chi sounds rang out continuously, and cracks appeared in the void. Heaven and earth undying. Trial of the great Tao. Ning Chuan said softly. Following Walala sounds, the golden divine chains rose. Fragmented golden light swayed gently, pouring out like waves. Meanwhile, the true chains were incredibly compact, like true dragons as they weaved through this world. Quickly arrived, unexpectedly unavoidable. It first wound about the 5 immortal swords, and then it shot towards Qin Hao, trapping him within a golden-colored world. And Qin Hao was shocked. These golden divine chains looked like it had substance, but it was a chain of divine will, restricting his soul instead of directly attacking at his flesh. Trial of sin and blood. Ning Chuan released a light shout. His entire body erupted with endless splendor, the golden divine chains surging with even more brilliance, covering everything. It surrounded the mountains, trapping Qin Hao within. Qi. Sure Hao took action, helping Qin Hao escape from this attack. At the same time, Sure Yi moved as well. He hacked his palm outwards, saying, "Kill you a bit earlier and use you as a blood sacrifice." Halala. Golden divine chains shone, covering heaven and earth. It was just an instant, yet it extended out several dozen li, winding about like a snake, surrounding everything within several dozen li. Even Sure Hao and Sure Yi were wrapped within, all of them surrounded by the golden symbols. This type of scene was too terrifying, leaving the crowd shivering in fear. Ning Chuan was just a single person, yet he simultaneously attacked 3 great sinners' blood descendants, powerful to a ridiculous level. Hong. Heaven overflowing bone texts erupted. A golden world was formed here, becoming a sea of divine force. Everyone was stunned. The cultivators in fallen Immortal Ridge backed up further and further. A few creatures directly collapsed under the shocking pressure in the forest, their bodies shuddering uncontrollably. Many people were trembling with fear, their souls shaken up. They couldn't help but bow down in that direction. Heaven's trial, the great Tao suppressing enemies. When the divine chains move through the skies, all deities would be suppressed. From the distance, a powerful, exceptional talent sighed. His heart was alarmed and his body was shaking uncontrollably. This type of power left one shivering in fear. It was difficult to defend against. It was rumored that once the golden divine chains appeared, even deities would tremble. This was a trial against all deities, suppressing all experts. In addition, this was not directly used on the flesh, but was an imprisonment of the divine senses, dragging out the soul to face a trial. Ning Chuan towered there, his white clothes fluttering about, aloof and otherworldly. That place was incomparably peaceful, with great Tao flower petals fluttering about, sparkling brightly. He became the center of this world. A golden divine chain extended outwards, winding about a space of several tens of li. Qin Hao struggled angrily. He felt as if his soul was going to leave his body. It was bound by the golden symbols. He struggled with difficulty, but he found it difficult to break free. In the other 2 directions, Sure Hao and Sure Yi's cold snorts sounded. Radiance flourished greatly, bone texts destroyed the skies. Terrifying great earthquakes erupted. They displayed their might. Worthy of being 6-crown king, his exceptional bearing matchless, overlooking past and present. How many people in this present world can compare? He alone has suppressed outstanding individuals for eras until they couldn't raise their heads. Simply impossible to contend against. In the mountain region, someone commented. Many people exclaimed with admiration. This type of method was truly frightening. Who could compete against this type of exceptional style? Hong. Qin Hao's soul was about to be pulled out. He was in an extremely dangerous situation. "Break for me!" Qin Hao roared. Symbols surged from his chest, releasing streak after streak of immortal light. He broke the golden divine chain, temporarily freeing his soul. However, the golden divine chains appeared layers after layers. They wrapped around him again, binding his soul and suppressing him once again. This was a terrifying attack that continuously wore down Qin Hao's magical force, exhausting his foundational energy. When he reached a critical point, a fatal attack would then be added. "Shatter for me!" Qin Hao roared. His chest shone again, about to destroy all of the golden divine chains. However, right at this moment, metallic sounds rang out again between heaven and earth. Ning Chuan's palm also shone. A blood-colored divine chain appeared, similarly resplendent, but it lacked the peacefulness, instead carrying a wave of killing intent. Immediately afterwards, the world became bone-chillingly cold. There was a ruthless and cruel aura. That blood-colored divine chain erupted, quickly shooting outwards to kill its enemies. "Shackles of deities, heaven's trial," Ning Chuan said softly, his voice moving heaven and earth. It was clear that this blood-colored divine chain and the golden divine chain complemented each other. A type of trial and adjudication. It was beyond terrifying. "Oh!" Qin Hao roared, going all out in defense. The golden divine chain bound his soul, about to drag him into the void. Meanwhile, that blood-colored divine chain streaked through the air to crush him to death. Immortal Tao obliteration, Xianxia shouted. At this moment, his chest seemed to contain a small sun. It continuously released light, making his entire being shine resplendently. A type of natural law pervaded the air. It was incomparably great, shocking everyone in fallen Immortal Ridge. At this moment, it was as if a true immortal descended, covering the world with his might. And Ning Chuan was surprised. This was the first time his expression changed. Regardless of whether it was the golden divine chains or the scarlet divine chain, they continuously disintegrated, destroyed under this attack's power. In the outside world, the experts from all sects were shocked as well. This type of symbol was too frightening, possessing an indescribable type of power. You have an immortal bone. Unfortunately, the amount of power you can display is limited. This thing is most suitable for me. If it is used together with my hand bone, I will be unmatched under heaven. Ning Chuan said softly, the radiance in his eyes astonishing. The two types of divine chains continuously shattered, but they were reforged by Ning Chuan's magical force. Exhausting Xianxia's magical force just like that. All of the spectators were moved. The sinner's blood descendant was terrifying after all. Even the youngest power could destroy the trial and adjudication magical chains. It was enough to shock the world. His precious technique was definitely exceptional. One had to keep in mind that in the past, as long as one of the two types of divine chains appeared, it would be enough to kill the heavenly talents of each clan. It was unknown just how many heroes' corpses fell underneath his feet. It was simply unstoppable. In addition, Ning Chuan actually had to use magical force to suppress Xianxia's divine ability. It is just because you are young, your cultivation slightly more shallow. Xiao's voice sounded, ringing through heaven and earth. He was clearly speaking to Xianxia. At the same time, Shi's area also erupted with brilliant radiance. Both of them moved, killing energy overflowing into the heavens. With a hong sound, it was as if the void ignited, the golden divine chains and blood-colored divine chains breaking apart inch by inch, the destruction extending towards Ning Chuan. The scene of Xianxia's magical force being exhausted, the situation of him almost unable to hold on was turned around. The trial and adjudication magical chains were destroyed. Little six kid only amounts to this much. Remember, this is not a besieging, but rather a slaughter. Both stones took action at the same time to kill Ning Chuan. Only at this moment could they be considered to have truly erupted with power. Xianxia roared angrily as well, rushing over. This? Everyone began to tremble. The situation is changing. Everyone watched nervously. A single one of us is enough to kill you, but it wouldn't be as refreshing as slaughtering you like this. Shi laughed out loud. When the spectators heard this, they were all greatly shaken. The Stone Clan brothers were clearly extremely powerful. They attacked together, only wishing to slaughter Six Crown King, eliminate his Six-era glory. Do you really believe you all will succeed? Ning Chuan said coldly. His white clothes fluttered about, his body immediately erupting with the most resplendent radiance. His hands formed imprints. Cold killing intent pervaded the air. Accept death, Xianxia shouted. As for the two stones, they had long reached the front lines, releasing their most ferocious attacks. This battle was destined to be short. They all used their most terrifying methods, the Stone Clan brothers wishing to slaughter Ning Chuan. Meanwhile, Six Crown King was also going to decide life and death at this moment. Hong hong hong. Heaven and earth trembled. This place was submerged under brilliant light. Human figures flew out in reverse, natural laws rushing into the sky, great cracks extending in the void. Nest World was greatly shaken up. Chi. In the void, countless stars appeared. Great stars moved about one after another, as if there was a starry stream surrounding Six Crown King. This was Xiao's precious technique, Lightning Emperor's secret method. Those great stars were formed from lightning, now strung up together by a divine chain, covering the void. Not good. In the outside world, everyone became shocked. Kill! At the same time, Ning Chuan and Shi each displayed a great divine ability, and a strange change happened. Under everyone's shocked eyes, Ning Chuan's precious technique seemed to have hacked through the big stone. Yet Shi unexpectedly didn't avoid it. Not good. In the outside world, a few heavenly deities' expressions changed. Heaven-mending technique, a sect master said softly. That body that looked like it was pierced through reappeared in the rear. Shi was unharmed. Meanwhile, he also released a streak of divine light that penetrated Six Crown King's shoulder, causing blood to splash outwards. Dual Pupil user looked like he was going to attack indiscriminately, but actually used the heaven-mending technique to recover, and then used his own attack to injure his opponent. A sect master spoke, commenting on this a step further. Even someone as powerful as Six Crown King was injured, drawing blood. Hong! At this moment, Shihao pulled a magical chain, and with a light shake, the stars in the sky all swirled before ultimately exploding. Lightning radiance overflowed everywhere. Terrifying, everyone shivered in fear. Ning Chuan released a low roar. His body shone, bone texts interweaved, resisting this attack, all of this while continuing his attacks. Kacha! Heaven and earth became chaotic. Lightning poured down endlessly. When everything calmed down, Ning Chuan's right arm was scorched black with blood dripping outwards. Bright red drops of blood floated there, dyeing the void red. However, the youngest Qin Hao suffered an attack from his finger. Blood trickled out from the corner of his mouth. Don't mind it. Your experience is lacking. There's no rush in fighting someone like him. If he was killed with just a few moves and died just like that, he wouldn't be the little six kid. Shihao consoled. Bright red blood floated in the sky, not falling downwards, instead floating in the air in a glaring manner. They were like pieces of blood diamonds. These were Ning Chuan's divine blood. One arm was scorched black, covered in blood, and a shoulder was pierced through, a dark red color flowing from that as well. It was extremely shocking. The scene calmed down. All of the spectators shivered inwardly, all of them feeling suffocated, intimidated by the powerful wave of fluctuations. Six Crown King was injured. This was a shocking great event. In the past, who could injure him? Even exceptional talents, the most powerful young supreme beings of a clan, could only crawl before him, their corpses laying at his feet. They weren't his opponent at all. All of you will be punished with death. Ning Chuan's voice was calm, but a terrifying pressure was released. A wang sounded. The beads of blood in the void scattered, forming a scarlet mist that surrounded this place, immediately making everything blurry. Kill! Following a light shout from Six Crown King, this heaven and earth began to rumble and blood-colored symbols flickered about. This world seemed to have turned into a furnace. This left everyone feeling shocked. Scarlet-colored symbols flourished, covering the sky in dark redness. Bone texts interweaved, shining with incomparable brilliance. What's happening? In the mountain forest, many creatures cried out strangely. The entire world unexpectedly turned a blood color. Killing energy shocked the world. Hong! Immediately afterwards, the world erupted with endless murderous lights that swept towards Stone Clan's three brothers. Those beads of blood were unexpectedly like this, filling the sky and dyeing heaven and earth red. They interwove into the most resplendent bone texts, producing the greatest murderous art. In the distance, the most powerful geniuses from different clans were trembling. This type of fluctuation was too shocking, impossible to defend against. Kill, 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 kill. In the curtain of bloody light, Six Crown King Ning Chuan spoke these 5 words in succession. The wave of killing intent drowned out heaven and earth, shaking Nest Realm and leaving everyone shocked. Symbols shone resplendently, precious techniques splitting apart the sky. Forget about the battlefield itself. There were creatures watching from the distance who mysteriously died one after another, falling from the void. What was going on? Many people were horrified. They were already far enough, yet there were still people who encountered disaster. This is the most powerful killing intent. They couldn't hold on any longer. already having their primordial spirits wiped out. Someone said with a trembling voice. The crowd was shaken, retreating backwards like a great tide. At this moment, it was hard to imagine what kind of murderous disaster the sinner's blood descendants were facing in the battlefield. It was definitely even more terrifying. Hong! 3 streaks of light rushed into the heavens, erupting in that place. Shuri seemed to have opened up heaven and earth. His dual pupils shone, forming a screen of radiance. He stood there alone, blocking this attack. How opened up his heavenly passage, not allowing the blood-colored symbols to pass. They rushed at Six-Crown King together to kill him. My blood was not spilt for no reason. 6 Dao, rise and fall. Ning Chuan shouted. The bloody mist covering the skies immediately turned into a liquid form. The world became even more terrifying. This was a sea of blood that drowned out the 3 brothers. Accept death, Qin Hao roared. 5-element divine light swirled around his body. His chest shone, and a mysterious precious technique was displayed, blasting towards Ning Chuan. 6 Dao rise and fall. Ning Chuan released a short shout on the battlefield. A sea of blood surged, the great waves boundless. They all turned into symbols, drowning out this place. Hong! A great intense collision erupted. This place became incomparably brilliant. Everyone was shaken up. Worthy of being 6-Crown King, the blood droplets that came out from his body unexpectedly forming a sea of blood. It was too terrifying. When the world calmed down again, the sea of blood disappeared, and 6-Crown King's sleeves were tattered, his white clothes damaged. His expression was grave. There was a divine ring around him as he treated this battle seriously. On the other side, the 2 stones pressed forward, their expressions without any fluctuations, only carrying the most powerful killing intent. Qin Hao wiped off the mouthful of blood at the corner of his lips and said with a soft voice, truly underestimated him. He's even more powerful than the legends. Hong! This time, the dual pupils opened heaven and earth. Shuri used his eye techniques. At the same time, Hao also moved the Kuan Peng wings, covering the sky as it moved, severing heaven and earth. Meanwhile, Qin Hao also rushed over, symbols completely erupting. Pooh! Ning Chuan flew outwards, blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. He took on a serious blow, his body suffering damage. 6-Crown King has suffered serious damage, everyone said with trembling voices. Everyone understood that a confrontation of the peak was being carried out. The battle that was originally going to continue was now concentrated on this moment. Precious technique surged, deciding victory and defeat in the shortest amount of time possible. Everyone's hearts went cold. The unmatched 6-Crown King was going to suffer danger. He might truly fall here. Chi! Ning Chuan rose up. His white clothes were dyed with blood, but it appeared even more sacred. His entire body released brilliance. In his hand was a bracelet on its 6 types of true bones. All of them shone with radiance. Don't tell me that this is the 6 Dao Supreme being bracelet? Someone said softly. It was rumored that each time 6-Crown King emerged, he would kill a group of exceptional heavenly talents, and after 6 eras had passed, he only chose 6 true bones, refining them into the 6 Dao Supreme being bracelet. Apart from this, there was a secondary bracelet that was also ridiculously powerful. Right now, the one in his hands was one of them. The bracelet shone, on it a scarlet sparkling bird beak, a purple scale, a golden beast tooth, 6 types in total. They looked incomparably divine. 6-world reincarnation, Ning Chuan shouted loudly. At this moment, heaven and earth became different. Light shone resplendently, as if 6 great worlds appeared. Millions and millions of creatures were shouting. This secret treasure was definitely terrifying. 6 true bones, each representing 6 exceptional talents' most powerful divine abilities, now appearing in this world, rushing out murderously together. Forget about the people inside Immortal Ancient, even the expressions of the older generation figures in the outside world changed. 6 types of great world-shocking divine abilities were being used together to display an unmatched might. Hong Long Long, This place erupted with noise. Divine light shone everywhere, covering heaven and earth. 6 types of precious techniques were layered on top of each other, intertwining and revolving as they pressed forward, erasing everything in their way. Quite the treasure. Sherhao's eyes shone resplendently as he stared at that bracelet. This secret treasure was definitely extraordinary. He had seen it before in Spirit Realm, but it was far from being as powerful back then as it was now. He could also feel that it had a growth characteristic. Those 6 bones seemed to still be alive, containing life. 6 world reincarnations, is it? I feel like it suits me quite well, Sherhao said softly. Then, he directly used the reincarnation precious technique, using it to attack. Hong! Heaven and earth rumbled. Symbols shone resplendently. Qin Hao was shocked. The bone in his chest automatically activated without his control. His mind was moved, coordinating with his older brother's attack, also displaying this precious technique. It was also the reincarnation precious technique. However, what Qin Hao comprehended wasn't quite the same, because that bone wasn't too complete. Right now, it actually supplemented Sherhao's great divine ability. Interesting. This bracelet isn't bad, Shuri said, his eyes shining. He also displayed a terrifying divine ability. His eyes produced a scenery of all things withering away. Endless killing intent pervaded the air. Hong! He released a great divine ability that destroyed all things. Moreover, he rushed over like sure how to seize that precious bracelet. The ones watching this were all stupefied. These 3 were like absolute lunatics. When faced with such terrifying attacks, they actually felt no fear, instead going to seize this treasure. Hong! Heaven and earth shone resplendently. Symbol radiance shone endlessly, drowning all scenery. There was only a shout and then a collision. A great clash of power erupted. Human figures moved, light shining brilliantly. Only later on, when the bone text scattered, did everyone discover with shock that great cracks appeared one after another in the void, extending outwards even now without closing. One could imagine just how terrifying the collision was just now. The most shocking thing was that the dual-pupil user and Sherhao seemed to have made contact as well, all for the sake of obtaining that bracelet. In the end, that bracelet fell into the mountain region, still glowing with radiance. No one went after it temporarily. 6 Crown King was injured again. Everyone looked towards the white-clothed Ningchuan. New injuries appeared on his body. After the reincarnation precious technique smashed over, Shiyi's obliteration light also surrounded that area, inflicting damage on Ningchuan. However, this also proved how powerful 6 Crown King was. Ningchuan even lost the bracelet. It's clear just how dangerous it is. It truly is quite the critical situation. We said we were going to slaughter him, so we can't continue like this. As for who the precious bracelet belongs to, we'll decide after he is eliminated, Shuri said. Fine, Sherhao nodded. Since I, Ningchuan, emerged in the world, no one has dared to look down on me like this. 6 Crown King released a cold snort. Suddenly, the space between his brows released streak after streak of dragon patterns, erupting with resplendent divine radiance. Heavens! This is 6 Crown King's innate divine method. In the distance, countless creatures were in fear. There had always been a rumor in the outside world that when he was born, dragon patterns appeared on his forehead, a heavenly diagram emerging on his back. He had at least 2 types of unmatched secret methods, yet only rarely did others see him display them. A few saw it before, but in the end they all died. The ones that forced him to display these methods were, without a doubt, the most powerful exceptional talents, all heaven-warping creatures, well known in the past. Hong! Shuri moved. His eyes shone resplendently. Symbols swirled about, interweaving into 2 dreadful beams of light that fired out from his eyes. That radiance was unexpectedly accompanied with chaotic energy. It was terrifying beyond compare. At the same time, a sword appeared with a chong sound, condensed from reincarnation symbols. It was extremely sharp, its brilliance dazzling the world. In the distance, Qin Hao's mind pounded. The reincarnation his brother grasped was different from his own after all. He felt like that symbol seemed to have transformed, becoming even more profound than his own. After his death, has the reincarnation evolved a step further? He speculated. Hong. Immediately afterwards, Qin Hao used his immortal bone. He wasn't willing to admit defeat, hoping to display his most powerful side. For great experts displayed their secret methods together. This place completely erupted with chaos. Everyone knew that the results were going to be decided here, with life and death divided. Only what was rather regretful was that they couldn't see what was going on. That place was drowned under divine radiance, covered by wisps of chaotic energy. There was no way of seeing through it. Waves of angry roars sounded from within this confrontation of world-shaking precious techniques. Pong! Bloody light flashed. Qin Hao flew outwards, coughing out a large mouthful of blood in the void. Qin Hao was injured. Has Ning Chuan won? Six Crown King possesses exceptional style. He is going to win after all. Everyone trembled inwardly. Was Ning Chuan actually going to mount a comeback and kill his enemies? Unfortunately, a roar of anger and unwillingness sounded. When the mist scattered, everyone saw a shocking scene. In Hao's hand was a light sword condensed from reincarnation symbols, and right now, it pierced through Ning Chuan's head. The pair of Kuan Peng wings on his back severed Ning Chuan's body at the waist, hacking him into two pieces. In addition, there were two bloody holes on Ning Chuan's body that were releasing chaotic energy. Those were brought about by the dual-pupil user's beams of light. This body had already perished. That body remained motionless, the white clothes stained with blood. Ning Chuan's body lacked vitality, perishing here. This scene was too shocking. A sword of light impaled through his skull, blood trickling down from it. Six Crown King was killed. This left all of fallen Immortal Ridge in shock. No one dared to believe that Ning Chuan died, killed by Stone Clan's three brothers. Was this the end of someone who had been unmatched through 6 eras? Heavens! Ning Chuan has been killed. How shocking of an event was this? Immortal Ancient was going to be shaken up because of this. Within this mountain range, creatures from all clans were trembling. He's dead. This is truly hard to believe. Six Crown King was known to be someone who had reigned undefeated through 6 eras. How could he be defeated here, falling here? For a few people, this was like a nightmare. It didn't seem real. The outstanding, heroic, stunning Ning Chuan actually withered away here. In the outside world, the various sects were even more shaken up. Many people were stupefied, especially Fire Cloud Cavern, Luofu True Valley, Phantom Drake Dao Gate, and others. Their faces changed greatly. This deeply affected their futures. It was incredibly bad for them. Ning Chuan has been killed. Sinner's blood has won. This is an ominous thing. Six Crown King was actually defeated? This triggered a huge commotion. A few individuals' faces became unpleasant. An extremely unfavorable turn of events was awaiting them. Stone Clan's 3 brothers rose up. Who could compete against them? How were they even supposed to face them? Immortal Ancient might undergo a great power shift. If they walked together, they would definitely be able to force back all enemies. In the future, the higher realms will likely have another Emperor clan. No one can stop these 3 brothers. The inheritances that were against them felt uneasy inside, and those that oppressed Xin Province felt fear. If those 3 were allowed to grow up, how ridiculous would that be? In that instant, many thoughts emerged in everyone's minds. They had to stop this, kill these 3 before they grew up. They could not be allowed to truly rise up and become powerful. Unfortunately, there was Immortal Ancient separating them. When the 3 of them came out, would they even be able to slaughter these 3? At this moment, many people felt anxious, to the extent where they were a bit terrified. Immortal Mountain, Qin Yining's eyes carried tears, but she also had a happy smile on her face. Her 2 children were peaceful, and they even possessed such great strength. It brought her great joy. Shi Xiling also revealed a rare smile as he stared at the 2 figures on the monument. Heavenly Country, Beast Sea, Demonic Sunflower Garden, Celestial Clan. Underworld Earth's creatures' expressions all became unkind. They looked towards fallen Immortal Ridge. All of them shared quite the grudge with Xianxia. Just a withered body. Who hasn't experienced defeat before? Someone said it like this, de-emphasizing the situation. However, it is still a defeat in the end, destroying his undefeated legend. I hope it won't affect him too much. Someone said lightly. It is of no matter. He will only become more and more powerful. When he truly comes out, who can compete against him? Fire Cloud Cavern's old sect master said. Nest Realm, fallen Immortal Ridge. The white-clothed Ning Chuan's body broke apart, scattering with the wind, only leaving behind a lump of blood. It was the size of a fist as it gathered there, scarlet and shining, sparkling and replete. This was his divine blood, contained strange power. What a pity, dying just like that. We weren't even able to see his most powerful strike, the heavenly diagram on his back. Xianxia said. In the mountain region, the creatures of all sides shivered inwardly. This was a truly frightening enemy, actually feeling regret over this. Even though we didn't obtain his body's true blood, this bit should still be enough. It should be able to open up the mysterious path. Xianxia said. In the mountain ridge, all cultivators felt endless respect for these two. Their fighting strength was obvious to all, just too tyrannical, allowing them to overlook all sides. There were too many people here, enough to number in the thousands to tens of thousands. However, everyone here began to feel that just Stone Clan's brothers alone were enough to wipe out all experts. I am still somewhat lacking, Xianxia said softly. He was reflecting at this moment, as well as comprehending himself. This confrontation affected him quite greatly. However, Six Crown King had a bigger reputation than he deserves. Not as powerful as I thought, killed just like that. Xianxia said. Xianxia shook his head and said, Little brother, you cannot underestimate this person. What he used was just a spiritual body and not his true body. He is quite strong. When this sentence was spoken, all sides were greatly shaken. Ning Chuan's true body was still alive? That was a spiritual body? Xianxia was shocked as well, his face falling slightly. He was actually injured by a spiritual body. It seemed like there was still some distance between himself and Six Crown King. If Ning Chuan was truly this weak, being cut down by us like this like vegetables, then that truly would be embarrassing his 6 eras fame. How would he have shocked the past and present? It wouldn't have been possible. When Xianxia heard this, his face felt a bit heated. The two stones were indeed domineering, their methods heaven-reaching. However, he suffered quite the loss. Dominating 6 eras, rising above all creatures, Ning Chuan was one of the most powerful individuals since the ancient times. 6 Crown King, that was an honorific title as well as a proof of strength. His true body didn't come out, clearly still in isolation cultivating. He is this powerful and didn't come out of isolation cultivation yet. Xianxia frowned. You aren't complete yourself either, able to improve a step further. After our trip this time, return and cultivate some more. You don't have to worry about him, Xianxia said. It seems like I have to enter isolation cultivation as well. I haven't reached perfection yet, Xianxia calmly said. When these words sounded, the experts of all sides trembled. Not only was 6 Crown King not perfect yet, the Stone Clan's 3 brothers were also traveling on their own paths. They shouldn't have truly emerged yet. I am looking forward to fighting with his true body, Xianxia said. After igniting his divine flame and treading on his own path, he was going to find Ning Chuan and settle everything. In fallen Immortal Ridge, the cultivators didn't dare believe what they were hearing. This person was powerful and tyrannical, daring to look for 6 Crown King, who dared to provoke him. Wang! The void trembled. Xianxia reached out a hand, grabbing towards the bracelet on the ground. It was quite extraordinary with 6 true bones on it, including a scarlet bird beak, golden beast tooth. They were all sparkling and translucent, shining brilliantly, extremely beautiful and mysterious. Another great hand reached out, intercepting that one. Hong! A battle erupted. Xianxia and Xianxia both released a palm, distorting the void. Multicolored light drowned out this place. Everyone became greatly shocked. This battle happened just too suddenly. The two of them directly took action, fighting against each other. Even Xianxia was shocked, actually fighting so quickly. Pung-pung sounds rang out incessantly, auspicious light erupting and chaotic mist swirling. The dual pupils' power was world-shocking, lightning methods moving the skies. Both of them erupted with brilliant holy splendor. And there really are some who aren't scared of death. Shuri sneered. With a glance, 2 streaks of light shot out from his pupils. Then, a miserable cry sounded from the depths of the earth. Blood splashed outwards. At the same time, Xianxia produced a streak of lightning, overturning the earth, blasting that place into a scorched blackness. A silver earthworm flew out, releasing a burnt smell. The bracelet on the ground traveled several hundred zhang into the distance. It was clear that this divine-level earthworm used its innate divine method to move into the earth, waiting to secretly bring away the precious bracelet when the two of them fought. It never expected that it would directly die. Cough, it is better if the two of you stop fighting. This thing has already recognized its owner and belongs to me. Suddenly, a stone spoke. Just now, it was together with the bracelet, and it had been blasted flying together with it. It was precisely the divine striking stone. It had long set its eyes on this bracelet, waiting for an opportunity to give Xianxia a surprise. In the end, its rhythm was messed up. Moreover, it had a feeling that Xianxia's divine senses were sharp, possibly detecting him. If he released a counterattack, then that would be troublesome. Just a bracelet. I'll gift it to younger cousin then. Xianxia didn't make things too difficult either. When he saw that the divine striking stone already stole the precious bracelet, he instead stopped. With a so sound, the divine striking stone flew back, opening its mouth and spat out the bracelet. Xianxia held it in his hand. It was gentle and crystalline, releasing a wave of warmth. There was even more an exuberant life force, not a dead bone, but instead possessing vitality. This left him shaken. This thing was formidable after all. He carefully sensed it, and then he understood. The 6 true bones could independently absorb the world's essence, and it even craved blood, as if it could still grow. Xianxia had a feeling before that this treasure could evolve, and now it seemed like it was true. This thing's value was priceless. It was the same as having 6 great divine abilities in the future. Only, upon closer inspection, he discovered that the symbols were hidden and not visible. He could only use it like a precious artifact. Xianxia and Xianxia gave each other a look, on guard against each other. However, in the end, they didn't fight. Even though they stood against each other, after using their identities of belonging to the same clan to kill 6-crown King Ningchuan, if they immediately quarreled with each other, it was still a bit over the top. Go. Let's open up the vicious nest, Xianxia said. Fine. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia also followed along. They kept a bit of distance between each other, but they could still be considered to be walking together. This made everyone suck in a cold breath of air. Stone Clan's brothers really were going to join hands, entering the vicious nest together. How were others supposed to even live? What they were most worried about happened. These 3 were walking together, so who could face them? Even the ancient freak Ningchuan was killed. Haha! Truly too great. An unmatched combination. In the distance, Lu Yi laughed loudly, jolting his butt cheeks as he ran over. Luo Dao and Lani Chen looked at each other in dismay. Just now, they were incomparably shaken up. The scene of Ningchuan's death left them greatly shocked. Such a dazzling ancient figure was actually killed. There might be a great harvest this time in the vicious nest, Lani Chen said. Luo Dao nodded. They also moved, heading forward. Hateful, those 3 people are walking together. There's no way to stop them. People in the outside world were also speaking softly, feeling extremely uneasy. Are the heavens going to be changed? If other experts appear nearby the vicious nest, they will undoubtedly be in danger. Unless ancient freaks also team up, if they continue to fight everyone alone, then these 3 brothers might very well kill them. There wasn't a single individual who wasn't shocked. They were all paying close attention to this. If nothing unexpected happened, other freaks would definitely appear. If a battle broke out here, it would most likely be dangerous for them. In Immortal Ancient, if they joined hands, then they could break through the sky, as everyone discussed this among themselves, feeling uncomfortable. Within a small world, in a chaotic ancient cave, a seated white-clothed male opened his eyes. Ning Chuan rose, his eyes clear. His entire body released sparkling light, his appearance fine like jade, his figure exceptional. He reached out a hand, accepting the specks of light in the void. Those were the remains of the spiritual body after it was killed. It swirled about his fingertip. It died. This is the first time someone has harmed my body like this. He spoke calmly without anger, or even any emotions, calm and unhurried. This defeat didn't cause great waves in his heart. Bring me out. I am going to deal with all of them. These calm and confident words displayed his self-confidence. Then, chaotic energy surrounded that place. Nest Realm. Stone Clan's 3 brothers arrived in front of that strange and shocking nest. About to enter, many people followed behind them, their figures everywhere, filling up the mountain region. They all wanted to benefit from association, following and entering behind them. There were many mountains, all of them like volcanoes, hollow on the inside. There was chaotic energy around them, producing a shocking scene. This area was like the nest of some type of enormous beast. The mountain had been completely excavated with many exits leading to the outside world. Of course, this was not the strangest thing, nor was it the most shocking thing. What was even more astonishing was that there was primal chaos swirling about in the sky, and when it scattered outwards, incomparably shocking irregular scenes would appear. 10 blood suns hung in the sky, 33 blood moons were suspended above, and 3,000 stars swirled about. They weren't that far from the mountain, with only a few hundred zhang of distance in between, exerting a great pressure. Immortal blood dyeing the stars red. Lan Yichen sighed and said, it was clear that these stars had all been refined, or else a single one of them would be enough to collapse the void and surround this place. However, right now, so many of them were suspended above like stone rollers. Qi. At this moment, Shi Hao and Shi Yi took action at the same time, activating the fist-sized clump of blood, scattering it forward. Only world-shocking divine blood could cause a change in this place, open up a mysterious path to make it relatively safer. Otherwise, directly entering through the volcano's passages so recklessly would easily result in accidents. It had to be said that Six Crown King was extraordinary, his blood different. There were dragon patterns on his forehead as soon as he was born, and a heavenly diagram on his back. His blood was blessed by the heavens, carrying a mysterious energy. Hong! This fist-sized lump of blood essence released dazzling radiance, forming a blood-colored symbol in that mountain region, unexpectedly making one of the 33 blood moons above them move. Qi! A streak of light descended, unexpectedly opening up a path. In the mountain, an ancient path mysteriously opened, extending outwards and appearing beneath Shi Hao, Shi Yi, and Qin Hao's feet. Go! Shi Yi walked forward, entering inside. Shi Hao frowned, but in the end, he still entered. Luo Dao, Lan Yichen, and the others naturally didn't hesitate, wishing to enter and take a look. There was even less of a need to talk about Qin Hao. As a member of Stone Clan, the 2 stones already entered, so he was naturally entering as well. Bring us with you. We are willing to pledge our lives to follow behind you. Obey your orders. In the rear, many people shouted, among them no lack of powerful, outstanding experts. They were willing to follow behind them. It was because these people personally saw the Stone Clan's 3 brothers kill Ningchuan. Seeing how terrifying they were. They might be the greatest power in Nest Realm, so following these people would likely result in obtaining a portion of their natural luck. Shi Yi, Shi Hao, and the others didn't say anything, not paying attention to their voices. Gonna risk it all and follow. There were a few people who were especially courageous, believing that even if Stone Clan's 3 brothers didn't pay them any attention, they still likely wouldn't make things difficult for them. It was because with how these 3 didn't fear anything, people like them weren't even seen as competitors. The ancient path shone, bringing Shi Hao's group into a mountain, moving underground without them even walking as it carried them forward. Shwa! At the same time, a group of people followed them as well, entering the underground nest. Then, the cultivators of the outside world couldn't see through the immortal Dao flower's petals anymore. The inside of the vicious nest couldn't be seen, their view obstructed. In the underground ancient nest, everything was hazy. There were chaotic mists as well as dark red-colored walls. It looked ancient and mysterious. This was a peaceful ancient land. The nest was deep and remote, but also large. This path took them directly in front of a stone cliff, and then the path stopped, reaching its end. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that there were their stone gates here, all of them dark red in color. They looked just like the stone walls, as if they were covered in dried blood. Only one Dao life, all things three life, three gates. Is it this type of meaning? Xianxia said softly. Let's separate here. I'm choosing this path. Shuri said calmly. After giving Xianxia and Xianxia a nod, he exerted force, opened up a path, and then walked in. An expanse of mist rushed out from that gate that shone brilliantly. Big brother, I'm taking the second path, Xianxia said. He was going to enter alone. Xianxia shook his head and said, You should still go together with me. This underground world is quite strange, so it'll be dangerous for a single person. After saying this, he produced a stone diagram. There were a few paths recorded on it. No need. If there is an accident, I have a way of leaving. I also found a diagram outside, Xianxia said. He brought it out and showed it to Xianxia, having them observe it to see if it is the same. It was just as old and ancient. The stone inscription diagram had a mysterious route within it, but it wasn't quite the same as Xiao's. It seems like one map will lead to one place, containing different natural luck. Older brother, let's travel separately. Xianxia was quite stubborn, wishing to proceed alone. Xianxia didn't stop him again. He pointed outwards, leaving an imprint on his body and saying, Be careful. Then he, together with Luo Dao, Lanichen, and Lu Yi entered the third gate. In the rear, when the crowd saw this, they all rushed over, separately entering through 3 different gates. There were other cultivators who entered the volcano through other entrances, not following Xianxia or the other 2. In reality, many people had hurried over during these past few days, entering the nest. Many of them died, and only a few people came out with natural luck alive. Everyone threw themselves over like moths to a flame, wishing to seize natural luck and obtain opportunities. As soon as Xiao's group entered, they immediately sensed a rich heaven and earth spiritual essence. 5-colored multicolored lights swirled about, as if they were standing within a divine earth. However, as soon as they relaxed, a colored ribbon moved through the void. It was completely silent, unexpectedly making Xiao's fine hairs stand on end. He hurriedly dragged those people over. In the rear, the group of people who followed had several dozen individuals brushed by the ribbon. They were all sliced apart at the waist. Blood splashed outwards, creating an incomparably bloody scene. Heavens! What is that? Lu Yi's expression was deathly pale. How could such a disaster appear in this type of peaceful place? A divine chain or order, drifting along this path, moving with the wind. Xianxia released a soft sigh. This place was too strange. They had just entered, yet this type of bloody disaster happened. They proceeded quietly, quickly passing this misty region. The area in front of them quickly became hot. There was a black-colored flame that was burning fiercely. A black lotus is blossoming in the flames. Luo Dao was shocked. However, that black flame was too terrifying. It was incomparably hot. Even as deities, they all still felt as if it was a bit hard to handle. Half-divine medicine. It has special fragrance. In the rear, there were creatures who hurried over. All of their eyes were shining, revealing looks of shock. They really wanted to immediately rush over. An illusion, not a half-divine medicine. If you all still want to have a go, knock yourselves out, Xianxia said. With a raise of his hand, black flames surged outwards, making all of these divine flame realm cultivators breathing difficult. Their bodies were burned until they felt intense pain, their flesh about to collapse. Against this type of flame, unless one was the outstanding talent of a province, it was difficult to pass. Shihao walked over, walking through the flames and finding a path. He was going to make his way through. Luo Dao and Lan Yichen followed. Even though it was uncomfortable for them, they could still make it through. Lu Yi was the only one that cried out miserably, almost being in danger. He was grabbed by Shihao and protected under his own radiance. It was clear that this black flame would block a lot of people. Unless one was a powerful individual, they wouldn't be able to pass it. In the rear, the crowd side, they wanted to follow a powerful individual and borrow his power to make things a bit easier, but they couldn't even do so in the end. There were some who were quite decisive, however, saying, "It's too dangerous. It seems like it really isn't a place we should have came to." After saying this, these people turned around and left. Of course, when they turned around, they became stupefied. There was already no path behind them. It all turned into a dark red stone wall, blocking their escape. Shihao frowned as he proceeded, leading these individuals through this region. They were actually moving through a woodland. It was quite strange, there was actually a forest underground. Oh! Following the sound of a few roars, a few brightly colored ancient beasts rushed out from the forest. Shihao's group didn't recognize these creatures at all. They are actually all at the true self realm? Lu Yi shivered inwardly. This was just the beginning, yet there were true deities that came out. Hong! Shihao took action. Symbols erupted. Precious symbol light pervaded the air, blasting apart all of those brightly colored ancient beasts. These aren't true ancient beasts. Someone engraved them on that enormous rock. Luo Dao was shocked. There was an enormous rock in the mountain forest with a few ancient beasts casually carved on them. These unexpectedly emerged from them. This immediately made those people horrified. What kind of methods are these? Just the beasts one randomly engraved could truly appear and become true deities. The mountain forest was peaceful without any other dangers. When they walked out from this forest, a few people's minds were shaken. Lava surged, scarlet red light covering everything like a sea in front of them. So fragrant, there's a fruity smell. Produced by natural laws once again, another illusion. Lu Yi curled his lips. This time it isn't. Luo Dao said, staring forward. In the magma, there were a few plants that weren't over 3 feet in height. They were silvery white, shining, and releasing a gentle fragrance. These were rather strange-looking thistles and thorns, with a few of them having fruits on their branches. Holy fruits. Those were holy fruits. Their names weren't known, but they possessed abundant spiritual essence. Worthy of being immortal ancient, the spiritual essence so dense that several tens of holy medicines appeared at once. This is truly astonishing. Shihao sighed in amazement. Compared to this place, his homeland in the lower realm was just too barren. The spiritual essence was incomparably lacking. The precious medicines they're unable to evolve. However, when they picked these, they encountered quite a bit of trouble. The sea of magma surged, and dense symbols surged to suppress and kill them. In the end, they picked 6 or 7 fruits. With a wung sound, a bone flood dragon emerged from the magma. It unexpectedly opened its mouth towards these fruits. So strange, it doesn't have a consciousness and only a type of instinct? Shihao was stunned. There were bits of light within the bone flood dragon's skull. That wasn't a primordial spirit, only a remnant will. When one holy fruit entered its mouth, it unexpectedly allowed these people to step on its body. Then, all of the bone texts on its body flourished, carrying them through the void with a so sound towards the other side of the Scarlet Sea. Heavens, this flood dragon should have been at least a heavenly deity before its death, but it was refined into a tool to travel through this sea. Those individuals cried out in astonishment. Its will hadn't faded after all this time. It was purposely transformed into its current state. The sea of magma was quite hot. There were strange ancient flames hidden within that could kill deities. Louis gave it a test. As a result, his arm was injured, almost melting off. The bone flood dragon was fast, quickly carrying them to the other side of the Scarlet Sea, arriving before an expanse of rubble. Is it testing us? Why is it one dangerous place after another? Luo Dao's face became serious, because he had seen a few sword traces in the forest that unexpectedly released powerful killing intent. This was indeed the case. They were stopped again. Only after breaking through them could they pass. Just like that, they continuously encountered all types of dangers again and again. There were several dozen trials, each enough to stop exceptional talents. They were all extremely dangerous. After an entire 50 trials, the stone inscription diagram Sure How was carrying lit up, displaying some abnormalities. Only then did they discover that they had entered a path recorded on the stone diagram. Why is there no more dangers? They proceeded through the ancient path, advancing through the underground world. In the end, they unexpectedly made it through without any hindrances, about to reach its end. We are almost at the end. Up ahead, close to the end of this place, a praying mat was blocking them. Chaotic energy was released from it. Aside from this, there were a few corpses as well that were collapsed here. They were all quite strange, the skeletons shining with astonishing luster. These are powerful individuals who have died in the ancient past. All those who could reach this place are definitely not ordinary. Sure How said with a sigh. They had just passed 50 trials. It was definitely not an easy task, with dangers lurking all around. There are some words carved on the ground. They discovered that there was someone who left behind a few words on the ground. They carefully inspected them. Divine Wing Clan, Peng Tianyi. 6 characters written quite hurriedly, seemingly running out of strength towards the end. This was clearly left behind before death. What? Luo Dao and Lan Yichen's fine hairs stood on end, feeling incomparably shocked. What is it? Is this person famous? Sure How asked. This is an ancient freak, someone who had overlooked an era. Only, after he entered Immortal Ancient a second time, he never appeared again. Luo Dao's expression was serious and grave. A powerful ancient freak died here endless years ago. Sure How couldn't help but become serious. He looked at the few other corpses, all of them appearing quite powerful, their bones shining and extraordinary. The primordial true bones have been dug out by someone. After Lan Yichen carefully inspected this place, he said rather regretfully. Divine Wing Clan's Peng Tianyi, a creature who had been recorded in bone books, powerful to a ridiculous level, someone who had overlooked the world. This was an existence that was known to be number 1 through 3,000 provinces. Unfortunately, after his second appearance, he died here. It was a bit obscure. Were their true bones seized by those who came later? Lu Yi sighed inwardly, feeling that it was a pity. Sure How carefully searched around. His flesh had long disappeared, but his bones didn't break. Apart from the true bone that carried its life symbols, all other parts were preserved quite well. He then looked at the other 4 skeletons. Their bones were quite special, sparkling with luster. There were golden bones, scarlet bones, and even after tens of thousands of years, they still didn't corrode. They belonged to different clans. These bones were preserved well, the bones not damaged at all. They are all quite powerful, all of them the most powerful young outstanding talents of a clan. Sure How said. In reality, if they weren't powerful enough, there was no way they would have been able to walk here. All of them would have died already. Wang. Suddenly, when they reached out with their divine will to investigate, the praying mat shone. Chaotic energy became dense, startling them. An ancient scripture? Luo Dao was shocked, feeling that this was a bit inconceivable. Within that praying mat was a great Dao true meaning. When they reached out with their divine will, it released a rumbling sound and then spread outwards, shaking up everyone's souls. Careful, Sure How said. Luo Dao and Lan Yichen naturally understood what he meant. They were controlling themselves as well. After all, even an ancient freak died here, so how could there not be anything sinister here? They backed up and carefully looked around, observing this region. In the end, they came to the conclusion that this path should have been extremely dangerous. The only reason they smoothly arrived here was because Peng Tianyi and those other people already broke through all the restrictions. That is to say, we are basking in their glory. Endless years ago, they cleared out the other dangers along the way. It seems like the only danger remaining is this praying mat. For even a powerful individual who was recorded in bone books to nurse a grievance, there was no need to say anything further. It was quite clear that this place was extremely dangerous, and a single mishap would result in death. That praying mat carried a passage of scripture that made it hard for others to give up on it. No one wanted to pass up on this. Sure how carefully sent out a strand of divine will towards that praying mat again. The great Tao scriptures sounded again, entering his heart. After carefully sensing it, his heart was shaken. These were bone texts related to power. After reading a few sentences, he knew that this was an unmatched supreme Tao. The scripture expounded on the great Tao of all things, but all of it revolved around strength. This was undoubtedly shocking. Who could resist this type of temptation? Even though he was fully aware that this praying mat might not be ordinary at all, he still couldn't help but want to explore it to its end, obtain the perfect unmatched scriptures. Suddenly, Sure Hao sensed something. All of the fine hairs on his body stood up, immediately severing all connection with that praying mat. He resisted his urge to continue comprehending it and backed up. So? The others asked. It's extremely dangerous. Sure Hao's expression was grave. However, how could they give up on this ancient scripture just like that? Let me use a spiritual body to see what kind of problems there really are. You all observe from the rear. After finding out the truth, we'll find a way to break through it. Louis said. He felt like if he didn't help at all after traveling with them all this time, only following behind to receive the benefits, it would leave him too uneasy, feeling extremely apologetic. As such, he produced this suggestion to act as the bait. This would undoubtedly be extremely dangerous, with a single mistake resulting in dying here. However, Louis insisted on doing this. It'll just be a spiritual body dying at most. It shouldn't implicate the main body as well. Louis said, strengthening his own courage. The others backed up. Louis produced a spiritual body and added a bit of essence blood to make it more powerful and realistic. Of course, divine senses were indispensable too. They carefully watched from the distance, paying close attention. The spiritual body walked forward one step after another. When it was 3 zhang before that praying mat, it was stopped. Bone texts flickered, shining with incomparable brilliance. Cannot walk forward any further. It's as if there's a mountain blocking the way, the spiritual body said. Then it sat down, sending out some divine will to probe the praying mat's mysteries. Soon after, he became foolish, submerged within. Read out the scriptures. Lu Yi's main body spoke, wishing for Sure Hao and the others to hear as well. However, that spiritual body opened its mouth and said a few things, but it couldn't send over any divine will. They were cut off. Moreover, Lu Yi's main body also lost connection with it, unable to sense it anymore. And it's quite strange. That praying mat is extremely sinister. Lan Yichen said. The spiritual body sat there, continuing to comprehend the praying mat's scriptures, becoming more and more holy and auspicious, completely immersed within it. Soon after, everyone trembled inwardly. Their bodies became cold. It was because the praying mat surged with a streak of life that condensed into a sharp blade. It quickly flew outwards, hacking towards the space between the spiritual body's brows. The spiritual body released a large cry. It sensed something and did everything it could to resist, producing several secret treasures. What left others confused was that the secret treasures passed through that streak of light as if they didn't make contact with anything. They didn't produce dazzling bone texts or other things from a clash either, not being able to stop it. The spiritual body cried out loudly. It used its precious techniques and did everything it could to resist. However, everything was ineffective, unable to defend itself at all. That streak of light directly entered the space between its brows, piercing through. The expression of Lu Yi's spiritual body changed greatly. A streak of light shot out from the crown of his head. That was his divine sense that was trying to escape and leave the skull. The blade radiance that flew out from the praying mat changed directions, not entering his brows and following it into the skies, pursuing the divine sense. The two tangled together, fighting intensely. Pooh! Lu Yi's true body spat out a mouthful of blood, his face becoming incomparably pale. It was because the divine sense in the air was hacked through. The spiritual body turned into a rain of light, dying as well. At the same time, the blade of radiance also scattered, thus disappearing. It cuts down one's primordial spirit, leaving the body unharmed. That streak of light is quite mysterious, unexpectedly disregarding the attacks of weapons. It seems like only primordial spirit power can resist it. Luo Dao said after some thought. Is this the embodiment of power? Even primordial spirit force is including everything. Shihao was shaken. This ancestral precious technique was formidable. It was simple and direct, purely an evolution of power. The more it was like this, the more it made one desire it. The great Tao became the most simple. If this was truly the secret method of one of the Vicious 10, it would definitely shock past and present. Everyone would want to obtain it. Rumors had it that the Vicious 10 were originally immortal ancient era's creatures, only dying after reaching this great era. There was reason behind this after all. Otherwise, how could this vicious nest be here? I feel like just now, that streak of light wasn't all that powerful either. It could kill Lu Yi, but against us it should be ineffective. Lani Chen said. Lu Yi's face was pale. He had lost a spiritual body, which could be considered a serious injury. He accepted a half ginseng fruit Shihao handed over, and after ingesting it, he sat down and began to meditate. Let me give it a try. Lani Chen also produced a spiritual body, hoping to receive some type of benefit. Those individuals were all shocked. Even someone as powerful as Lani Chen's spiritual body also could only walk within 3 zhang, and then it couldn't travel any further. It was no different from Lu Yi. Then, his spiritual body also sat down to comprehend that secret method. At first, he also read a few sentences, but then, his divine senses were also isolated. When that spiritual body was completely immersed, reaching the critical point of comprehending the secret method, the praying mat released another streak of light. It was as if a divine rainbow pierced through the sun, fast to the extreme. Something shocking happened. Lani Chen's spiritual body was no match. His divine senses were hacked through, thus turning into a rain of light. It was completely the same result. His true body cursed, his face becoming snow white. He devoured some precious medicines to recover his foundational energy. Why is it also this result? Against different people, that streak of light would be a bit more powerful than the one comprehending the method, but not to a ridiculous level. In the end, they came to this conclusion. Those individuals frowned. This was quite troublesome. Only a bit more powerful than oneself, but enough to kill you. How were they supposed to comprehend the ancient scripture then? It is rumored that Peng Tianyi's weakest area was his primordial spirit. They understood why the ancient freak died here. Is this a trial set up by the owner of the vicious nest? If that is the case, there's no way it is designed only to kill. There has to be a path of life. Shihao said. It's too dangerous. It is still better if we back off. Luo Dao was a bit more cautious. However, when he turned around, he was left stupefied. That path slowly disappeared, a wall seemingly able to grow, blocking off their original path. It was slowly moving over as well. Qi! With a raise of Luo Dao's hand, a streak of sword energy flew out. As a result, Kangxiang's sounds rang out, but it was unable to break through the dark red wall. Then his long hair rushed out, all of them shining. This was his exceptional talent, precious technique. They all pierced towards that wall, but they still couldn't do anything, instead leaving him shaken up until he flew backwards. Shihao also gave it a try, but it was completely useless. This is bad. We are trapped. These individuals frowned. The divine striking stone was woken up. Shihao had it try to break this formation, but in the end, it was also helpless. Everything was because of that praying mat, as that was the center of the formation. Can one only comprehend through it? Shihao frowned and then said, could it be that it requires the comprehender to possess strength beyond the limit of their realm? Then, Shihao walked forward, his true body sitting 3 zhang outside the praying mat. Too risky. You should have just sent out a spiritual body to test it out. Luo Dao's expression changed, advising like this. Need to advance courageously and do everything I can to resist that primordial spirit attack. Shi Hao said. He wasn't being rash, because he had passed the most powerful lightning tribulation and even had the lightning radiance baptize his primordial spirit. Apart from this, he also ate the golden Bodhi fruit, so his primordial spirit was far more powerful than that of others in his cultivation realm. Shi Hao comprehended the method. Soon after, danger came as expected. A streak of light that was even more resplendent than the one before appeared, hacking towards his primordial spirit. Hong! A battle erupted. Shi Hao's primordial spirit turned into a resplendent little figure, directly attacking over to fight that streak of light. How powerful! The primordial spirit has taken form, vivid and lifelike, far more powerful than ours. Lani Chen said with a sigh. At this moment, Shi Hao displayed the reincarnation technique and Lightning Emperor's method with his primordial spirit, causing this place to erupt with intense radiance. It was shocking to the extreme. Block it! You have to succeed! The individuals in the rear shouted loudly, feeling as if they were fighting themselves. Cold sweat soaked through their clothes. They felt incomparably nervous because if Shi Hao failed, then they might truly be without hope, trapped here to death. That light was too powerful. Who knew how many times greater than the one that shot at Lui and Lani Chen? An immortal blade flew over, continuously hacking towards Shi Hao, putting him in great danger. This battle lasted an entire 2 hours. Shi Hao felt completely drained. He finally wiped out that streak of light, and his primordial spirit returned. He immediately sat down to recover his energy. He actually won. Those individuals were shocked, feeling incomparably happy. Shi Hao ate a half ginseng fruit, and then sat there for a day and night before finally opening his eyes, completely recovered. One could imagine just how much energy he exhausted during that battle. It was incomparably dangerous. Shi Hao didn't say anything. He continued to comprehend the symbols within the praying mat. However, this time, when he extended out his divine senses, chaotic mists became hazy, and that praying mat was shaken. A gate appeared in front, and then a bundle of light brought them away from this place. They entered a cave dwelling. What a pity! That scripture was just an opening part. It didn't touch upon the core essentials yet. Shi Hao felt regretful. That might be a test. Only by passing it can one advance further. This was an extremely spacious cave with strand after strand of mist curling about, pure white and hazy. It made this entire place look hazy, giving it an immortal Dao aura. There are actually people who came out from that path. That is a route of death, one of the most terrifying paths. There is someone who actually succeeded today. Cries of alarm sounded from within the cavern, the voices sounding incomparably shocked. Shi Hao's party walked forward. After closely inspecting this cave, they discovered that it truly was massive. There were actually 100 stone gates, each leading to this place from a different direction. The path they traveled through was merely one of them, and the stone gate at the end of this path, as well as 9 others, had the word death carved on them, indicating their difficulty. They walked out. The pressure increased greatly, making even walking difficult. They almost couldn't lift their feet. Up ahead, Dao platforms appeared one after another like seats, arranged in a row within the cave. Every single platform had creatures seated on it. This wasn't the key thing. What drew Shi Hao's attention was that there was a hazy ancient cave in the very depths. Primal chaos and immortal light swirled simultaneously, a dense mist surrounding that place. He could vaguely see a jade table within the ancient cave. On it was a piece of divine bone book that released immortal light. It was incomparably mysterious. Vicious Ten's precious technique. Shi Hao's eyes immediately lit up, becoming incomparably moved. The only thing left in his eyes was that bone. Nothing else. Hong! A cold snort sounded. Hostility and killing intent filled this cave. So many people, all of them experts, Luo Dao said softly. Even someone as powerful as him felt a great pressure, because there were no weak individuals in this group. They were all extremely powerful individuals. He recognized a few of them, the most powerful geniuses of their provinces, powerful to a ridiculous extent. There were also some who, even though he never saw them before, from their outwards appearances, he could still deduce what clan's outstanding talents they were from. There are actually more than 100 people here. Lonnie Chen sucked in a cold breath of air. To be more precise, there were close to 200 that had reached this final destination. One had to keep in mind that they experienced many dangers along the way, passing over 50 trials to get here, in the end even experiencing the praying mat disaster. If not for them having someone as powerful as Xianxia on their side, there was no way they would have arrived here alive. However, in this cave there were close to 200 experts. Our path was extremely difficult, one of the 10 routes of death. Louis said softly, but on the contrary, felt rather optimistic. A few more have arrived to take a share of our natural luck. Dao brothers, do you all wish for this type of scene to continue? Suddenly, someone spoke coldly. Indeed, more and more creatures are coming. But this cave only has so many supreme treasures to divide amongst ourselves. I also feel like we should put a stop to it. Someone replied. Xianxia withdrew his gaze and looked up. These were an expanse of Dao platforms, all of them quite tall. Every single one of them had a creature sitting on it, some sinister, some handsome, some beautiful. There were men and women from all different races. The common characteristic was that they were all shockingly powerful experts. In the cave, the atmosphere was extremely tense with killing intent pervading the air. Quite a few creatures on that Dao platform carried hostility. Xiao's expression remained the same, only, his words were domineering without backing down in the slightest. Those who wish to take action can come at me. I will welcome all who dare try. He. One of them laughed, appearing extremely unbridled, voice fleeting, making it difficult to discern which direction it came from. Do you truly think of yourself so highly, treating this like your own province? Towards this idiot who doesn't understand life or death, what is everyone still waiting for? Send him on his way. Someone incited disharmony, the voice carrying cold intent. However, there were no idiots here. No one dared to move rashly, not willing to take the lead. Regardless, the newly arrived group emerged from a rout of death, so they were definitely not good to provoke. Scum who only knows how to hide your head and show your tail. You are even speaking like this yourself, so why don't you dare take action? Louis stuck out his chest and spoke out. Everyone, I will count to 3, and then how about we all take action? When the time comes, our divine wills will harmonize, so I am sure everyone will take action. There is no need to be worried. Eliminate these people. That voice sounded again, hidden and cold. In that instant, the cold energy of this place surged, killing intent pervading the air. Many people were moved. If their divine wills harmonized and they could mutually sense each other, then there was no need to worry. Luo Dao and Lan Yichen's expressions changed. They continuously took steps backwards. There were no ordinary people here, all of them heroes. If they moved at once, the results would be far from reassuring. It was to the extent where they felt that there are likely ancient freaks watching from the side. Xiao's pupils contracted, forming a vague symbol. He swept through the crowd and coldly said, "No need. You can take action right now." After speaking, he took a large step forward, immediately making the entire cave tremble. It was because each time he took a step, he needed to exert great strength. There was a tremendous power restricting this place. However, right now, Xiao's steps were firm and resolute, calm and unhurried, each step making this place tremble greatly as if a prehistoric beast was walking. He stared at a black-robed male and quickly approached. He raised his hand and smashed it over. That male's expression changed. He never expected this person to locate his true position, the secret method of confusion useless and his true self exposed. "You!" He hurriedly rose up from the platform, bringing out precious artifacts and displaying divine abilities to fight intensely. Something shocking happened. Xiao relied only on his flesh to fend off those precious techniques and his fist to blast apart the precious techniques. With a dong sound, he leapt onto the platform. Pong! The two collided and blood splashed outwards. That black-robed male cried out miserably, doing everything he could to defend himself, but after just a dozen or so moves he was killed. This scene left everyone shocked. Those who could reach this cave, how many of them were weak? They were all people who cultivated to the peak, yet one of them was killed so quickly by the newcomer. This already confirmed everything. This new person was extremely strong. However, there were others who curled their lips, not minding too much, still having confidence in themselves. This group of country bumpkins definitely came here earlier, not knowing about the battle of fallen Immortal Ridge. Louis muttered. Luo Dao hurriedly stopped him, telling him not to speak randomly. It was because this place was definitely not simple, likely having ancient freaks. Exposing themselves too early might result in being targeted. Shihao didn't say anything and jumped off the platform. He felt several waves of auras that left him shivering inwardly. His mind trembled, informing Luo Dao and the others to be careful. He carefully sensed around, but those auras disappeared, no longer appearing. He wasn't able to immediately seize their locations either. There were clearly extremely powerful individuals here. Without a doubt, if there was a battle, it would definitely shock heaven and earth. It would be incomparably terrifying. Go! Shihao led those people forward. However, Louis immediately cried out, finding it difficult to walk forward. He couldn't hold on any longer, his face becoming incomparably pale. I'll return and wait for you all. He understood his limits, not willing to drag down the others. Soon after, Luo Dao and Lani Chen felt a tremendous pressure as well, finding it difficult to move. Meanwhile, they only walked up to that Dao platform. In the end, after persisting for a while longer and leaping over several dozen people, they couldn't move anymore. Jump onto the platform. The pressure here is weaker, Shihao said. Sure enough, after these two each selected an unmanned platform and made it up with difficulty, the pressure immediately lessened. They could move freely again. Dao friend, what are you doing? Why are you letting out your own blood? Lani Chen was shocked. He saw a middle-aged male that cut open his wrist on an adjacent platform, dripping blood on the Dao platform. He was a bit confused. Comprehend the Dao. By nourishing the Dao platform with blood, one can listen to the true scripture from the bone book inside the immortal cave. This cultivator saw how powerful Shihao was and wasn't willing to offend his people, thus telling them this. Luo Dao and Lani Chen were shocked. The sutras could be obtained this way? They were a bit confused. Why didn't they just directly visit the ancient cave to seize it? Could it be that that place was extremely dangerous? We cannot enter that ancient cave. Many people have died already, that cultivator said. When Lani Chen heard this, he didn't say anything, using a drop of blue blood to test things out. Sure enough, the Dao platform beneath his feet trembled, and a line of scriptures entered his ears. He had heard it before on that praying mat. This is too extravagant, right? A single line of scriptures requiring a lump of true blood. If that bone book has several tens of thousands of lines, then we would be left incomparably withered up. Luo Dao frowned. When Shihao heard this, he didn't stop, directly walking up to the ancient cave. There was a row of platforms there that were the closest to the bone book there. Those people were horrified as they saw him walk forward step by step, unexpectedly steady as he faced the tremendous pressure, the pace of his steps unchanged. Under many people's shocked eyes, symbols surged from Shihao's body, resisting the ever-increasing pressure, from time to time releasing terrifying radiance. Along the way, Shihao saw a lot of blood, corpses numbering in the dozens. These were clearly the people who forcefully charged forward and died as a result. He arrived at the very first row that was quite close to the ancient cave, only several zhang from it. This first row had 36 platforms that faced the ancient cave. Shihao's mind shivered. There were unexpectedly 20 people seated on this very front platform. 16 platforms were still vacant. This left him shaken. One had to understand that when one reached this far, the pressure would increase drastically. Normal deities couldn't endure it at all, and normal true deities would even be crushed into bloody paste. These 20 individuals were clearly all formidable. It wouldn't be far-fetched to assume that there were ancient freaks among them. Xianxia didn't walk into the ancient cave, instead jumping onto the 21st platform. Sitting down here. There were skeletons here as well, piled up into a thick layer before this first row of 36 platforms. These several hundred skeletal remains included snow-white and sparkling ones, and even some flickering with purple gold. They were all left behind from the ancient past. Those were the remains of powerful ancient geniuses. This was rather horrifying. There might be ancient freaks included here. Xianxia silently thought to himself, carefully analyzing the situation. He discovered that only a few people of the first row's 20 dropped blood to comprehend the scriptures. The others closed their eyes in meditation, not doing that. He nodded, deciding not to let out blood either. Instead, wait for an opportunity to slaughter his way into the ancient cave. Little brother's path is different from mine, and his destination was different as well. I wonder where he is now, Xianxia said softly. However, he knew that Xianxia was most likely fine, because he could still sense the imprint he left on Xianxia's body. Everyone, we have already waited for many days. The number of experts that have gathered is numerous enough. We can give it a try now. See if we can enter the ancient cave. At this time someone spoke. Came from someone seated in the first row. Meanwhile, when he opened his eyes only moved past the bodies of the people in the first row, speaking to them, completely disregarding everyone else. Suddenly, there was a disturbance in the rear. Someone else came, triggering cries of surprise. There is actually someone else who emerged from the path of death. How formidable. It is actually a female. Someone cried out in alarm. Making it through a route of death. Truly powerful. Everyone sighed with amazement. They had just experienced Xianxia's matter. So this time, no one acted rashly, nor did anyone suggest killing her. On the contrary, a few creatures revealed peculiar looks. It was because they felt that this woman was too extraordinary, exceptionally beautiful, to the extent of making the hearts of others sway. Xianxia sighed inwardly. Each person was truly different from the next. An exceptional beauty actually attracted passionate eyes and not a bit of hostility. This woman's long dress fluttered about, landing on the ground as gracefully as an immortal. She closed in on the first row step after step, seemingly not strenuous to do so at all. Her figure was excellent, curves rising and falling, incomparably impressive. She had crystal blue long hair that was so resplendent it reflected radiance. There was a veil over her face that prevented divine abilities from seeing through it, hiding her true appearance. Those eyes were extremely large and beautiful. They carried a strange luster, as if the most resplendent stars were flickering. It made one feel as if they were being sucked into them. Apart from this, Xianxia sensed that in her blue-colored long hair, there were a pair of horns as well, hidden within, vaguely visible. Dragon horns! Someone cried out. Others also saw them. Gasps immediately sounded. Could she be the legendary dragon girl? Some people were shaken up. Everyone now began to tremble. There was this type of female among ancient freaks. She possessed an unmatched appearance that shocked the world. She resided in the ocean domain, an incomparably powerful figure. It truly is Dragon Girl. There were now people who were sure of it. It was because she didn't seem to exhaust any strength either, directly reaching the first row of platforms, leaping onto the 22nd platform and sitting down next to Xianxia. This is good enough. I believe our strength should be sufficient to enter the cavern. Does everyone agree? Someone else from the first row spoke. The group nodded in succession. Eventually, everyone agreed, unanimously approving, including Xianxia and that dragon-horned exceptional beauty. Take action. The 22 experts were powerful to the extent of making everyone else tremble. They rushed at the ancient cave together, displaying their most powerful divine abilities. The immortal cave was extremely hazy. There was chaotic energy and immortal light that continuously swirled about, forming a steady screen of light. At this moment, more than 20 of the most powerful individuals took action. That screen of light distorted, becoming indistinct. In the end, it scattered and they rushed inside. Contrary to their expectations, They didn't pay the price of blood, successfully entering. However, this still made them relieved. After all, these were the most powerful 22 individuals, ancient freaks included among them. What was shocking was that everyone became smaller, turning into specks of dust. The jade table seemed even taller than a mountain, and on its surface was the sacred bone book. It was clear that this place had spatial natural laws. It wasn't that everyone became small, but rather the jade table was as large as a mountain to begin with. They just couldn't see it all from the outside. There are so many good things, someone cried out with alarm. Within the immortal cave, there were artifacts of normal size, including bone books, magical artifacts, and precious medicines. Divine medicines, how fragrant! Someone rushed over to pick them. That place was swirling with radiance, with divine medicines taking root. They flowed with tens of thousands of strands of multicolored light. Divine ancient treasure, Yin Yang pouch. Another person took action to seize a divine magical artifact. Xianxia was shocked, recognizing that the pouch was unordinary. It was actually pieced together by several dozen pieces of archaic divine beast skins and refined. This might even be able to store a sect master-level figure, right? A chaotic battle erupted here that was incomparably fierce. There were naturally people who rushed towards the jade table, wishing to seize the bone book that contained the immortal light. In midair, human figures flew out in reverse. The battle was extremely intense. Xianxia clashed with the others, his eyes also becoming red. With a wung sound, natural laws descended, freezing this place. It left everyone shocked. There are restrictions protecting this ancient cave, fearing that we will destroy it. Everyone's powers were restricted. Those that were in midair fell onto the ground. It became even more chaotic. Xianxia felt that there was someone behind him. He directly brandished a hand, releasing a sharp and clear sound. Pa! He felt a strange sensation. When he turned around, he discovered that dragon girl, who was surrounded by several great experts, was glaring at him angrily with her beautiful eyes. It was because his palm, after producing symbols and flying out, slapped on her full bottom. Dragon girl, her body was graceful, curves rising and falling, her water blue hair hanging down to her waist, flickering with luster. Her sparkling white forehead was covered in dark lines, her eyes resplendent like a starry stream as she stared at Xianxia. He didn't touch the butt of a tiger, but rubbed the bottom of a dragon. Even Xianxia was a bit speechless. Even though it was unintentional, he still gave it a slap in the end. That abundant bottom trembled slightly, symbols flowing. After this powerful strike, even someone as powerful as Dragon Girl didn't feel too good. Of course, Xianxia was still extremely shocked. If it was any other deities that took this slap, their flesh would have definitely exploded. However, Dragon Girl's sparkling body wasn't damaged. Truly sturdy, full of flexibility. Xianxia muttered inwardly, "What are you saying?" Dragon Girl had a veil over her face, with only her beautiful eyes and a small portion above the veil exposed. Even more dark lines appeared on her sparkling snow-white and glowing forehead, her eyes surging with anger. Xianxia was shocked. He didn't even say it out loud, only muttering it inside. So why did it seem like she heard him? Really round and smooth, full of elasticity, her figure excellent to the extent where there is nothing bad that could be said about it. Even though I can't see her true appearance, she is definitely an exceptional beauty. Only, she seems to have heard what I was thinking. He muttered inwardly. You still dare speak more? Dragon Girl's dark eyebrows stood up vertically. Her beautiful eyes that were flickering like stars even more so shot out blinding rays of light that flew over like stellar streams. Her body curved wonderfully, her beautiful figure releasing holy light, erupting with shocking divine force fluctuations. She had forced back the few powerful experts at her side and was now walking over towards Xianxia. That type of power left Xianxia shocked. He sighed inwardly in admiration. Worthy of being Dragon Girl, worthy of being an ancient freak. She was ridiculously powerful. At the same time, he realized that the other party most likely grasped mind connection. Otherwise, how could she know what he was thinking? This was truly a shocking ability. Ancient freaks truly are all astonishing. Some opening heavenly eyes, some comprehending mind connection, one more freakish than the last. Xianxia sighed inwardly. The space between his brows shone, hurriedly protecting his divine senses, isolating all fluctuations and ripples. He did not wish for others to know what he was thinking. Hong. The two of them exchanged a palm through space. Symbols erupted in a dazzling and beautiful manner. My hand made a mistake. I meant a misunderstanding. Xianxia cried out loudly, explaining that what happened just now was done accidentally. Those on the side became speechless as well. He still dared to say hand mistake. This person truly didn't have a way with words. Show. Like an arrow that left a bowstring, Xianxia rushed out, avoiding Dragon Girl. He didn't want to fight her for no good reasons. There were too many enemies in this cave. If he fought against an ancient freak, it would definitely not be good for him. Right now, seizing natural luck was the most important. At this moment, the pressure in the Immortal Palace increased. It was difficult for the people here to rush upwards. They would be blasted back down. The jade table was just too high up. When one fell back to the ground and looked up, the legs of the table simply looked like heavenly pillars, thick and tall as they towered before them. There was chaotic energy everywhere around them as well. Above them, immortal light was swirling. It was as if they arrived at the ends of the world, arriving at the era where heaven and earth were opened. After some hesitation, Dragon Girl decided not to chase after him. She began to fight against those enemies again. There was an ancient freak among them that wished to kill her together with a few others. It was clear that these two sides' inheritances had old scores to settle, not satisfied until the other party was dead. Otherwise, they wouldn't have directly fought bloodily here in this immortal cave instead of striving to seize the immortal Tao scriptures first. Of course, this was also because of their confidence in themselves. Apart from other ancient freaks, who else dared to injure them? Hurry and help me pick that stalk of divine medicine. A disturbance broke out ahead. A group of individuals were struggling, and some of them had long formed an alliance. That was an ancient medicine. On its branches and tendrils a flower that was sparkling and replete with moisture. It erupted with 7-colored multicolored light, releasing a rich medicinal fragrance. One felt an illusion of ascension as soon as they drew near. Pong! Xianxia approached this place and exchanged a few palms with the others. This place was extremely chaotic, surrounded by all types of symbols. All of them were furious. Spiritual body of an ancient freak. Xianxia's pupils contracted. It was clear that the other party's true body was also in the immortal cave, but they had now separated to seize more natural luck. Right now, in this cave, there were at least several kings that were the most powerful of several generations, rising above all others within a great battle of 3,000 provinces, becoming unmatched in Immortal Ancient. Several of these types of figures appeared at once, and they all released their spiritual bodies, immediately making this place chaotic. Xianxia's eyes became resplendent. He didn't split apart a spiritual body and moved with his true body. He rushed over to seize that divine ancient medicine. The great battle was intense. Precious artifacts flew out in reverse. No lack of heavenly deity magical artifacts among them, leaving Xianxia's mind shaken. These types of weapons, normally speaking, would be hard to bring inside unless they were damaged or had serious flaws. They should be magical artifacts that were nurtured in a secret realm, or something quickly repaired. Xianxia's mind jumped. This place was terrifying after all. He produced the pill furnace he obtained from Fiend Island's lightning river to protect himself. This magical artifact was quite special, never displaying offensive might, but its defensive ability was immeasurable. Dang! There were bone needles that flew over, shooting towards the pill furnace's lid. Xianxia's fine hairs stood on end. This was a blood-altering divine needle, something that would turn even a true deity into a clump of blood upon being struck. It was extremely difficult to refine, rumored to be something refined from heavenly deity bones. Show! Then, several dozen bone needles shot out here, impossible to defend against as they pierced through this space. There were immediately several individuals who cried out miserably, immediately turning into bloody pus. Even their bones melted, a truly tragic sight. Hong. Sure how's body shone, producing his only heavenly passage. Activating the pill furnace lid, he rushed forward to take action against those individuals. He grabbed towards that divine medicine that had taken root in a corner, swirling with radiance. It was clear and dark green, as if it was carved from fine jade. A 7-colored flower bud swayed gently on its branches and tendrils, flowing with brilliant light, as if a rainbow was hanging there. However, something unexpected happened. This divine medicine could run. It pulled out its roots and retreated backwards, unexpectedly entering the wall and thus disappearing. Sure Hao and the others took action at the same time, blasting that stone wall and making this place tremble greatly. However, it was unaffected, not being damaged in the slightest. There was something strange about it. Sure Hao was greatly shaken up. Even someone with flesh as powerful as his own couldn't destroy this stone wall. But that stalk of medicine was able to run inside? The others also revealed looks of surprise. They withdrew. Chi. Sure Hao took action again, rushing towards another side to fight over other ancient treasures. Since that mountainous jade table temporarily couldn't be climbed, then he might as well fight over a few powerful weapons first to strengthen himself. It would be greatly beneficial for him in the following struggle. Heaven-marked conch. Sure Hao's eyes erupted with divine radiance. No wonder there were so many people gathered here and fighting so intensely. It turned out to be a rare, wondrous treasure. That was a conch the size of a fist. It looked simple and unadorned, without luster, but the symbols on it were extremely profound and difficult to understand. Rumors had it that this was a mark of heaven. This type of conch was extremely rare, only a few dozen of them discovered from past to present. It was extremely powerful. If one refined a secret treasure out of them, with just a blow, even heavenly deities would collapse. Once matured, the powerful heaven-marked conch could even kill sect masters and others. This type of thing had to be obtained. This was what everyone was thinking. Once one grasped it and blew it here, the other experts might all fall here. Sure Hao naturally tried to obtain it as well, quickly taking action, displaying a great divine ability. Pooh! A powerful expert was blasted apart, blood flying everywhere. One has to understand that there were hundreds of thousands of creatures that died in the vicious nest already. Those that could reach this place were all the most powerful individuals, yet in the end that person was still killed. This made the others here vigilant. Sure Hao could clearly sense that other ancient freaks were now taking note of him. What is going on? This time there was a blonde individual that rushed up first. It was because he had been fighting this entire time, now seizing a favorable location. His own body was also powerful to an immeasurable level. However, he still failed to obtain anything. That heaven-marked conch entered the stone wall before disappearing. When Sure Hao saw this, he backed off, his expression serious. He didn't take action again. He looked around them, seeing that the other ancient treasures were also like this, difficult to obtain. So. Right at this moment, the figures that didn't have the strength to enter and were sitting on the Dao platforms felt that the pressure disappeared. They all rushed into the immortal cave to fight over the treasure. Sure Hao's expression changed. Since it was natural luck left behind for later generations, why could no one obtain them? Rise! Someone borrowed powerful secret treasures to rise up, precious splendor scattering out from them. Heavenly deity secret treasure! Everyone cried out with shock. This type of magical artifact was a forbidden object that was difficult to bring in. Right now, there was an ancient freak that used it to rush up the jade table. Not good. Many people cried outwards, all of them doing everything they could to rush upwards. Sure Hao also couldn't control himself. Even if there were ancient freaks, he still had no choice but to compete for it. If he ended up missing this chance, then he would definitely regret it his whole life. The jade table was even taller than a mountain. There was an enormous bone book on it that flowed with brilliant colors. Immortal mists were released wave after wave, making this place exceptionally divine and peaceful. Haha! I finally obtained it. Everyone, goodbye! On the jade table, that white-haired youth laughed. He grabbed that piece of precious bone, obtaining the Vicious Ten's precious technique, preparing to leave with the heavenly deity magical artifact. However, his expression suddenly changed. At this moment, Hao also felt his head becoming numb. Without a second thought, he rushed out from the immortal cave at full speed, jumping outwards. "Hurry and leave!" Hao shouted while rushing forward, warning Luo Dao, Lana Chen, and Lu Yi to hurry and rush outwards. It was because his mind had never pounded so greatly in the past, feeling as if a great disaster was on the verge of descending. He felt as if there was a great life-threatening danger about to arrive, making his fine hairs stand on end. He wasn't the only one. Dragon Girl also released a cry, reacting at the same time as him, rushing outwards, her beautiful eyes filled with anxiousness and shock. The two of them pressed forward side by side, running out together out from the Dao platform region. "No, ah!" On the jade table, that white-haired youth roared loudly. He fiercely swung out his arm, but it was useless. All of the blood in his body quickly flowed towards the bone piece that was swirling with immortal light. At the same time, within that ancient cave, chaotic energy surged, releasing streak after streak of sword energy that swept out towards the crowd. In that instant, many people became bloody pastes, collapsing on the spot. That was a world-shocking sword energy. Forget about them, even if heavenly deities came, they would similarly be killed, difficult to survive past it. Dang! Hao suffered a blow to the back as well. If not for him using the pill furnace to block it, he definitely would have been blasted through. That murderous light was too powerful. Cough! Hao coughed out a large mouthful of blood. This power was just too great. Even with the pill furnace as protection, his body was still shaken up until his bones wished to break, his entire body slamming outwards.